Volume 8. Chapter 701, Preparation Before Seclusion. Chapter 701, Preparation Before Seclusion. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. In 8 Scenic Palace, Grand Supreme Elderly Lord laughed as well. First an intrinsic connate cardinal treasure and now a merit cardinal treasure. This punk Qin Yun sure is impressive. Perhaps he has a chance to survive the final itinerant immortal tribulation after all. The itinerant immortal tribulation is a tribulation that descends from the chaos heavenly Tao. There is nowhere to hide from it and its strength is most unpredictable. In Jade Void Palace, Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning added, however, there is always chance in everything. With Qin Yun's present strength, he should be able to transcend it. If even Qin Yun is unable to transcend it, then this path of the itinerant immortal is basically a dead end. Ha, Primordial Beginning, it's truly rare to hear you praise my disciple, said Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure with a laugh. It's the truth, said Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. In a great world. 2 figures were standing side by side on a mountaintop as they looked towards the heavenly realm. The moment he returned from the spatial tide, the merit he obtained from sacrificing immediately completed his merit cardinal treasure. Besides, he, Hui and the rest have probably obtained quite a fair bit of treasure. This really makes me envious and jealous, a yellow-haired elder said with a smile. By his side was God King Zhurong. He frowned slightly for he detested Hui. After all, he had been imprisoned for ages, only to suffer an assault by Hui the moment he was freed. Thankfully, he was wise enough to escape after being struck once. Zhurong naturally felt the pressure when he thought how Hui would have obtained more treasures on his trip to the spatial tide with Qin Yun. The grudge between him and Hui was irreconcilable. Let Qin Yun continue being smug for now. It won't be long before the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation comes, said Zhurong with a shake of his head. Besides, no one knows if there will be a 13th itinerant immortal tribulation. If he were to really die under the itinerant immortal tribulations, his treasures will have a chance to find a new owner. When the time comes, it would be a question of whose hands his misty rain sword will end up in. The yellow-haired elder nodded in agreement. Once Qin Yun is dead, the misty rain sword will still be a connate cardinal merit cardinal treasure even in the hands of someone else. Perhaps Green Turing Palace will possess it for a period of time, but once the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor are forced to leave the 3 realms, Green Turing Palace will not be able to protect it. All Green Turing Palace has is Old Mother of Blackful Mountain after all. Not only the Misty Rain Sword, even the various treasures he obtained from the spatial tide cannot be bequeathed to his family because the Qin family is unable to hold on to any of it, said Zhurong. The more treasures he has, the more disaster he will invite upon the Qin family. Yes, it will only invite disaster. The elder nodded. You are probably one of the few watching the Qin family, right? Zhurong asked with a smile. The elder chuckled and said, I do admit I'm tempted, but the fiends would probably take action before me. Zhurong nodded. Let's not talk about these things any longer. Have we come to an agreement on the matter we talked about previously? Yes, let's agree to it. Since I've benefited from you, I'll definitely do the job. The elder nodded. Zhurong nodded before leaving the great world with one step. The elder frowned and looked towards the heavenly realm. Qin Yun? Qin family? He has entered the spatial tide twice, so he must have quite a fair bit of treasures. Unfortunately, too many people are targeting him. They are all waiting for him to die, so it's unlikely I'll be able to obtain any of his treasures. News of Qin Yun's intrinsic flying sword, the Misty Rain Sword, becoming a merit cardinal treasure quickly spread through the 3 realms. However, Qin Yun did not feel complacent because of it, instead, he felt pressure. The Qin family was now impressive. It had astounding treasures. If he were to fail to transcend the tribulations and perish, it would only lead to trouble for the Qin family. On the same day, Qin Yun secretly came to Green Turing Palace. Master, Qin Yun bowed respectfully. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure smiled as he looked at his disciple. He was very pleased that he could recruit such a disciple before he left the three realms. The only matter that left him exasperated was that his disciple had chosen to transcend the tribulations to become an itinerant immortal, to risk his life against star destruction, all so he could save the billions of lives in his homeworld instead of escaping. Although he had saved the billions of lives of his homeworld, he now faced the numerous itinerant immortal tribulations. Of course, although he appeared exasperated on the surface, he liked such a disciple even more deep down. I encountered great danger in my trip to the spatial tide this time, said Qin Yun. I met an enemy known as Bohan Island Lord. In terms of realm, he had already reached the heavenly Tao realm. He only chose not to break through his essence soul dharmic powers so that he could deliberately stay in the spatial tide. Reached the heavenly Tao realm? Numinous Treasure was astonished as well. Then, how did you deal with him? Qin Yun said politely, in his long stay in the spatial tide, he is cultivated in many body cultivation dharmic formulations, so he was extremely powerful. I ignited my essence soul to barely stall for time while Hui ignited his essence soul to shoot 9 consecutive arrows. Finally, his 9th arrow managed to kill him, but of course, it was merely the enemy's avatar. Numinous Treasure was somewhat shocked. I'm aware of the 9 arrows Hui can shoot when he ignites his essence soul. But wouldn't he fall into a slumber after casting it? Hui's strength was not doubted by anyone in the three realms. At the same realm, it was a complete trouncing. However, against the Tao ancestors and the rest, Hui's protective means were too weak, and it was a fatal flaw. Hui could consecutively deliver his arrows to kill the expert in the spatial tide, all thanks to Qin Yun's all-encompassing, along with Kong Xian and Gomong's help from the side. We obtained a rare treasure that can restore our essence soul in the spatial tide, which prevented Hui from falling into a slumber. Qin Yun waved his hand as a corpse appeared in the hall. This is that Bohan Island Lord's corpse. Master, look at the armor he wears. Oh. Numinous Treasure looked in curiosity. Another universe expert who had similarly reached the heavenly Tao realm had to have brilliant mystic arts even if his essence soul dharmic powers had yet to break through. Numinous Treasure could tell at a glance. The interior of the body was rather ordinary, comparable to typical perfected great Tao existences. The only unique thing was the armor on his body. His armor is actually formed from a unique cultivation dharmic formulation. Numinous Treasure could tell instantly as he said in surprise, with the dharmic powers of a golden immortal, he cultivated an armor that can withstand the all-out Hui's first 8 arrows? If he had broken through his dharmic powers, this armor would probably have become even tougher. This armor is indeed extraordinary, said Qin Yun. Hui, Kong Xian, Gomong and I were also studying it on the way back, but we failed to understand it. It's obvious the lot of you can't understand it. This armor contains mystic charms that have reached the heavenly Tao realm. Yes, this method is indeed different from anything in our three realms. Numinous Treasure was quite surprised from studying the body. A very unique defensive technique. I can get Primordial Beginning and Elderly Lord come to take a look as well. If we can figure out some dharmic formulations, it will add one more lineage to our three realms. Qin Yun also understood. To fully restore a heavenly Tao realm exterior armor dharmic formulation with just a mere corpse was highly unlikely. But it was ultimately a heavenly Tao realm mystic technique. He believed that it would aid the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor. His master and the rest had to leave the three realms in the future, therefore, every bit of help counted. Then, I shall take my leave, said Qin Yun. Thank you for this. When you are back, prepare for your impending tribulation in peace. After all, there's only a couple 100 years left, said Numinous Treasure. Yes, said Qin Yun politely. Qin Yun returned to MT lightning roar again. The night had passed and the sun rose, scattering its sunlight through the windows onto a desk. Qin Yun was sitting in front of his desk, reading the sword technique manuals he had previously written as he thought, I only have one of the most precious spirit enlightening fruits I obtained in the spatial tide. I have to use it when it's most appropriate. I'm in no hurry to enter seclusion. I should first spend some time tidying up and curating the sword Dao I've cultivated to date and write a complete Misty Rain Sword Dao manual. Even if I were to die in the future, this sword manual can be passed down. Furthermore, by tidying up everything and writing a complete Misty Rain Sword Dao manual, I will be able to use the Spirit Enlightening Fruit to enter a state of epiphany, making the effects even better. I still have 800 years left. There's enough time. After determining a plan, Qin Yun calmed his heart and scrutinized his sword Dao as he began writing a complete Misty Rain Sword Dao manual with full focus. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 702 Spirit Enlightening Fruit. Chapter 702 Spirit Enlightening Fruit. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Cultivation knew no time. As Qin Yun focused on writing the Misty Rain Sword Dao, 126 years passed in a blink of an eye. Those 126 years were his most leisurely days. Every day, he would accompany his wife for a stroll, advise Meng Huan, Qin Yi, Qin Yulua, his nine-tailed fox disciple, Qing Shuang, and others. Although he was giving pointers on the surface, he was constantly pondering over the profundity of the Misty Rain Sword Dao in his mind. In the evening, he would write the Misty Rain Sword Dao manual alone in his study. These days were extremely rare for the Qin family and Qin Yun's disciples. Tian Huang, you are really a blockhead. You still can't understand? Qin Yun bellowed in frustration. Master, calm down. Calm down, a stout man with thick brows said with a flattering smile. I'm a little stupid. Give me some time to think about it and I'll definitely figure it out. Tian Huang was one of the 3 disciples he had taken in when he established the Misty Rain Sword Gallery in a tiny southern nation in the Heavenly Realm. He had also left 3 Sword Dao heritage for his 3 disciples and instructed them to seek him out when they cultivated to the 6th firmament sky immortal realm. But to date, only Tian Huang, who appeared to be the most simple and honest, had been the first to reach the 6th firmament sky immortal realm. At this realm, he easily learned of the illustrious and lightning roar in the heavenly realm. Tian Huang was shocked when he learned that his master was Sword Immortal Qin. Sword Immortal Qin had swept through countless fiends of the 3 realms with his strength alone. He was undoubtedly the strongest Sword Immortal in the 3 realms. Among the 3 of you, I thought most highly of Jinyu. I never expected that you would break through first while they remained stuck in the 3rd firmament, said Qin Yun. I've been teaching you a lot more these days, so I have been increasingly demanding on you. There's no need to be anxious. Remember what I teach you and slowly take it in and figure it out. Yes, Master, replied Tian Huang obediently. For the next few centuries, I'll be entering seclusion and wouldn't have time to teach you anymore, said Qin Yun. Seclusion for a few centuries? Tian Huang was taken aback. He obviously knew that his master was an itinerant immortal and that he had about slightly more than 6 centuries to his 12th itinerant immortal tribulation. If he entered seclusion for a few centuries, wouldn't it mean that he would be transcending the tribulations once he exited seclusion? What should have been taught to you has been taught. I'm just unsure if I still have the chance to teach Jinyu and Fan Yong. Qin Yun said as he turned to leave. Master, you will definitely have a chance, said Tian Huang immediately. He had been under Qin Yun's tutelage from the age of 6. He treated his master as his father, so he naturally did not wish for his master to die from a failed tribulation. In the days before Qin Yun entered seclusion, he taught Qin Yi, Meng Huan, Qin Yulua, and Qing Shuang a lot. After all, he feared he might no longer have the time to teach them before his tribulation. Brother Yun, you should enter seclusion. Why are you spending so much time and effort to teach them? Xiao could not help but ask. Just leave the cultivation manual for them. Your cultivation is of utmost importance. How can the self-enlightenment from a manual compare with a master's teachings? Qin Yun said. Unfortunately, I haven't figured out a great Tao for the Tao of Yin Yang, so I have no way of teaching Qing Shuang a path that can lead to the golden immortal great Tao. A long time ago, Qin Yun had already reached the sky immortal bottleneck of the Tao of Yin Yang. But now, he still remains stuck at the bottleneck. Qin Yun had taught quite a number of sword arts from the Yin Yang Tao to his female disciple Qing Shuang, and many of them had a might that barely reached the golden immortal realm. However, it ultimately failed to become a great Tao sword art as his Yin Yang Tao had failed to reach the level of a great Tao. You have already done very well. Many masters don't put in that much effort, Xiao said. Xiao, I can't predict how long I'll take for the coming seclusion. Qin Yun looked at his wife. After all, once I enter a state of epiphany, I won't be able to keep track of time. I might even exit seclusion just before the tribulation. Your seclusive cultivation is most important. Xiao was filled with worry. The appointed time was approaching. Could Brother Yun transcend the final itinerant immortal tribulation? I'll leave everything to you. Qin Yun hugged his wife gently as Xiao hugged him back. After a long while, Qin Yun let go of his wife and turned to enter a chamber. The door to the chamber closed. Xiao stood outside the door watching while Qin Yun had already sat cross-legged inside the chamber. The 126 years he spent organizing and writing the Misty Rain Sword Tao manual made Qin Yun completely review everything he knew. He even gained an understanding of the direction he should take for his sword Tao. If he had long periods for cultivation, he could take it slow. However, he did not have much time left. Spirit enlightening fruit. Qin Yun stretched out his hand as a translucent fruit floated above his palm. It had a lustrous swirl around it and the fruit's flesh could be seen clearly. This was spirit enlightening fruit, the most precious divine fruit even in the legends of the spatial tide. Countless other universe cultivators were crazy over it. Time to begin. Qin Yun opened his mouth and gobbled the fruit whole. The flesh melted away in his mouth as a strange sweetness and sourness emanated in his mouth. A formless energy surged at his essence soul. Qin Yun only felt his spirits jolted. It was even more miraculous than cultivating in his master's myriad dharma pool. Qin Yun only felt that his essence soul had entered a special state. And at that moment, all his thoughts from the past 126 years rapidly came together and formed new ideas. With these thoughts arising, he came to new levels of understanding. The state of epiphany. That was a flash of brilliance that would happen after years of accumulation, allowing one to figure out all kinds of profound mysteries. The spirit enlightening fruit was indeed a heaven-defying item. How was it heaven-defying? For instance, beneath the chaos heavenly Tao, the cultivation of an avatar would result in damaging the main body. As for splitting the essence soul into two, that was damaging one's essence soul foundations to obtain a second life. As for the mental demon lineage, they had many avatars, but their overall strength was shared. An avatar could be strong, but in turn, another avatar would be weak. Yet, this was already means that countless cultivators in the three realms envied. However, the Chaos Origins fruit was able to break the rules of the Chaos Heavenly Tao. It could cultivate an equally powerful avatar without damaging the actual body. That was heaven-defying. The spirit enlightening fruit was the same. The state of epiphany was only obtained by chance. One typically had an epiphany once certain fortuitous conditions aligned. Furthermore, the stronger one was, the chances of entering a state of epiphany decreased. Most perfected great Tao existences and even the most powerful half-step heavenly Tao realm existences did not even have epiphanies. Just raising their strength a little was extremely difficult. Yet, the spirit enlightening fruit could forcefully make one enter a state of epiphany. It was no wonder Hui, Kongxian, and Gomang all wanted it. It was the fruit they desired the most among the three. Later, it was only because Hui and Qin Yun had done the most that they each obtained one. Qin Yun sat cross-legged in his chamber as insights came flooding to him. His misty rain sword Dao kept producing new insights which he fused into it. Many sword arts surfaced in his mind. Finally, his insights caused a qualitative change as a brand new sword art surfaced in his mind. This sword art was extremely pointed. A 3-inch sword could kill every enemy, extremely unyielding and indomitably sharp. With it, one was invincible. The Tao of Supreme Yang. He felt somewhat delighted as he figured out a pinnacle great Tao of Supreme Yang. However, his various insights continued organizing themselves as Qin Yun completely immersed himself in his state of epiphany. Years passed as Qin Yun remained in his state of epiphany and seclusion. In a blink of an eye, 5 centuries had passed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 703, Enhancement. Chapter 703, Enhancement. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. After entering a state of epiphany, all the problems that previously stumped him during cultivation were rapidly resolved. He overcame his bottlenecks and enjoyed a rapid improvement. In the first year of his seclusion, he overcame a bottleneck and figured out a pinnacle great Tao, the Tao of the Supreme Yang. In the 8th year of his seclusion, he figured out another pinnacle great Tao, Tao of the Supreme Yin. Following that, it was the enhancement of the Misty Rain Array. The core of the Misty Rain Array previously was the fusion of the 7 stars Great Tao and the Great Tao of Heaven, Earth, and Man. He had also drawn on the charms of the other universe Heavenly Tao realm bloodline powers. As he needed to rely on the Misty Rain Array to survive the itinerant immortal tribulation, Qin Yun had been spending most of his efforts in the past few millennia on it. He naturally had many ideas about how to further it, but many questions arose as well. Many of them came from the Heavenly Tao realm's bloodline powers. He too had referenced the Pango bloodline powers, but similarly, that brought about many more questions. In his state of epiphany, many of these problems were resolved. He gained new insight in the fusion of the 7 stars Great Tao and the Great Tao of Heaven, Man and Earth. The effects of the fusion became better. He had more insights towards the Heavenly Tao realm bloodline powers, as well as tiny amounts of insight towards the Pango bloodline powers. These naturally fused into the Misty Rain Array, causing the Misty Rain Array to constantly metamorphosize. In the chamber, a faint fragrance emanated. Qin Yun, who was sitting cross-legged, had been in that state for 5 centuries. At that moment, his eyelids quivered slightly before he opened his eyes. The epiphany has ended after just this short while? Qin Yun muttered. With a thought, he figured out the current time through the river of time and ended up laughing at himself. It's been 5 centuries? Time while being in a state of epiphany passes just too quickly. At times, one would feel that time passes very slowly. At other times, one would feel that time passes very quickly. It was the same when in the state of epiphany. A mind would find itself adrift for a moment, and in a blink, 5 centuries would pass. It was like a golden millet dream, but the cultivation and insights during this dream were real and not illusory. I figured out the Tao of Supreme Yang and the Tao of Supreme Yin in these 5 centuries. My insights into the other universe Heavenly Tao realm bloodline powers have been increased dozens of times. Its fusion with the 7 stars Great Tao and Great Tao of Heaven, Earth, and Man has become more miraculous. It has greatly increased my Misty Rain Array's strength. Qin Yun revealed a look of delight. Even my offensive moves have been strengthened by 50%. My sword array's defenses have been enhanced by more than 1 time. At his realm, the improvement of even a sliver was very difficult. Although he had not spent a lot of effort on his offensive means in the past, he had still figured out a thing or two. With him being a sword immortal who was supposed to be good at the offensive, the state of epiphany easily rose his offensive means by 50%. In the aspect of defense, Qin Yun had spent the most efforts there, so the improvement was most stark. What a pity! I previously believed that it's impossible for me to figure out a perfected great Tao in a short period of time. Although I spent some effort in the Tao of Yin and Yang, I didn't accumulate much insight in them. Qin Yun shook his head. This time, I only managed to figure out the Tao of Supreme Yang and Supreme Yin, but failed to fuse the two Tao together. Supreme Yin and Supreme Yang together with the fusion of Yin Yang. The three fused together. That was the great Tao of Yin and Yang. But even so, the Tao of Supreme Yin and Tao of Supreme Yang are very important to me. Qin Yun had a look of anticipation in his eyes. Back when Pango split the universe, that was the mark of a primordial beginning. The universe split into Yin and Yang. When the two came together, it formed lightning, wind, sunlight, rain, and all the myriad elements. The way the myriad things in the heaven and earth operate is key. They naturally can be fused into my sword Tao. Furthermore, it will provide great help to my sword Tao as well. Unfortunately, my state of epiphany has ended. What follows is for me to slowly figure it out myself. Thankfully, I still have a century or so before the tribulation. Qin Yun continued cultivating. His goal this time was to enhance the Misty Rain array by fusing the two great Tao of Supreme Yin and Supreme Yang with the seven stars great Tao and the great Tao of heaven, earth, and man. That sword immortal Qin isn't far from transcending his tribulation, right? In the heavenly courts, two mighty figures were flying beside each other on clouds as they chatted. I did the calculations. There's still 51 years before his 12th itinerant immortal tribulation. 51 years, it will pass very quickly. I wonder if Sword Immortal Qin will successfully transcend the tribulation or not. Many fellow Taoists have said that, based on the might of the itinerant immortal tribulations, the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation might very well require the heavenly Tao realm to defend against it. There is always a silver lining in the heavenly Tao. The itinerant immortal tribulation shouldn't be that powerful. Let's see how it plays out. This is a matter of great importance in all of the three realms. The two mighty figures flew past while conversing. As the day of Qin Yun's tribulation approached, many mighty figures in the three realms would often mention Sword Immortal Qin. Even many Sky Immortals and Sky Fiends knew that Sword Immortal Qin's 12th itinerant immortal tribulation was approaching. Even the lofty Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor were paying attention to Qin Yun, especially numinous treasure Tao ancestor. After all, Qin Yun was his disciple, the disciple who was most qualified to inherit the title of sect master of the Green Turing Palace. However, no one could help Qin Yun. Similarly, no one could stop Qin Yun. Under the itinerant immortal tribulations, no one tried to mess things up, for involving themselves might similarly result in them suffering the heavenly tribulation. Why isn't father out of seclusion? Until lightning roars Qin Manor, Meng Huan had stayed in the manor all this time. He was worried for his father. There's 39 years left to the tribulation. Is father going to wait till the last day before the tribulation? Once cultivators decided on the moment to exit seclusion, even if they were in an epiphany, they would awaken when the time came. Therefore, it was impossible to miss the timing. Brother Meng. The nine-tailed fox, Cheng Shuang, greeted him when she saw him drinking alone. Sister Cheng Shuang. Meng Huan nodded slightly. Although Cheng Shuang was considered Qin Yun's eldest disciple, be it the moment when she became Qin Yun's disciple or actual age, she was much younger than Meng Huan or Qin Yi. Brother Meng, you have been drinking frequently recently. This isn't like you, said Cheng Shuang with a smile. Isn't like me? Meng Huan asked. What am I like? When it comes to diligence when cultivating, you are much better than us. You spend most of the day practicing your swordplay, but recently, you have been drinking frequently. I almost never see you practicing your swordplay anymore. I can't calm my heart. Meng Huan took another swig at his alcohol. The closer it is to the day of father's tribulation, the harder it is for me to calm my heart. Brother Meng, what kind of figure is master? He is someone who suppressed the fiends in the three realms alone. He will definitely be able to transcend the tribulation. Yeah, responded Meng Huan. Qing Shuang sighed regretfully. Concern had left his emotions in chaos. Over the past few days, her master's wife, brother Meng, Qini, and the rest were not in the best of states. Oh. Meng Huan suddenly turned his head upon sensing something. Father is out? With a flash, he vanished. Master is out? Qin Shuan rushed over as well. A group of people came to welcome Qin Yun. When Qin Yun looked upon everyone, he saw his parents. Since the final itinerant immortal tribulation was approaching, Qin Liehu and his wife rushed over from the great Chang world. Their son was Sword Immortal Qin, who was famous in the three realms, but he was ultimately their son, so they were worried for him. Of course, the couple had long become carefree sky immortals because of their son. In the three realms, there was more than one treasure that allowed one to become a sky immortal immediately. Obtaining them was naturally not difficult for Qin Yun. Aside from his parents, even his wife had become a half-step mighty figure thanks to the ancestral dragon crystal. Father, mother, the both of you came from the great Chang world? Qin Yun immediately said. We know that the day of your tribulation is approaching. Although we don't wish to affect you, we still thought of coming. Therefore, we sought Divine Firmament Chapter's ancestral master Zhang to send us here, said Qin Liehu. By the side, Shanglan said, you don't have to bother with us. Just ease your mind and prepare for the tribulation. Qin Yun smiled. There's not much left to do. I can bring the both of you on a tour of the heavenly realm. It's much bigger than the great Chang world and many places worth visiting. Indeed. Having cultivated to this stage, he was only 39 years away from transcending his tribulation. It was not possible for him to enhance himself any further in those short 39 years. As long as he settled some miscellaneous matters and arranged everything for his family, he could face the tribulation with peace of mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 704, Disciple Selection. Chapter 704, Disciple Selection. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. With only 39 years left to Qin Yun's 12th itinerant immortal tribulation, Qin Liehu and his wife, who had lived long, comfortable lives, did not wish to occupy any of their son's precious time, nor did they have the mood to go jaunting. Mt lightning roar. Qin Manor. When the morning sun scattered its rays into the garden, it accentuated the beauty of the flowers. Qin Yun was focused on reading by a stone table inside the garden. Brother Yun. Didn't you finish writing the third volume of the Misty Rain Sword Dao when you were in seclusion? Why are you still writing? Xiao walked over. This is the sword immortal dermic formulation, said Qin Yun with a smile. In the three realms, sword immortals only have one complete dermic formulation that allows them to successfully cultivate to the golden immortal realm, that of the grand supreme sword immortal lineage. As for the dermic formulation I created, I couldn't complete even a sky immortal dermic formulation because of my low realm back then. This resulted in me becoming an itinerant immortal. Now, since I have time, I naturally need to complete the sword immortal dermic formulation. Why does it matter if you complete it? The essence soul dermic formulation has been improved on the original foundation. The sky immortal dermic formulation should have a 99% chance of success, said Qin Yun with a smile. 99%? Xiao was astonished. Brother Yun, at your realm, shouldn't it be 100%? I also believe that it should be 100%, but no one has successfully cultivated it before, said Qin Yun with a laugh. So I need to be humble and call it 99%. What I'm now working hard on is having the dermic formulation go from Sky Immortal to Golden Immortal. After attaining a perfected Great Tao, I'm more than 90% confident of this Golden Immortal dermic formulation. During the epiphany I had in seclusion, I gained quite significant insight into the heavenly Tao realm bloodline powers. I'm now more than 95% confident in this golden immortal dermic formulation. As he spoke, Qin Yun finished writing the last paragraph in the dermic formulation. Alright, this dermic formulation is done. Qin Yun looked at the terrifying sword intent contained within the manual in satisfaction. From this day forth, the three realms has my Misty Rain sword immortal lineage apart from the Grand Supreme sword immortal lineage. From mortality to golden immortal. Only with a complete dermic formulation could he be comparable to the Grand Supreme sword immortal lineage. In the future, a copy of my Sword Tao manual and sword immortal dermic formulation will be left in Green Turing Palace, said Qin Yun. Like senior sister Blackfoal Mountain and the others, all of them have left their best great Tao concepts in Green Turing Palace. Of course, these are all fundamental dermic formulations. Things like the 7-star Sword Tao, the Supreme Sword Tao, the Supreme Yang Sword Tao, the Misty Rain Sword, are derivation arts, so there's no need for them to be left in Green Turing Palace, Qin Yun said. These derived arts will be exclusive to my MT Lightning Roar. In the future, it can be passed down to the Qin family descendants and disciples. Xiao nodded. Brother Yun, the sword immortal lineage you created condenses a essence soul in human form, while the Grand Supreme sword immortal lineage uses a sword form which is rather unorthodox. Hence, ours is considered more orthodox. Unfortunately, no one has cultivated the sword immortal dermic formulation you created. That's right. Qin Yun felt mixed emotions. His years of cultivation allowed him to create a lineage that could match the Grand Supreme sword immortal lineage. It was something he was proud of, and something he had put in blood and tears into it. However, he had no one to take up his mantle. While people like Qin Yulua, Tian Huang, Meng Huan, and his other disciples and family seemed like obvious choices and were indeed good at sword arts, none of them were sword immortals. After all, Qin Yun did not create a complete sword immortal dermic formulation early on. Whoosh! Qin Yun waved his hand as spacetime distorted, allowing him to connect to a distant void. There was a silver-haired elder reading through books with a large pile of books beside him. Senior brother Qin. The silver-haired elder stood up immediately when he saw Qin Yun. Junior brother who, help me check if there are any sword immortal geniuses in the three realms who are stuck in the mortal realm, Qin Yun requested. The sword immortal lineage I created requires a few disciples. Senior brother Qin, rest assured that I'll do it for you. Our Green Turing Palace will spare no expense at scouring the three realms for sword immortal geniuses, said the silver-haired elder immediately. Green Turing Palace was a powerful faction in the three realms, spreading across numerous great worlds and countless small worlds. There were naturally people in Green Turing Palace who handled such trifling matters. This junior brother who was in charge of gathering intelligence. The spacetime continuum restored to normal. Qin Yun smiled at Xiao. How about it? I'll soon find a suitable disciple. To think you came up with the idea of getting Green Turing Palace to search the three realms for you, said Xiao with a laugh. Just being a little capricious. Qin Yun said. Although I'm very confident in my dermic formulation, I still wish to see a junior master it. Since we're searching the entire three realms for a sword immortal genius, I believe becoming a sky immortal in a short period of time wouldn't be difficult. Qin Yun's instruction made the Green Turing Palace's intelligence department do its best to gather information. Some sword immortal geniuses who were astounding in small worlds were rather mediocre when placed in a dominion. There were few who were truly stunning in the three realms. In just 2 days, a report was delivered to Qin Yun. Through a warped spatial passageway, a dossier flew out. The silver-haired elder said politely, Senior brother Qin, recorded in the dossier are 19 sword immortal geniuses of the three realms who are stuck in the mortal realm. All of them cultivate in the sword immortal dermic formulation and are unable to switch to other dermic formulations. All right. Qin Yun received the dossier. The spatial passageway disappeared as Qin Yun looked through them carefully. 19 geniuses. Some came from the heavenly realm while others came from the various dominions. Bien Hanyu? Upon seeing the report, he immediately had a karmic connection. Qin Yun looked up and into the distance and saw the woman named Bien Hanyu in a distant great world. As he looked at the woman, he easily saw the girl's history spanning nearly 500 years. In front of an existence like Qin Yun, even an ordinary mighty figure could not hide their history, much less immortal. Time flew by. Brother Yun, what are you looking at? Xiao walked in with some tea. It's the report regarding the sword immortal geniuses in the three realms, said Qin Yun. I will view the past of every sword immortal genius on this dossier through the river of time. After all, the intelligence gathered was through the factions under Green Turing Palace. The details cannot be fully trusted. How is it? Asked Xiao. I've gone through all of them, and am quite pleased with two of them, Qin Yun said with a laugh. One of them is a female sword immortal named Bien Hanyu, the other is a young sword immortal named Yu Gufeng. Xiao picked up the dossier and read through it. She quickly found Bien Hanyu's and Yu Gufeng's records and said in astonishment, this Bien Hanyu is almost 500 years old. She's almost at the end of her life? Mortal Khanate golden cores could only live up to 500 years. Yes, she is the one with the highest realm among the 19 sword immortal geniuses. She has already reached the mid-stage sky immortal realm, Qin Yun said. Many immortals are in good standing with her, having agreed to watch over her once she reincarnates. This Yu Gufeng is very good as well. In just 200 years of cultivation, his realm is already at the early stages of the sky immortal realm, Xiao said. Let's go and take a look at these two, Qin Yun said with a smile. Xiao's eyes lit up. All right, let's go. The two vanished from the study and headed for a distant great world. In the 9 Mills Great World, a nameless lake. Qin Yun and Xiao appeared out of thin air. This is Bien Hanyu. Qin Yun looked into the distance where there was a bamboo hut by the side of the lake. In front of the hut was a black-robed woman leisurely reading. By her feet was a black cat with glistening fur which was sleeping soundly. In her arms was a fat tabby cat, and in by the side of the lake, there was a snow-white cat attempting to catch fish. She's quite fond of cats. These 3 cats are all cat demons, Xiao said. They are already at the essence soul realm. That's why Bien Hanyu is also known as Sword Immortal Cat, said Qin Yun with a laugh. You came with the purpose of being her master, who knows if she's willing to take you as her master, quipped Xiao. Qin Yun was slightly startled. News of him transcending the itinerant immortal tribulation was spread even among sky immortals and sky fiends. Since Bien Hanyu had acquaintances at the sky immortal realm, she naturally knew of Sword Immortal Qin. Would she be willing to become the disciple of Sword Immortal Qin who was about to experience the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation? We'll know in a while if she's agreeable to it. Qin Yun walked with his wife over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 705, 2 Lineages of Sword Immortals. Chapter 705, 2 Lineages of Sword Immortals. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Bien Hanyu did not notice Qin Yun and Xiao coming over. She held a book in one hand, with the tabby cat in her the other. She had her head lower as she stroked the cat's fur. There's little time left before I die. What I should do has been done. I have lived this life without regrets. Well, there are still regrets. I was once young and swore to avenge my family, get revenge for those 103 lives. Later did I learn that it was the result of a mighty figure's rage. My oath appears comical and is an overestimation of my abilities. Bien Hanyu mocked herself. In the eyes of many cultivators, mighty figures were formidable beings that could be the guests of Jade Emperor and Queen Mother. Her oath of killing the mighty figure for revenge was an overestimation of her abilities and laughable. Bien Hanyu had made the oath when she was young, but after cultivating for centuries and acquainting herself with many sky immortals, she realized how big the gap between her and a mighty figure was. Apart from that one regret, Dian Hanyu looked at her hands. I still have one more regret. After I'm dead, although fellow Taoists have agreed to receive me and help me awaken to switch to other dharmic formulations, I would no longer be a real flying sword immortal. It's been nearly 500 years. Am I ultimately abandoning this path? Dian Hanyu warmly stroked the fat tabby cat's fur as emotions surged through her heart. Over the 500 years of cultivation, the sword had become a part of her life. She had entrusted too much of her feelings to it. Through Green Turing Palace's search of sword immortal geniuses in the three realms, only two had eventually caught Qin Yun's eye. For Dian Hanyu to be one of the two that caught his eye in the entire three realms, she had definitely invested immensely in the sword to attain such recognition. Now that she had to abandon being a sword immortal and switch to other dharmic formulations, she naturally felt rather unwilling. I once saw a Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage disciple. My sword Tao insights are sufficiently high, enough for me to become their disciple. But for some reason, the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage doesn't wish to accept me, thought Dian Hanyu. The legendary sword Immortal Qin created his own essence soul dharmic formulation, but I've never heard of anyone cultivating his sword Immortal dharmic formulation. There's no way to even try to be his disciple. From the looks of it, I am no longer fated to be a sword immortal. Fine, whatever. What else can still weigh me down? Dian Hanyu suddenly sensed the two figures that were approaching her. It was a man and woman who looked like an immortal couple. When they walked, the entire world seemed to bow before them. They looked like rulers of the world. This formless influence left Dian Hanyu alarmed. I've once seen a half-step golden immortal from afar, but in terms of might, the difference from these two is huge. Greetings, seniors, I'm Dian Hanyu. Dian Hanyu immediately stood up and bowed reverently. The three cat demons prostrated themselves, clearly afraid as well. I've heard of your name, Sword Immortal Hanyu. Qin Yun smiled at the woman while Xiao observed carefully from the side. Senior, in front of you, a mortal like me wouldn't dare call myself Sword Immortal, said Dian Hanyu reverently. Qin Yun nodded. I come from heavenly realms into lightning roar. My name is Qin Yun. Dian Hanyu was taken aback. Heavenly realms into lightning roar? Wasn't that the residence of the legendary sword Immortal Qin? Qin Yun? Isn't that sword Immortal Qin's name? Sword Immortal Qin's legend had long spread throughout the three realms. He had once slain the founding patriarch Spirit Devouring, of the Spirit Devouring lineage, deemed as the fiend among fiends. Not only did he slay a patriarch fiend, he had suppressed the fiends with his sword alone, eliminating numerous sky fiends, causing the fiends to retreat into the fiendish dominions. As such, none of the other dominions in the three realms had signs of fiends anymore. This alone was incredible. Countless sky immortals were astonished by this, for it was once upon a time that the fiends terrorized all over the three realms. Senior, you are Sword Immortal Qin? Dian Hanyu was somewhat in a daze. In heavenly realms in the lightning roar, none of my Qin family's juniors dare to call themselves Sword Immortal Qin, said Qin Yun. Ever since he shocked the three realms, although many of the Qin family juniors had cultivated in a sword Tao, they had all sorts of titles, such as Fairy Yulua, but none of them called themselves Sword Immortal Qin. None of the Qin family juniors dared to do so, much less others who had no blood ties to the Qin family. Qin Yun continued, I've created a sword immortal dharmic formulation that can be cultivated to the golden immortal realm. I came today to take you in as my disciple. Are you willing? Dian Hanyu's eyes lit up. Sword Immortal? Sword Immortal Qin was coming to her to recruit her personally? Dian Hanyu immediately plopped to the ground and kowtowed reverently, Greetings, Master. Good, get up. Qin Yun smiled. There were only two in the three realms who caught his eye. For her to take him in as her master so straightforwardly pleased him. See that? Qin Yun looked at Xiao beside him. She's still willing to take me as her master. Look at how smug you are. Xiao laughed. Following that, Qin Yun said to Bian Hanyu, "This is my wife. If there's nothing holding you back, you can leave with me now." "Greetings, Master Matron," greeted Bian Hanyu reverently. "I have little of my lifespan left. I can naturally leave now." Following that, Bian Hanyu looked at the 3 cat demons beside her. "The 3 of you, cultivate well. I'll return if I succeed in my cultivation." Although the 3 cat demons were unwilling to part with her, they did not dare say as much in the face of the legendary sword immortal Qin. All they said was, "Mistress, don't forget us. Mistress, you must return." After a short conversation, the 3 essence soul cat demons left obediently. When Bian Hanyu looked at Qin Yun, tumultuous waves had long been stirring in her heart. She, Sword Immortal Hanyu. She was beginning her journey as a sword immortal. After becoming sword immortal Qin's disciple, she naturally had to focus on her cultivation. Even when it came to the 3 cat demons she thought of as family, she would not be able to show them any concern for an extended period of time. Rather straightforward. Qin Yun nodded in satisfaction. "Let's go." Qin Yun, Xiao, and Bian Hanyu vanished into thin air. In another great world. The flying immortal great world. "Master, is that the junior brother whom you are looking for?" In a restaurant, Bian Hanyu looked at a white-dressed youth who had walked out from a distant manor. His presence on the streets was unknown to the commoners around him, for he was the true ruler of this city. "He has not become my disciple, so he cannot be considered your junior brother," Qin Yun said as he picked some food for Xiao. "Try this. It's not bad. It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, exactly what you like." Xiao smiled as she ate the food as she shot a glance at Qin Yun. She nodded, giggling, "Yes, it's not bad. To think that restaurant you randomly chose would have food that suits my palate." "Don't you forget what cultivation realm your husband is," said Qin Yun. By the side, Bian Hanyu didn't say a word as she ate with her head lowered. Qin Yun looked outside and said, "He will come in a while." Just as his voice faded, the white-dressed youth walked towards the restaurant. When he came to the entrance, he hesitated for a moment before stepping in and coming upstairs. This scene left Bian Hanyu astounded. This Yu Gufeng was in seclusion previously. "Master, he exited seclusion just moments after you came to this restaurant and came all the way here. It seems like Yu Gufeng didn't notice it himself. Was all of this because of you, Master?" She had finally witnessed the means available to a top mighty figure in the 3 realms. At that moment, Yu Gufeng reached the 2nd floor while feeling a baffling urge to eat, and, the moment he arrived, he saw 3 figures. Sitting by the window was a table of 3. When he saw the trio, they seemed to be the only scene that existed in the world. Everything else was a blur. "Greetings, seniors." Yu Gufeng only felt astounded. He knew he had encountered impressive existences as he bowed reverently. Qin Yun looked at him and smiled. "I come from the heavenly realms into lightning roar. My name is Qin Yun." Yu Gufeng was taken aback as his eyes lit up. "Heavenly realms into lightning roar? Qin Yun? Sword immortal Qin? I've created a sword immortal dermic formulation that can be cultivated to the golden immortal realm," said Qin Yun. "I came today to take you in as my disciple. Are you willing?" Wait. A fluctuation descended. An elder crossed spacetime and appeared on the 2nd floor of the restaurant. Qin Yun looked at the elder and could not help but frown. "Are you trying to stop me?" The elder immediately gave an obsequious smile. "Sword immortal Qin, I'm Long Eyebrows, a disciple of 8 Scenic Palace. Disciple of Grand Supreme Elderly Lord." Qin Yun nodded indifferently. What are you here for? Qin Yun was one of the strongest existences in the three realms beneath the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor. He was one of the strongest perfected great Tao existences, but Taoist long eyebrows was only an ordinary golden immortal. It was already impressive that Qin Yun did not lose decorum when long eyebrows stepped in to stop him from taking in a disciple. Sword immortal Qin, said the elder as he smiled obsequiously. This Gufeng has long been eyed by my grand supreme sword immortal lineage. We have tested him several times and gave him several opportunities. We have been grooming him all this while. Now that the test is complete, we plan to take him in as our disciple. That means, you still haven't recruited him? Qin Yun said. The elder was taken aback as he nodded. Yes, we haven't. However, the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage has been grooming him and giving him opportunities. Your grooming was of your own will. Does that mean he has to become your Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage's disciple? Qin Yun said. As long as he hasn't already pledged himself a disciple to a master, he can make his own choice. The elder was somewhat embarrassed as he nodded immediately. Yes, yes. The Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor could only govern without any true influence. 8th Scenic Palace did not even have a single perfected great Tao existence. Against a half-step heavenly Tao realm sword immortal Qin, one could say that his sword heart was quite impressive to dare snatch his disciple. Gufeng, do you still recognize me? The elder changed his looks into that of an old beggar. It's you, senior. Yu Gufeng was somewhat alarmed. The Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage has indeed given you opportunities, said Qin Yun. But in the past century or so, they have also given you 3 calamities. You do not owe them anything. At this moment you do not have a master, so you can choose for yourself. You can choose the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage or me as your master. Yes, yes. Make your own choice. With Sword Immortal Qin standing, he wouldn't force you as well, said the elder with a smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 706, Deep Set Mental Demon. Chapter 706, Deep Set Mental Demon. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. No one will force you. Qin Yun drank his wine in an extremely calm manner. Yu Gufeng was astounded at that moment. That beggar senior I have always felt grateful for was actually the golden immortal mighty figure, Taoist long eyebrows. He had deliberately given me that opportunity, thought Yu Gufeng. As Sword Immortal Qin said, the 3 major calamities I faced in the past century or so were all because the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage wanted to test me. Although it was in name a test, he had straddled in a precarious dance with death. I nearly died in those 3 calamities. If I died, I'd probably have failed the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage's test. However, Yu Gufeng didn't feel disgruntled about it. Legend has it that the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage is extremely strict when it came to selecting disciples, and the Tao is not something easily instructed. It's very normal that they have tests. If I didn't accomplish my achievements today, Sword Immortal Qin would probably not come to me on his own initiative to take me in as a disciple. Which side should I choose? Sword Immortal Qin is the number 1 sword immortal in the 3 realms, but he is an itinerant immortal. He might die at any time. Besides, I've never heard of anyone cultivating the Sword Immortal dermic formulation he created. If I were to cultivate it, I might not even reach the Sky Immortal realm, thought Yu Gufeng. As for the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage, it was created by the Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor. That's a sufficiently strong backer. Besides, more than one person has become a golden immortal mighty figure through this dermic formulation. Although the golden immortals of the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage are all far inferior to Sword Immortal Qin, it's a viable path. While Qin Yun drank, he remarked, the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage has quite a number of disciples, but if you were to take me in as your master, you will be the second disciple of my sword immortal lineage. But sword immortal Qin, the sword immortal lineage you created hasn't had anyone cultivate in it yet, right? Said the elder with a smile. However, I believe that sword immortal Qin's lineage will definitely thrive and become a major lineage in the three realms. Qin Yun couldn't be bothered to say another word. The recruitment of disciples had to be consensual for all parties. If a disciple was unwilling, he wouldn't force the issue. Sword immortal Qin. Yu Gufeng said extremely reverently, I've revered you after having heard your legends and have dreamed of becoming your disciple. However, it is only today that I learned that the beggar senior I'm immensely grateful towards is a senior from the Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage. The sword arts I obtained previously was also handed down to me from the Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage. He's the benefactor I'm most grateful to. If not for him, there wouldn't be the present me. Since he's willing to take me in as a disciple of the Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage, I find it impossible to reject him. Sword immortal Qin, please forgive me for my lack of propriety. As Yu Gufeng spoke, he bowed politely. He was afraid of offending sword immortal Qin, therefore, he tried to mince his words as much as possible. However, he had thought too lowly of Qin Yun. Would Qin Yun be that petty to bear a grudge on a junior for failing to recruit him? By the side, Xiao looked at Qin Yun. He placed his cup down calmly and took a look at Yu Gufeng. He nodded and said, since you have chosen the Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage, it can only mean that we aren't fated. Xiao, let's go. Qin Yun immediately stood up. By his side, Xiao and Bian Hanyu stood up as well. Sword immortal Qin, said the elder with a voice transmission as he bowed slightly. This Yu Gufeng is indeed someone our Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage had noticed a long time ago and began secretly grooming him. This is why I had to be so thick-skinned as to mention my intent. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. Qin Yun gave him a glance. The elder continued with his voice transmission. There's also one thing I'd like to inform you of, Sword immortal Qin. This Bian Hanyu beside you had once caught the eye of my Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage. We find her talented and perceptive, but later during her test, we discovered that she has deep-set mental demons. It's unlikely that she can transcend the sky immortal tribulations, therefore, she won't be able to make much progress in the cultivation path. If you wish to teach her, be careful of her mental demons. Would I, Qin Yun, need you to teach me how to teach my disciple? Qin Yun grunted coldly. The elder's face instantly paled as he said politely, I have no other intentions. No other intentions? Qin Yun scoffed and waved his hand. Return to your cave abode and think it through. The elder suddenly felt an immense shockwave overwhelm him. How would he dare? Following that, he felt space-time distort. When the scene before him restored to normal, he found himself falling to the ground in front of his cave abode. His face was planted into the muddy ground while Yu Gufeng stood there perfectly fine. He didn't dare say a word as he looked at the muddied long-browed elder. Guarding by the cave abode's entrance, two children were astonished. Master! The long-browed elder stood up immediately as the mud vanished from his body. However, his expression was ice-cold. Take this junior brother and settle him in, he instructed. Yes, master, the two children said as they immediately arranged to settle Yu Gufeng in. The elder stood at his cave abode's entrance with a grim expression. He thought to himself, nicely done, Qin Yun. You actually came to snatch disciples from my Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage? Do you really think the Sword immortal lineage you created is comparable to our Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage? Junior brother long eyebrows, you were too rash. A distant voice tore through the void and sounded in his ears. You shouldn't have been so provocative, especially when the person is a half-step heavenly Tao expert. If you had provoked a fiendish expert or one with a heretic temper, you would probably have been smacked to death with one slap. We are all disciples of the three pure ones. I didn't say anything wrong anyway, said the elder. Besides, the Bienhanyu he recruited does have a mental demon in her. She's unlikely to transcend the sky immortal tribulations. Long eyebrows, with that temper of yours, only a Taoist expert like sword immortal Qin wouldn't niggle with you. Heavenly realm, into lightning roar. Qin Yun and his wife returned with Bienhanyu. That long eyebrows said that you have a deep-set mental demon that will be an obstacle to your cultivation. Qin Yun sat down and looked at Bienhanyu standing beside him. Tell me about your mental demon. Mental demon? Bienhanyu was slightly taken aback. Xiao sat beside Qin Yun and smiled. There's no need to hide it from your master. Bienhanyu stood there, her expression seemingly adrift. Only then did she say softly, yes, I do have a mental demon. Master, I'd have forgotten about it if you didn't mention it. When I was young, I was practically invincible. I eventually left my hometown and went out adventuring to hone my skills. Years later, when I came back from my adventuring, I realized that all my loved ones, as well as servants and surrounding tenants, were all dead. Their corpses laid in front of me, Bienhanyu said softly, all my loved ones, the aunties and uncles I was familiar with were dead. All dead. 103 lives. I fell into a daze, spending several days with those corpses before I buried them one after another. For the next 30 years, I often dreamed of those corpses. Bienhanyu continued, I cultivated as hard as I could, hoping to seek revenge like a lunatic. Qin Yun and Xiao listened. Later, as my realm increased, I finally figured out the culprit after sparing no cost. Bienhanyu scoffed and said, the murderer was a chaos god fiend named Yusi, an ancient mighty figure. I had no idea why my family would offend him, but would the death of some mortals at the hands of an ancient mighty figure matter? I even feel that my oath of seeking revenge is ridiculously laughable, said Bienhanyu. I've long given up, but I didn't realize that it has become my mental demon. This is a resentment of your cultivation. It's also your greatest grudge, so how can you forget? Qin Yun said, Yusi is a god fiend born from the chaos and a pinnacle mighty figure. Many of these ancient chaos god fiends treat the three realms as their hunting grounds, using the living beings of the three realms as their prey and food. Yusi enjoys consuming souls and had happened to pass by your hometown. When he caught a whiff of the fragrance of souls, he devoured all 103 souls of your family. It's as simple as a human casually taking a snack. He enjoys consuming souls? Bienhanyu found it unbelievable. Just because he wants to eat, Yes, he eats because he wants to eat. Qin Yun nodded. How can the mighty figures of the three realms watch such a fiend act so wantonly? Bienhanyu could not help but ask. Qin Yun shook his head. There are many things you won't understand. Bienhanyu fell silent. Let's go. Qin Yun stood up. Go? Bienhanyu looked at Qin Yun, puzzled. Follow me, to kill Yusi, said Qin Yun. Bienhanyu's eyes instantly widened. She had once believed that she had forgotten, once believing that her oath was a joke. But when Qin Yun said, follow me, to kill Yusi, she felt her blood boil over as her brain buzzed. This was something she had never experienced in the past 5 centuries. It was an unspeakable agitation and desire. Kill. Kill. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 707, Killing Chaos God Fiend Yusi. Chapter 707, Killing Chaos God Fiend Yusi. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Brother Yun. Sitting by the side, Xiao could not help but remark. That Yusi lives in the Yellowbeard Great World, the world where Elder Yellowbeard resides. Are you going to take action just like that? So what if it's the Yellowbeard Great World? Said Qin Yun with a smile. Xiao, you underestimate my strength. Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that. Wait for me. I'll be right back. As Qin Yun said this, he tore through immense space with his disciple, Bianhanyu, and headed for the Yellowbeard Great World. As Xiao watched Qin Yun leave, she smiled. Brother Yun doesn't even think anything of Elder Yellowbeard? From the looks of it, Brother Yun's strength has increased significantly. The stronger her husband was, the higher the chances of him transcending the itinerant immortal tribulation. As for Amir Yusi, her husband had killed numerous other universe cultivators in the spatial tide, so what was one more Yusi? Yellowbeard Great World. With Qin Yun in the lead, he and Bianhanyu appeared in midair and faced a towering mountain that had an air of grievance lingering around it. The sky above the mountain was perennially covered in black fog. Typically, humans would view such environments in contempt, but Chaos God Fiend Yusi loved such an environment the most. Hanyu, this is Yusi's cave abode, 7 Grievances Palace, Qin Yun said. Bianhanyu looked at the towering mountain which emitted an air of grievance. It left her heart racing as immortal. However, she long knew of Yusi's 7 Grievances Palace. Even so, her first sight of it only served to deepen her hatred. Qin Yun nodded. Let's enter. With his female disciple in tow, he flew straight into the depths of the mountain and flew towards the cave abode. And at that moment, inside the 7 Grievances Palace, a greenish-white snake-like creature was coiled there. Its head was in the form of a human male as it looked down from a towering position. It let out a deep voice. Is the food ready? Cave Lord, today's food has been prepared. It's a 3rd Firmament Essence Soul female cultivator. She has survived numerous tortures and her grievance is definitely something that will satisfy you. A black-robed man beneath said with a smile. Following that, he clapped his hands lightly and guards immediately carried a cage in. In it was an imprisoned woman. The woman's eyes were filled with insanity as she lowered her head and touched her abdomen. Where's my child? Where's my child? Have you forgotten that you ate your own child? The black-robed man said. It's you. You were the ones who harmed my child. The woman's expression was distorted. She could not forget all that she had experienced in the past few months. Yeah. Cave Lord Yusi watched all of this from an aloof position. He closed his eyes and wore a look of pure enjoyment. Indeed, the amount of grievances in her is rich. Such a soul would be truly delicious. With that said, he inhaled, and the writhing woman's essence soul immediately flew up and into Yusi's mouth and was swallowed whole. The woman's body instantly slumped to the ground and was reduced to a corpse. The black-robed man and the guards remained reverent. They did not dare disturb the cave lord while he was dining. Well done. You are dismissed, instructed Yusi. Yes. The black-robed man and the other subordinates retreated politely with the cage. Soon, the hall was restored to its silence. Yusi coiled there, his head restoring to its ugly, original 3-horned look. He closed his eyes and began his slumber. Whoosh! 2 figures appeared inside the hall by stepping out of the void. Yusi was astounded. He opened his eyes and saw a man and woman. It's him? Until lightning roars soared immortal Qin. Even though Yusi was a chaos god fiend, he was quick to react no matter how brutal he was. His massive body instantly transformed into a green-robed middle-aged man. He immediately said with an obsequious smile, "Greetings sword immortal Qin, I'm Yusi." Qin Yun stood there and frowned slightly. There was a rich air of grievance here a moment ago. Now, it's slowly dissipating. With a thought, he understood all that had happened through the river of time. This made the cold glint in Qin Yun's eyes deepen. This Yusi truly deserves death. Qin Yun's killing intent was aroused having discovered all that had happened through the river of time. The 3rd Firmament Essence Soul female cultivator was only today's meal. Yusi had done many similar deeds over an extended period of time. Among the Chaos God Fiends, many of them treated the living creatures of the 3 realms as prey. Yusi was one of them. They all deserve death. Qin Yun thought, if I, Qin Yun, can transcend the itinerant immortal tribulation, I will one day make these brutal chaos godfiends understand that the three realms isn't their hunting ground. If dealing with the fiends was considered difficult, then trying to make the numerous chaos godfiend fear and change their habits was even more difficult. After all, the fiends only had two perfected great Tao experts. As for the chaos godfiends, there were a lot more experts. The pinnacle existences in the three realms were mostly chaos godfiends. The Tao ancestors, Buddhist ancestor, and goddess Nuwa were all chaos godfiends. The number of perfected great Tao existences that were human or demon were only a handful. Although the baneful chaos godfiends were the minority, they still far exceeded the fiends. The fiends had such a threatening stance only because of the fiend ancestor. If the Tao ancestors, Buddhist ancestor, and fiend ancestor were forced to leave the three realms, perhaps the Taoists, Buddhists, and fiends would suffer a decrease in standing. The various chaos godfiends and their affiliations would rapidly rise in power. You see. Qin Yun looked at him. Sword Immortal Qin, feel free to give me instructions. I'll do my best at fulfilling your wishes. Having transformed into a green-robed middle-aged man, Yusi spoke obsequiously. However, he felt a little worried when he saw Bian Hanyu beside Qin Yun. As a pinnacle mighty figure, he could tell at a glance that Bian Hanyu shared an immense animosity towards him and hated him to the bone. Why does this woman hate me? Through their karmic connection, he quickly saw the karmic scene and understood. So that's why. For her to have such an immense grudge against me, the fact that Sword Immortal Qin brought her here means that they aren't here on friendly terms. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yusi turned flustered. The gap between him and Sword Immortal Qin was just too huge. He had no means of preserving his life through his powers alone. Disciple, your enemy is here. Say whatever you wish to say, Qin Yun said as Bian Hanyu stared at Yusi intently, her eyes filled with hatred. Yusi, do you still remember how you killed 103 lives about 4 centuries ago? A misunderstanding, Yusi said immediately as he tried to defend himself. You still wish to lie in front of me? Qin Yun said. Yusi was taken aback. Yes, with Qin Yun's realm he had long seen everything through the river of time. Yusi said immediately, Sword Immortal Qin, I'm a disciple of Elder Sword Yellowbeard. I've been staying in the Yellowbeard Great World all this time. I haven't been out hunting without any restraints. I'm truly trying to do good. As for the 103 lives, it was my avatar that couldn't resist the temptation of its appetite while out. This resulted in the deaths of a tiny number of people. Temptation of its appetite? Bian Hanyu was even more enraged. Master, I do not have any wish to speak with him. I only wish he dies sooner. All right. Qin Yun nodded and waved his sleeve. Instantly, his intrinsic flying sword flew out as sword beams. However, another fluctuation descended upon the hall. It was extremely mysterious, one that even Qin Yun found a blur. He knew that this fluctuation came from the Lord of this great world, the mysterious Elder Yellowbeard. Show him mercy. A voice resounded in the hall. However, Qin Yun scoffed as the sword beams streaked across the sky. Yusi was instantly reduced to his true form as he tried to escape and resist as best as he could. While doing so, he anxiously pleaded with Elder Yellowbeard. Patriarch, save me. Save me. However, the sword beam was just too fast as it instantly delivered its blow, dicing up Yusi instantly into dozens of pieces. His essence soul was annihilated. In just one move, Chaos Godfiend Yusi was dead. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 708 Elder Yellowbeard. Chapter 708 Elder Yellowbeard. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yusi had 3 avatars that were split off from his main body. Each one of them was extremely weak, with only the strength of a half-step mighty figure. Since they were sufficiently weak, the negative effects they had on the main body were sufficiently small. And this time, Qin Yun's attack had traveled far away through karma. Even though the might decreased drastically, it was enough to kill the three avatars. Merit even descended upon Qin Yun. He's dead. Qin Yun said to his disciple, Bianhanyu. Let's return. With that said, he took one step and disappeared from the Yellowbeard Great World with his disciple. Whoosh! A yellow-haired elder appeared in the hall of Yusi's cave abode. Nicely done, Qin Yun. How dare you, the yellow-haired elder muttered. You crossed the void and came here to kill Yusi and left once you killed him. What a clean and straightforward kill. I asked him to spare Yusi, but he completely ignored me. Clearly, he doesn't think anything of me. However, he can't do a thing to me either. If he was strong enough, he would probably kill me as well. Yellowbeard, you can't even protect your subordinate? A figure appeared out of thin air. He was none other than God King Zhurong. The elder looked at Zhurong and said with a self-deprecating tone, God King, you have strength at the half-step Heavenly Dao realm. That Qin Yun also has the strength of a half-step Heavenly Dao realm, but as for me, my strength is ultimately weaker. Furthermore, Qin Yun's protective sword array is famous all over the realm. Even if I were to use all my strength, I wouldn't be able to do a thing to him. What could I do to prevent him from killing Yusi? Yes, his protective sword array is powerful. Zhurong nodded. He only has 39 years left to his tribulation. Yet, he came here to kill Yusi. He truly abhors evil as the rumors go. The elder chuckled oddly and said, people like us who treat the three realms as a hunting ground where we hunt without any qualms are probably a sore sight to him. Besides, we have helped the fiend ancestor wreak havoc in the three realms numerous times. Zhurong laughed. Your life preservation skills make you unkillable under the Heavenly Dao realm. Although you can't damage him at all, he can't do a thing to you either. His strength has grown a lot from when he first killed Taoist One. The elder shook his head. I tried to stop him by taking action in secret, but I failed. Of course he's stronger, Zhurong said. He has been to the spatial tide twice and, ignoring the treasures he obtained, his intrinsic flying sword has become a merit cardinal treasure. His strength has naturally increased. That's right, a huge increase in strength. The elder's eyes looked gloomy. That's why you should bear with it a little longer, brother Yellowbeard, whispered Zhurong. Don't forget the matter that you have agreed upon with me and the fiend ancestor. Now that we are at a critical juncture of this plan, you must not fight with Qin Yun who has little time left. Zhurong was truly afraid that this partner of his would fight Qin Yun out of embarrassment and anger. After Qin Yun's intrinsic flying sword became a merit cardinal treasure, his strength turned even more unfathomable. Even Zhurong wasn't confident in dealing with him, so he was afraid his partner would end up dying. Don't worry. It will not affect the fiend ancestor's grand plan, said the elder. That's good. Zhurong nodded and left. The moment Chaos God Fiend Yusi died, many mighty figures in the three realms sensed it. The death of a mighty figure was enough to shock the three realms. It's Sword Immortal Qin. Sword Immortal Qin killed Yusi. Sword Immortal Qin really abhors evil. Well killed. Some cheered at his actions while others reeled in panic. What do I do? Patriarch Yellowbeard is profoundly formidable. He should have been able to protect brother Yusi, so how did he end up being killed? That sword Immortal Qin's intrinsic flying sword has become a merit cardinal treasure, making him stronger. Even Patriarch Yellowbeard can't protect his subordinates any longer. Will this sword Immortal Qin continue his slaughter? Will he kill other mighty figures? It's possible. Sword Immortal Qin is well known for his ruthlessness. Back when he killed Sky Fiends, he basically shook the world with their deaths. Although brother Yusi had heavy sins, there are about 10 plus chaos godfiends with the same level of sins. Will the rest of them also be killed by sword immortal Qin? Mighty figures felt unease. Back when Qin Yun killed Taoist One, he had also killed several mighty figures with immense sin. Back then, it was enough to scare the ones with enough sin or mighty figures who lacked a strong backer. Many of them ended up changing allegiances. Back then, Patriarch Yellowbeard was a strong enough backer. Now, with only 39 years left to his tribulation, Qin Yun had started his killings again. Across the three realms, the number of people who could protect these sinful mighty figures were few and far between. These sinful mighty figures were also feeling great unease. They acted quickly and immediately. 5 switched allegiance. Some swore to turn over a new leaf by becoming a Buddhist. Some entered the tenebrous fiend abyss and others pledged allegiance to other mighty figures. As there was worry elsewhere, the yellow-haired elder was drinking by himself. He was in a terrible mood since Qin Yun had basically killed someone under his nose. Patriarch. A gray-robed monkey-mouthed Taoist walked in and bowed. "What are you doing here?" The elder shot a glance at him. "Patriarch, that Qin Yun killed Brother Yusi, completely disregarding you." "I'm also furious," the Taoist said in a deep voice. Patriarch's means are unique to the three realms. Who can do anything to you other than the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor? Why should you suppress your anger? I believe that although Qin Yun is powerful, he still has family. Why don't you kill a few of his family members and let him know that you should not be messed with? Fool! The elder berated him in anger. His family is either in a small world, the Great Chang world, or in the heavenly realms until lightning roar. The heavenly realm is where even the Tao ancestor can appear in his true form. You want me to court death? No, not at all, said the Taoist immediately. I'm not trying to harm you, Patriarch. What I mean is that Qin Yun still has weaknesses. His family members are his weaknesses. Find an appropriate opportunity and exact revenge on him. To involve family in this is way too despicable. The elder shook his head. Patriarch, this is returning an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The gray-robed Taoist's eyes were filled with ferocity. You fool, scram, berated the yellow-haired elder. Yes, yes. The gray-robed Taoist could only take his leave obediently. As the yellow-haired elder continued drinking alone, he recalled the sequence of events. To have Qin Yun kill one of his strongest subordinates in his territory, it was indeed quite a humiliating act. Furthermore, this matter had spread throughout the three realms. What can I do? He does has weaknesses and his soft spots, but I can't just charge into the heavenly realm to send myself to my death. The elder shook his head when he suddenly froze. Gradually, his eyes lit up. I got it. The elder turned increasingly excited. There's no need to charge into the heavenly realm to vent my anger. Besides, I might benefit greatly from it. What a good idea. The more he thought about it, the happier the elder became. Heavenly realm, into lightning roar, Qin Manor. Master, thank you for avenging me. Bian Hanyu knelt down and kowtowed in utmost gratitude. All right, get up, said Qin Yun. If Bian Hanyu's enemy wasn't ridiculously powerful, he could have left him as a motivational factor for her. However, Yusi was a pinnacle mighty figure. Even though Qin Yun was confident in his disciple, he was not going to assume she could become a mighty figure. If the enemy was too powerful, one so powerful it would leave Bian Hanyu in despair, even she would find revenge a joke. That would no longer be motivational but become a mental demon. Furthermore, he only had 39 years left to his tribulation. Qin Yun had no way to keep protecting his disciple, so it was best to rid her of him early. Yes, master. Only then did Bian Hanyu get up. You can go to Misty Rain Tower, said Qin Yun. In it are the sword immortal manuals I created. You can read them as much as you want and can cultivate them. You should cultivate alone for a month. I will teach you more when you are finished. Yes, master, I shall take my leave. Dian Hanyu was now enlivened and filled with fighting spirit. She felt that her entire life was now different. After Bian Hanyu left, Xiao said with a smile, Brother Yun, you sure are nice to this disciple of yours. She's my only disciple in the sword immortal lineage anyway, said Qin Yun. I have no idea how far her cultivation can go before my tribulation. Unfortunately, time is just too short and I'm unable to teach her for long, but... Didn't you say that back when the Tao ancestor took you in as a disciple, he only taught you in the beginning, but the rest was all done by yourself? Xiao said. In comparison, you have provided your disciples enough help. Qin Yun laughed. That's true. A master can recruit them, but at the end of the day, it depends on the disciples themselves. Oh? Qin Yun suddenly frowned. He actually dares come? Who? Xiao asked. Elder Yellowbeard. Qin Yun sneered. However, it's merely an avatar manifestation. Let's go and take a look. Let's see what this Elder Yellowbeard is up to. With that said, the couple walked out. Somewhere on the mountaintop, the clouds ahead split apart as a yellow-haired elder's illusory figure walked over. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 709, Losing Decorum. Chapter 709, Losing Decorum. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Qin Yun and Xiao looked at the perfected great Tao expert, Elder Yellowbeard. Brother Yun, you just killed Chaos God Fiend Yusi, and here comes his benefactor, Elder Yellowbeard. I doubt he's here with kind intentions, said Xiao with a voice transmission. Let's see what he wants first, replied Qin Yun. Elder Yellowbeard's phantom walked through the void and arrived at the mountaintop. He said politely, Greetings, Sword Immortal Qin, Madam Qin. Yellowbeard, just get straight to the point. Qin Yun frowned slightly. Elder Yellowbeard shook his head in regret. Madam Qin, did you see that? I came here nicely and politely, but your husband is just so unpolite. Xiao said sternly as well, Patriarch Yellowbeard, my husband just killed your subordinate Yusi, so there's no need to put on an act as you waltz onto our lightning roar. Just get straight to the point. The yellow-haired elder scoffed and said, Sword Immortal Qin does abhor evil and has killed many sinners in the three realms. Yusi was indeed one with grave sins. I can understand why Sword Immortal Qin wished to kill him. But according to the rules of the three realms, the Yellowbeard Great World is my territory. Yusi was my subordinate. Even if you wanted to kill him, shouldn't you have informed me first? Whenever any major faction wanted to kill another major faction's expert, an agreement had to be made first. Without a consensus, it was equivalent to smacking the face of the other person. There had been many similar situations that happened among the major factions in the three realms in the past. They would secretly negotiate and when the time came, sent their subordinates to their deaths. But as for Qin Yun, how huge a price would he have needed to pay to make Elder Yellowbeard abandon Yusi? He never had the intention of benefiting Elder Yellowbeard. He didn't like Yusi, and hated Elder Yellowbeard even more. Now that Yusi had been killed, what could be done? If he had the strength, Qin Yun even wished to finish Elder Yellowbeard, who was even more riddled with sins. The Taoists and Buddhists actually wished him dead too, but he was unfathomably strong. He also lived in a great world, so the Taoists and Buddhists could do nothing to him. Since he could not be killed, the only thing that could be done was maintaining peace on the surface. Tell you ahead of time? You would probably have immediately protected him, said Qin Yun coldly. How do you know I wouldn't have been agreeable to it when you haven't discussed it with me? Yellowbeard laughed. In the three realms, as long as you are willing to pay the price, everything is negotiable. Qin Yun didn't bother quibbling with him. Yellowbeard said coldly, but you didn't negotiate with me, you suddenly came to my Yellowbeard great world and killed my subordinate. You didn't even make any mention. It's equivalent to stomping on my face in front of all the mighty figures in the three realms. Qin Yun did not say a word, all he did was look at Yellowbeard. Is there nothing you wish to say for having humiliated me this way? Yellowbeard frowned. Qin Yun said nonchalantly, what do you want? By humiliating me in this way, you naturally have to apologize by compensation, said Yellowbeard. Apologize by compensation? Qin Yun and Xiao exchanged looks. Yellowbeard had come today for him to apologize and compensate him? I've heard that sword immortal Qin has been to the spatial tide twice. I believe you have obtained quite a lot of treasures, said Yellowbeard. Let's do this. You can compensate me with one Khanate cardinal treasure. Then, I'll be magnanimous and not take calculative action with you. Khanate cardinal treasure? Xiao was alarmed. Qin Yun looked at Yellowbeard and scoffed. Yellowbeard, the compensation you ask for is a Khanate cardinal treasure? Have you been drinking? Yellowbeard chuckled. Qin Yun, you still have a few decades before your 12th itinerant immortal tribulation. You still rely on your intrinsic flying sword, right? How useful are other Khanate cardinal treasures in your hands? It was a fact. Even though Qin Yun had consumed the spirit enlightening fruit, had fused the Tao of Supreme Yin and Supreme Yang, added the 7 stars great Tao into his sword Tao of heaven, earth, and man, as well as fused the charms of the heavenly Tao realm bloodline powers, to create the powerful Misty Rain array, without his intrinsic flying sword, Qin Yun's strength was only on par with Gomong, Rushu, and Kong Xian. Ordinary Khanate cardinal treasures were only for him to study. They were indeed of little use for the transcending of the tribulations. As a sword immortal, he only truly needed his intrinsic flying sword to transcend the tribulation. After all, he had nurtured his intrinsic flying sword into a Khanate cardinal treasure and a merit cardinal treasure. Why hoard things that are useless for your tribulation? Yellowbeard said. If you were to die from the tribulation, the more treasures you leave your family, the more trouble they will invite. Hence, I'm advising you to divest your treasures. For example, gift your treasures to Green Turing Palace and give me one Khanate cardinal treasure. By compensating me, I'll forgive you and it will be the end of this debacle. Isn't that nice? Yellowbeard looked at Qin Yun. Yellowbeard, you may leave if that's all you have to say, Qin Yun said coldly. He couldn't be bothered to waste his time on Yellowbeard. If you do not compensate me, said Yellowbeard indifferently, do you think I'll let the matter of you humiliating me, a perfected great Tao existence, rest? I naturally can't do a thing with you alive, but once you are dead, I'll uproot your Qin family. All the descendants of your Qin family bloodline will be eradicated. Not one will be spared. Qin Yun's and Xiao's expression changed as they glared at Yellowbeard. Yellowbeard's expression also turned cold. What? Did you not hear me clearly? Yellowbeard sneered. Pray that you transcend the itinerant immortal tribulation. If you don't, I'll eradicate your whole Qin family. Not a single descendant should bear hope of survival. Perhaps Green Turing Palace's numinous treasure Tao ancestor will be able to protect your Qin family, but once the Tao ancestors and company have to leave the 3 realms. Who can stop me in the 3 realms? You should know that I was born in the river of time and was born a perfected great Tao existence. I'm best at my life preservation skills, said Yellowbeard. No one beneath the heavenly Tao realm can kill me. You old loach. Qin Yun looked at him, his eyes filled with coldness. Are you courting death? Ha ha ha, you, try killing me? Yellowbeard roared with laughter. I have traded with various parties and the fiend ancestor as well. But who in the 3 realms can do a thing to me? Who can kill me? Qin Yun, if you just be obedient and compensate me, I shall let this matter rest, Yellowbeard said. If you don't, I'll eradicate your Qin family and mark my words, I'll do it. You should know, that at our realm, we definitely hold to our promises. Scram! Qin Yun flicked his sleeve. A terrifying force swept across Yellowbird's avatar, instantly reducing him to dust. Ha ha! However, there were remnants of Yellowbirds while on Mt. Lightning Roar's mountaintop. He continued speaking, "It's nothing impressive that you can destroy an avatar of mine. I'll give you 3 months to consider it carefully. Do you want a Khanate cardinal treasure that isn't of much benefit to you, or the lives of your Qin family? Your wife, Madame Qin, your daughter and son, Qin Yi and Meng Huan. All of them. Don't worry, as long as they have the Qin family's blood in them, I'll definitely not forget them. Are you willing to let them die? 3 months. I'll give you 3 months to consider." The voice gradually dissipated from the mountaintop. Qin Yun and Xiao stood in their spots and their expressions looked somewhat ugly. "Brother Yun," asked Xiao anxiously. "He said that no one can kill him beneath the heavenly Tao realm. Was what he said real?" "From the reports, probably." Qin Yun nodded. "As long as he hides in the river of time, even those on the level of the ancestral dragon can't hurt him. He still has 9 other avatars hiding in the river of time. The destruction of an avatar just means he needs time to cultivate back to his peak." "Then, what should we do?" Xiao asked. Qin Yun's eyes were shimmering with a cold glint. "I long guessed that those old bastards in the 3 realms were eyeing my treasures. But I never expected them to jump forward before my tribulation." "Elder Yellowbeard? Nice, I'll make an example of you to intimidate everyone. How do you plan on killing him?" Xiao asked. "There are naturally ways to kill him. However, I need time to prepare." Qin Yun narrowed his eyes that were effusing a cold glint. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 710 Agreement. Chapter 710 Agreement. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. That day, Qin Yun secretly left him the lightning roar and arrived at the effulgent Great World. To deal with Elder Yellowbeard, it is imperative to get Hou Yi's help. Qin Yun came to the front of a secluded wooden hut. At a glance, he saw the fishing Hou Yi. "Ah, Brother Qin Yun, you only have a few decades left to your tribulation, yet you still remember to visit an old friend." Hou Yi lowered his fishing rod and got up to welcome him. Although Hou Yi was quite a loner, he had gone through thick and thin with Qin Yun. Qin Yun smiled and said, "I have no other option, so I came to seek your help, Ut." "Seek my help?" Hou Yi smiled. "What help do you need?" "Feel free to tell me, I'll do my best." The duo sat down and Hou Yi rushed to pour some tea for him. "Drink some tea. These were personally plucked by me." Qin Yun raised the teacup to his mouth and said, "Seeing as we've safely returned from our foray into the spatial tide, the 3 realms guesses that we have reaped tremendous rewards." "Ah, they guessed right. Furthermore, the rewards we reaped are far greater than they can imagine," Hou Yi said rather happily. "Yeah." Qin Yun nodded. "However, treasures are a temptation. Many old bastards are eyeing my treasures. None of them dare to do a thing with me alive and are probably waiting for my death to start with their monkey business. But I never expected that one old bastard would cause trouble even before I'm dead." "Who is it?" Hou Yi inquired. "Elder Yellowbeard," said Qin Yun. "That old loach?" Hou Yi was enlightened. "That old loach is extremely greedy. He has cooperated with the fiend ancestor numerous times. It's only because of his impressive life preservation methods that the Taoists and Buddhists have not been able to do much to him." Qin Yun nodded. "This time, he is using the excuse of me killing Chaos God Fiend Yusi to demand compensation from me. He wants a Khanate cardinal treasure." "What an exorbitant price!" Hou Yi scoffed. If I do not agree to it, he promises to exterminate my Qin family if I were to perish from the tribulation, Qin Yun said calmly, but his eyes were filled with a ferocity. In fact, a Khanate cardinal treasure is nothing to me. However, if I were to really agree to it, perhaps even more old bastards will appear and there will be no peace left for my Qin family. Before my tribulation, I must settle everything for my family. After all, I've offended numerous experts. It's fine as long as I'm alive, but I would only implicate my family if I perish. What do you plan on doing? Hui looked at Qin Yun. My first step is to make an example out of Yellowbeard. He is well known for his life preservation abilities and he likes to make himself appear front and center, so I'll kill him first. I'll let the old bastards in the Three Realms see that even Elder Yellowbeard can be killed. If that's true, how many of them can withstand my vengeance? Kill Elder Yellowbeard? Hui frowned. If we were to fight him in a frontal assault, his body is inferior even to Taoist Wen's. However, he was born in the River of Time and can slip away by hiding into the River of Time. There, no one in the Three Realms can pursue him, much less his 9 other avatars. Including his main body, he has a total of 10. The 9 avatars are of varying strength. It's said the strongest matches his actual body, said Hui. Once you take action, his other avatars will definitely hide away into the tenebrous fiend abyss. Taking all these aspects in mind, it's indeed difficult to kill him, Hui said. Brother Hui, can you kill his other avatars through karma by killing one body? Qin Yun inquired. Hui frowned slightly. The might delivered through karma will be greatly reduced. To kill his 9 avatars, I will have to burn my essence soul and release my 9 successive arrows. I'm confident only with the 6th or 7th arrow. When burning his essence soul, his first arrow already had the might of the heavenly Tao realm. The 9th arrow. That was strong enough to kill one of Bohan Island Lord's strongest avatars. Comparing Elder Yellowbeard to Bohan Island Lord, be it realm or protective means, he was much weaker. However, Qin Yun needed to ensure that all of Yellowbeard's avatars were killed. You are confident, right? Qin Yun's eyes lit up. Of course, even if his life preservation abilities exceeds my expectations, the 9th essence soul burning arrow will definitely kill him through karma, said Hui with a smile. But in that case, I will have to consume a soul heart fruit or enter a slumber. Qin Yun nodded and said, if you are really forced to use a soul heart fruit, I'll make it up to you. I estimate the 7th or 8th arrow should be sufficient. The damage can be slowly restored, so there's no need for a soul heart fruit, said Hui. Although it would take him a long while to recover from his injuries, he could be restored to his peak at any time with the soul heart fruits in his possession, therefore, he was filled with confidence. In the past, Hui would not allow himself to be in a heavily damaged state for a prolonged period of time because he lacked the soul heart fruits. Qin Yun said, Brother Hui, I'm willing to pay 1 soul heart fruit in exchange for your help. Hui was somewhat enticed. To Hui, 1 soul heart fruit implied that he could burn his essence soul to deliver 9 successive arrows. Therefore, the allure that the soul heart fruits gave him was of a value far greater than what the other perfected great Tao existences felt. A soul heart fruit is more valuable than a Khanate cardinal treasure. Furthermore, I doubt that old Loach would need my 9th arrow. I will not take advantage of you, Hui said with a shake of his head. Hear me out. I won't be able to hand you the soul heart fruit for now. Qin Yun said, I'm in desperate need of these soul heart fruits before my tribulation. Therefore, I'll first be using the spatial shields as a pledge. With a flip of his hand, the 18 shields floated in front of him. Hui's eyes lit up. This is Bohan Island Lord's defensive treasure. If I were to transcend successfully, I'll naturally use the remaining soul heart fruits to exchange for the spatial shields, said Qin Yun. But if I were to perish during the tribulation, I would naturally have expended them all. This shield will then be yours. Be it the future Qin family or the future Green Turing Palace, they might not be able to hold on to it. With his master leaving the three realms and him failing to transcend the tribulation, all Green Turing Palace would have to support it would be his eldest senior sister. Her strength. It was only considered average among the perfected Great Tao existences. Just supporting Green Turing Palace was tough since it had many treasures. Having the additional shields would only increase her pressure. However, no one would dare have any thoughts about the shields if they were in Hou Yi's hands. I'll receive either a soul heartfruit or a defensive cardinal treasure by helping? Hou Yi shook his head. He was a proud man and was unwilling to take advantage of Qin Yun. Apart from helping, I still have another request, said Qin Yun. If I were to perish from the tribulation, I hope you could do your best to protect my Qin family. Hou Yi looked at Qin Yun. He could tell how playful Qin Yun's eyes were. There was no other way about it. The thing he could not let go of the most was his family, Xiao, Yi, Meng Huan, Yuluo, and company. Qin Yun is such a proud person, yet, he would plead for help on this matter. Hou Yi sighed. Brother Qin Yun, I'll take this defensive cardinal treasure, said Hou Yi. If you were to fail transcending the tribulation, I'll definitely do my best to protect your Qin family. Also, after dealing with Elder Yellowbeard, your Qin family has a fairy Yuluo. She's likely the most outstanding person among your Qin family's juniors. Yes, she's my granddaughter, said Qin Yun. Let her be my disciple, Hou Yi said. I will also invite my friends to bear witness. Qin Yun's eyes lit up. Yuluo would become Hou Yi's disciple? And he would invite friends to bear witness? If this was done after Yellowbeard was killed, anyone who thought to deal with the Qin family would have to consider again. Thanks, said Qin Yun. It's nothing to me. Hou Yi said wistfully. What I wish for the most is that you successfully transcend the tribulation. After all, there are few in the three realms that I consider a friend. Qin Yun nodded with a smile. Right, you haven't used the spirit enlightening fruit yet, right? Hou Yi's heart stirred and immediately asked, Not yet. How did it feel when you took it? It immersed me into a state of enlightenment for 500 years, Qin Yun said. Indeed, my realm improved tremendously. However, I have to remind you that you will only gain insight into the accumulated experience you had in the past during the Epiphany. For example, I had been studying the Tao of Yin and Yang previously. Therefore, I managed to figure out the Tao of Supreme Yang and Tao of Supreme Yin after the Epiphany. I had also been focused on the Misty Rain Array, so I improved tremendously there as well. Without any accumulated experience, you would not gain any new insights from ingesting the fruit. Therefore, the more your accumulated experiences, the more you reap from the Epiphany, said Qin Yun. Hou Yi's eyes suffused a glint when he heard that. Spirit enlightening fruits were legends in the spatial tide, therefore, the purported benefits gained from consuming them were vague as described by Palatial Lord Myriad Flower. All they knew was that they would enter a state of epiphany. Having consumed it, Qin Yun could allow Hou Yi to prepare himself. From the looks of it, I should push back my consumption of the spirit enlightening fruit. Hou Yi appeared in thought before saying solemnly, What you said to me is far more valuable than a spirit enlightening fruit. Then when can you take action against Elder Yellowbeard? Asked Qin Yun. Any time. Hou Yi smiled. I'll just wait for your plans. However, I won't be able to find him if he were to hide in the river of time. Killing him is the hardest part. The others are nothing, said Qin Yun with a smile. Killing Yellowbeard required a few key elements, and Hou Yi was the most important element. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 711, Taking Action. Chapter 711, Taking Action. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Brother Hou Yi, just stay in the effulgent great world and wait for my signal, said Qin Yun. If things go according to plan, we will take action today. All right. Hou Yi nodded. You have to be careful, though. That old loach is extremely crafty. A single failure will make it difficult for any future success. Qin Yun nodded. That's why we need to destroy him this time. Following that, Qin Yun left the effulgent great world and headed to the heavenly realm. In a general's residence of a human city located in the heavenly realm, Mahamayuri is in seclusion. Sword Immortal Qin, please wait a moment, a bald monk said rather politely. There's no rush. Qin Yun smiled as he sat in the garden, drinking tea while taking in the beautiful scenery and listening to the twittering of birds. Moments later, a white-dressed Kong Xian walked out. He smiled and said, Brother Qin Yun, I heard that you have been in seclusion the past few years. I feel really flattered that you would visit me the moment you exit seclusion. I'm here to borrow a treasure, Qin Yun said directly. Borrow a treasure? Kong Xian smiled. I have many treasures now. Which one are you borrowing? He had a few Khanate cardinal treasures in his possession. Wasn't there a silver thread specifically meant for capturing enemies among Bohan Island Lord's treasures? Qin Yun said. I'd like to borrow it. I've given it a name, calling it the Heaven and Earth Myriad Objects Noose. Kong Xian looked rather smug as he said, it can capture the myriad objects in the heaven and earth. Previously, I was in seclusion and studied these Khanate cardinal treasures. Each one of them has a perfected great Tao at the very least. The more I studied them, the more I realize how lacking my accumulated insights are. On our past visit to the spatial tide, Gomong and I really hit it lucky by being with you and Hui. If it were just the two of us, just being able to survive in the spatial tide would have been impressive. There was no way we would have obtained so many treasures. If you are so grateful to me, there won't be any problems lending me your treasures, right? Qin Yun asked. I only need it for a day. Of course. Kong Xian nodded and waved his hand. A silver thread flew out. The moment it appeared, it seemed to become a portion of the world as though it could capture and bind everything. Qin Yun reached out to receive it. Thanks, Dot. At their level, there was no worry about borrowing treasures without returning. To not return borrowed treasures resulted in huge karma. It would end up being a huge obstacle to one's cultivation, so the more someone cared about their cultivation, the more they cared about their karma. On the contrary, those who would lose decorum with their masters and betray good friends because of a powerful Khanate numinous treasure were usually the ordinary mighty figures who could hardly improve themselves, to the point of not reaching the pinnacle mighty figure level forever. Such acts were all quite conceivable. At Qin Yun's and Kong Xian's level, it was quite impossible. Who do you plan on using it against? Kong Xian asked. If the matter is of urgency, there's no need to tell me, Dot. It has to be kept confidential. Kong Xian, please keep this to yourself, said Qin Yun. I'm dealing with that old loach from the Yellowbeard Great World. Him? Kong Xian frowned. He hides in the river of time and flies at extremely fast speeds. No one beneath the heavenly Tao realm can catch up to him. Besides, he has 9 avatars. Dealing with him won't be easy. He came to threaten me, saying he would exterminate my entire family. He wanted me to hand over a Khanate cardinal treasure to ensure peace. How can I spare him? Qin Yun sneered. Kong Xian's expression could not help but change when he heard that. He actually acted so presumptuously? He does deserve death. But this is really something that old Loach is capable of. He's well known for his greed. Back when the Taoists and Buddhists were fighting the fiends, he would straddle the line and gain benefits from both sides. He's extremely shameless. If he's not satisfied, he will seek ruthless revenge. The Taoists and Buddhists wish to be rid of him, but they have not been able to do it all this while. Are you confident you can finish him? Yes. Qin Yun nodded. If you can really kill him, the Taoists and Buddhists would be celebrating. Kong Xian said wistfully. Those chaos godfiends have cultivated for so long, but there are still who can't change their baneful character. The Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor are still around, enough to make them behave, but once they leave the three realms, those old fellows will probably stir up a bigger storm. Kong Xian was originally well known to be unbridled and baneful. After he became a Buddhist, he naturally worked on cultivating his heart and mind. Now, he lived among the humans and showered blessings around him. He even felt a little contempt towards those who had cultivated for years but had failed to change their baneful characters. For instance, although his younger brother had also become a Buddhist, he was far inferior at cultivating his mind. He also often berated him for that. Kong Xian, in terms of inference, you are superior to me. Help me infer where the numerous avatars of that old loach are. My inference gives me extremely vague results. I only know roughly which great worlds they are in, but not their exact locations. His hiding skills are indeed impressive. Let me give it a try. Kong Xian nodded and immediately did the inference carefully. Five-colored divine light began swirling around him. I infer that he has 5 avatars. One is in Yellowbeard Great World, one in Changyu Great Chang World, and 2 in the Fiendish Dominion's Great Worlds, and the final one is in the Tenebrous Fiendabyss, said Kong Xian. You won't be able to enter the Fiendish Dominion or the Tenebrous Fiendabyss, so it's truly not easy to kill that old loach. Qin Yun nodded and continued asking, I can roughly infer that the avatar in the Yellowbeard Great World is the strongest, but I'm unable to pinpoint its location. How about you? I infer that he's hiding within 500,000 kilometers of the Qianning River in the Yellowbeard Great World, said Kong Xian. I'm unable to get any more detailed than that. That's sufficient. Qin Yun smiled. All right. I'll be taking my leave first. I'll be here waiting for your good news, Kong Xian said with a laugh. Qin Yun stepped through space and arrived above the Qianning River in the Yellowbeard Great World. Rumble. It was a mountain outlet where the river waters surged out turbulently. Qin Yun appeared above the river out of thin air, but in an instant, a wisp of misty rain flew out of his fingertip before splitting into 3. Arrays set up. With a thought, the array was set up. The setting up of the misty rain array was now undetectable and did not cause a single stir. It was also testament to Qin Yun's present realm. Found it. Qin Yun set up the array formation and immediately sealed the space within its confines. Due to the enhancement of the Misty Rain sword and his increase in realm, the Misty Rain arrays might have increased exponentially as well. Its range had increased to 5 million kilometers. Time was needed even for the fastest flyer to escape this staggering range. In a manner beside the Qianning River. Elder Yellowbeard reclused himself here. He was very crafty. After threatening Qin Yun, he did not return to his old residence and casually chose the spot for his seclusion. I'm good at hiding from the heavenly secrets. Qin Yun is only able to vaguely determine that my avatar is in the Yellowbeard Great World. Yellowbeard sat cross-legged as he chortled secretly. If he heads straight for my original cave abode, he will find nothing. Against my threat, he will either try to kill me or bow obediently. He will definitely not ignore his family's safety. Yellowbeard was very confident. In order to threaten Qin Yun, he had long gathered large amounts of information regarding him. For his homeworld, he was willing to risk becoming an itinerant immortal. How can a Khanate cardinal treasure matter compared to his family and loved ones? Yellowbeard thought to himself. Khanate cardinal treasure. I've helped the fiend ancestor numerous times, and although I've obtained some benefits, I've not been able to get a Khanate cardinal treasure. In the 3 realms, there were just too few Khanate cardinal treasures. Many perfected Great Tao experts did not even have one. Almost there. Almost. Qin Yun will bow. Yellowbeard felt expectant. Just one threat will not take much effort, and there's a high possibility of me obtaining a Khanate cardinal treasure. There's no danger for me either. What a great deal. He looked forward to the day Qin Yun sent him a Khanate cardinal treasure. Oh? Yellowbeard vaguely sensed that Qin Yun had crossed through space and arrived in the Yellowbeard Great World through karma. Qin Yun is here? The heavenly secrets around him are very blurred. I can't determine his location. Has he chosen to bow? The moment this thought came to him, Yellowbeard felt the surrounding space seal under a suppression. Even with his strength, he was unable to tear through space to leave. Space has been sealed? Yellowbeard's face sank. He plans on attacking? What a joke. Hua! He instantly split into three. The three elder Yellowbeards plunged into the river of time simultaneously, turning into three yellow loaches as their whiskers flailed. With a flick of their tails, the three yellow loaches escaped in different directions at amazing speeds. The three yellow loaches varied in strength. Just after the weakest loach fled tens of thousands of kilometers, it felt countless sword beams gather around it, completely trapping it. Knowing that it could no escape successfully, it immediately took up human form. When the countless sword beams bound him, dermic powers surged into his body, and this extremely weak avatar, which was only at the ordinary mighty figure level, was fully sealed. Qin Yun. Yellowbeard showed no fear as he roared, "Do you really want the Qin family to be exterminated?" He thought nothing of having a single avatar captured. Even if it was destroyed, he could easily cultivate them again. Swoosh! Another loach was rapidly flying, and similarly, countless sword beams gathered in a bid to imprison it. It was the strongest avatar, barely reaching the perfected Great Tao realm. "You won't be able to capture me if I don't permit it." The loach spoke in human language as its voice resounded. It then annihilated itself silently, its strength returning to the world. It had chosen to commit suicide. As he possessed at most 9 avatars, he could cultivate them back after one was dead. But if they were captured and sealed, there would be no way of committing suicide. If the weak avatars were caught, the influence on his strength would be trivial. However, he did not wish for his powerful avatars to be caught alive. "Qin Yun, I can easily cultivate back the dead avatars." Yellowbeard scoffed. "That weak avatar is nothing to me. I advise you to think it through. Bow your head now and there's still a chance to turn back." At that moment, the third loach was also flying at rapid speeds, having flown more than 500,000 kilometers out. Its strength was considered average, with the strength of a pinnacle mighty figure. Suddenly, a thread flashed out of the void. Before Yellowbeard could react, he felt his body tighten and found himself bound by a silver thread. All his dermic powers were sealed as well. Qin Yun had used the Khanate cardinal treasure, Heaven and Earth Myriad Objects News, to sneak an attack amid the misty rain array's concealment. He did it in one fell swoop, preventing Yellowbeard's avatar from taking human form in time. It was captured in the form of a loach. "I've caught 2 avatars alive." Qin Yun nodded slightly. He had borrowed the Heaven and Earth Myriad Objects News to ensure that he captured at least one. Capturing 2 was better than he expected. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 712, Shameless. Chapter 712, Shameless. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Qin Yun stood on a cloud while Elder Yellowbeard stood by the side with his dermic powers sealed. A distance away, a yellow loach was launched into the sky after being caught. "Transform." Qin Yun pointed into the distant, causing the loach to turn into Elder Yellowbeard as well. With a wave of his hand, he put away the Heaven and Earth Myriad Objects News. At that moment, 2 of Yellowbeard's avatars had their dermic powers sealed. Their essence souls were being sealed, so it was impossible for them to even commit suicide. Even their limbs were restrained. "What treasure is that?" Yellowbeard's eyes burned with greed when he saw Qin Yun put away the Heaven and Earth Myriad Objects News. "Although this avatar of mine isn't considered powerful, with it only having the strength of a pinnacle mighty figure, I was captured before I could even realize it. This must be a Khanate cardinal treasure. Are you still thinking of obtaining treasures at this point in time? Qin Yun looked at him with a sneer. Ha, what's there for me to be afraid of? Although the two Yellowbeard avatars had been captured, he remained extremely relaxed. One of them said with a laugh, I have 9 avatars, and including my main body, I have a total of 10 bodies. Even if you capture 2 alive, I still have 8 left. What can you do to me? Besides, these 2 bodies are weak, so I don't care even if you capture them. As for you, Qin Yun, you should consider your family and those disciples of yours. Are you still threatening me? Qin Yun stared at him. That is the path you chose yourself, said Yellowbeard indifferently. If you still remain unrepentant, I'll give you another chance. Otherwise, your choices today will determine the fate of your Qin family. I will have to have them exterminated. Having lived so long in the 3 realms, mark my words that I'll do as I say. Qin Yun gave him a glance and couldn't be bothered to speak further. Meanwhile, he sent a karmic voice transmission. Master, I have captured 2 of Elder Yellowbeard's avatars alive. I plan on killing him now, but... Alright, let me see what means you have, replied Numinous Treasure Dao Ancestor from afar. After informing his master, he immediately sent a voice transmission to Hui. Brother Hui, you can come over now, said Qin Yun via a voice transmission. Coming. In the time it took to blink a few times, a figure crossed through space and arrived in this great world where he stood beside Qin Yun. Oh? Yellowbeard, whose 2 avatars were caught, looked in astonishment at the linen-clothed man. Hui? Brother Hui, I'll be troubling you, said Qin Yun. You captured 2 of his avatars alive. This will make killing him easier. Hui nodded slightly upon taking in the situation. When Yellowbeard saw Hui, he had a guess. Upon hearing this, he could not help but scoff. Are you having Hui kill me? Hui's arrows are indeed famous in the 3 realms, being said to have the might of the heavenly Dao realm, but some of my avatars are in the fiendish dominions or the tenebrous fiendibus. How does Hui plan to kill me? Even an arrow at the heavenly Dao realm will be greatly reduced after karmic transmission. Would that be able to destroy my perfected great Dao avatars? Begin. Hui couldn't be bothered to speak further with Yellowbeard. Qin Yun waved his hand and separated the 2 Yellowbeard avatars, making them float in 2 different spots. Boom! Hui turned stern as a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Ignition of Essence Soul? Yellowbeard was alarmed. The first arrow. While burning his Essence Soul, Hui did not hesitate to draw his bow fully and shoot out an arrow straight towards the cosmos. This arrow's might was extremely terrifying. It left Yellowbeard's heart palpitating. Without a doubt, the arrow had reached the might of the heavenly Dao realm. However, this arrow had flown out the Yellowbeard great world and into the depths of the interstellar space. What's he doing? Yellowbeard's 2 avatars were somewhat puzzled. He did not shoot at me and instead shot into space? At that moment, many mighty figures in the 3 realms were alarmed by this arrow. When burning his essence soul, Hui's first arrow had the might of the heavenly Dao realm. He made no effort to conceal it, so when the arrow shot out the great world and into space, this terrifying fluctuation rapidly garnered the attention of many mighty figures. Oh! In the Western paradises and Numinous, the Buddhist ancestor Gautama was preaching the Buddhist Dharma to the various Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats sitting below him. But at that moment, he could not help but turn his head to look at the Yellowbeard great world of the lower realm. Those Buddhas and Bodhisattvas all followed his gaze to the Yellowbeard great world. The Lord of the Yellowbeard great world has 2 of his avatars captured? Sword Immortal Qin has the Misty Rain array protecting the surroundings while Hui is shooting into space? What are they up to? Even the Grand Supreme Dao Ancestor, Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, Grand Supreme Dao Ancestor, and fiend ancestor Black Lotus were watching. All of them were astonished. Many ancient existences also noticed this scene. Some had guesses while others were puzzled. Numinous treasure, what's your disciple doing? Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor inquired remotely. Killing that loach. Inside Green Turing Palace, Numinous Treasure chortled with a reply. He understood the situation best as he said, "Primordial beginning, you had once taken action personally to kill that loach, but you failed. Let's see how my disciple will fare. This loach isn't that easily killed." Primordial beginning watched from afar. All of them knew that killing Yellowbeard was difficult. Even if only 2 avatars were caught alive, existences at the Tao Ancestor level could deliver blows that transmitted through karma, but Yellowbeard's avatars were hidden in great worlds. The might delivered by the Tao Ancestors would have to pass through the great worlds and suffer the obstruction of the heavenly Tao laws. Their might will be rapidly reduced to a triviality, making it impossible to threaten a perfected great Tao expert. When heavenly Tao realm existences attacked, their strength was greatly reduced in small worlds and great worlds. Therefore, to kill Yellowbeard, only Hoey stood a chance. Swoosh! Hoey drew his bow and aimed into the sky above him, sending his arrow into the cosmos. The might of the arrows kept increasing. Despite burning his essence soul, 2 consecutive arrows have been sent into the cosmos? The second arrow is stronger than the first. Could it be? This scene gave many mighty figures guesses. Hoey is planning to shoot 9 successive arrows while burning his essence soul? These ancient existences all knew how powerful Hoey's 9 successive arrows were, with each arrow more terrifying than the previous one. However, burning his essence soul dealt too much damage to his essence soul. Hoey had done it once when he was still a pinnacle mighty figure. That time, he ended up falling into a deep slumber. Ever since he reached the half-step heavenly Tao realm, he had never done it again, Some ancient existences even believed that to burn his essence soul at the half-step heavenly Tao realm enervated Hoey so drastically that he wouldn't dare do it. In short, Hoey had never repeated this feat in the 3 realms. However, Qin Yun, Kong Shen, and Gomang knew very well. Back in the spatial tide, Hoey had done so again. To kill Bohan Island Lord's avatar, he went all out. It made Hoey realize that he could withstand the damage dealt to him by the 8th arrow. With the soul heart fruit in hand, he was no longer afraid of spending long periods of time to restore himself. Swoosh! Hoey calmly shot out his 3rd arrow. This arrow's might continued increasing. The might is even stronger. Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor pricked up his brows and nodded gently. The 1st arrow already has strength at the heavenly Tao realm, so how powerful would the 9th arrow be? This made even the few heavenly Tao realm existences view this matter with seriousness. He's shooting his 9 successive arrows. Hoey plans to burn his essence soul to shoot 9 successive arrows. In a restaurant in the Chanyu Great World, another avatar of Yellowbeard sat at a table. His face wore a look of anxiety and unease. The 1st arrow's strength is already at the heavenly Tao realm. How much stronger would the 9th arrow be? Even if its strength is greatly reduced by a karmic transmission, it will still be terrifying, right? Will I be able to withstand the blow? He had a faint premonition of an approaching death. This Hoey has only ever given his all back when he was a pinnacle mighty figure. Now that he's at the half-step heavenly Tao realm, he's actually going all out again? To burn his essence soul for the shooting of 9 successive arrows? How deep does his relationship with Qin Yun go? He's trying to kill me at the cost of falling into a deep slumber? Yellowbeard found it unbelievable. However, he was unaware. Hoey and Qin Yun were indeed good friends, but the former wouldn't risk falling into a deep slumber to kill an old loach like him. However, with the soul heart fruits, he had the confidence to burn his essence soul. Qin Yun was giving Hoey the spatial shields, a Kane cardinal treasure, so Hoey naturally did his best. For this huge price that Qin Yun paid, killing Yellowbeard was just one aspect of it. Another aspect involved his wish for Hou-Yi to protect his family even if he failed to transcend the tribulation. After Hou-Yi burned his essence soul to shoot the arrows successively, it would definitely make the ancient existences fear Hou-Yi even more. With Hou-Yi doing his best to protect the Qin family, the effects would only become better. The fourth arrow. Yellowbird's face turned pale. No matter where I hide, there's no way to dodge the karmic transmission. No, there's still one more place. The spatial tide. I can go to the spatial tide. After entering the spatial tide, all karmic connections will be severed. Even my main body will not sense my avatar. It's just that the spatial tide is too dangerous. I once sent avatars in, but all of them died in there. Many ancient existences had attempted to probe the spatial tide with their avatars. But the typical result was the death of their avatars. Few could survive in the spatial tide. Back then, the three pure ones had joined forces to travel the spatial tide. Qin Yun, Hou-Yi, and Kong Xian had also done so. As for Qin Yun's first entry into the spatial tide, he encountered the other universe cultivator, Fate. They were pursued and had to rush back to the three realms. They were lucky to obtain the three corpses of Fate's envoys, but that trip had been perilous. With Yellowbird's strength, he would be in grave danger if he stayed in there. I can't bother with that. Yellowbeard immediately split his body into two. They immediately traversed through distance space and arrived at two different boundaries of the three realms. He planned on passing through the three realms membrane and entering the chaos. Obliterate. A gigantic finger phantom descended out of the void. It suffused a pure-colored aura swirl. When Yellowbeard saw this scene, he exclaimed in despair, "Numinous treasure!" Pooh! The finger phantom struck Yellowbird's avatar, vanquishing his avatar instantly. On the other side of the three realms, Yellowbird's avatar had a drastic change in expression. Numinous treasure has taken action? With him taking action, even if I rushed to the Chaos Spatial Rift, the array formation that seals the rift was set up by Goddess Nuwa and the three pure ones. With just a thought, numinous treasure will make the array formation stop me, preventing me from entering the spatial tide. At that moment, a gigantic finger phantom descended. Yellowbird's avatar looked up and bellowed angrily, "Numinous treasure, you are being a bully. How shameless!" Put! The finger pressed down, and with that, this avatar of Yellowbeard perished. Yellowbeard had no hope of escaping to the spatial tide with numinous treasure Dao ancestor present. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 713, Inviting Friends. Chapter 713, Inviting Friends. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. What a pity. That old Loch's two avatars were destroyed by numinous treasure Dao ancestor before he could even escape the three realms. The king of myriad fiends, Wuxuan, was also watching through distant space at these two events and could not help but shake his head. From the looks of it, although the old Loch's avatars are hiding in our fiendish dominions and in the tenebrous fiend abyss, he's frightened by Hou-Yi's delivery of his 9 successive essence soul-burning arrows. It's not a surprise that he is frightened. It's indeed terrifying. Even Wuxuan felt the pressure. As the former supreme leader of the fiends, he had once made Buddhist ancestor Gautama as his target. After all, he had fought with Gautama for a very, very long period of time. As for Qin Yun, Hou-Yi, ancestral fiend, Jerome, and Amida, these half-step heavenly Dao realm existences, Wuxuan had thought nothing of them. He often thought of making his mark in one shot by breaking through to the heavenly Dao realm. But now, having seen Hou-Yi's arrows shooting into the cosmos while he burned his essence soul, Wuxuan felt the pressure. How terrifying. This can even pose a threat to those at the heavenly Dao realm, thought Wuxuan. How terrifying, this Hou-Yi. What did that Lord of the Yellowbeard world do to offend Hou-Yi and Sword Immortal Qin for them to attack him? Hou-Yi has already shot 5 arrows while burning his essence soul. Yet, all of them are shot into the cosmos. From the looks of it, he's gathering strength. The 2 Yellowbeard avatars are restrained and captured alive. He's likely trying to use a very powerful strike to kill his other avatars via karmic transmission. It's very likely to be the case. What did Elder Yellowbeard do? He made Hou-Yi and Sword Immortal Qin combine forces? To the point of making Hou-Yi pay such a heavy price? Mighty figures in the 3 realms were discussing and guessing. All they did was watch, for no one could intervene. After all, Qin Yun and Hou-Yi were in a great world. Even the fiend ancestor could not descend into it, and beneath the heavenly Tao realm, no one had the guts to face the combined forces of Qin Yun and Hou-Yi. Who had the confidence of resisting Hou-Yi's arrows? Who had the confidence in cracking Qin Yun's sword array? Qin Yun's defensive skills were unparalleled in the 3 realms. After consuming the spirit enlightening fruit, his realm had increased tremendously. Furthermore, his intrinsic flying sword had become a merit cardinal treasure, making him much stronger than when he fought Bohan Island Lord. Even without burning his essence soul, he was able to withstand the strike of a heavenly Tao existence. Of course, against Hou-Yi's 9 essence soul burning successive arrows. Qin Yun would have to burn his essence soul to defend against the later arrows. Even Qin Yun had little confidence in fending off the 9th arrow. Between the 2 of them, one had the strongest attack beneath the heavenly Tao realm, archery skills complemented by heart force making a heaven-defying combination. The other had the strongest defensive means. His sword array was sufficiently power, and it was powered by an intrinsic connate cardinal merit cardinal treasure. And at that moment, they were joining forces. Fiend ancestor, save me. You must save me. In the tenebrous fiend abyss, Elder Yellowbeard's avatar appeared before the fiend ancestor as he pleaded for help. The fiend ancestor's destruction body shook his head gently. They are using karma to destroy your various avatars. Even at the heavenly Tao realm, one can at most cloud the heavenly secrets and blur karma. There's no way to fully isolate karma. If one could not be investigated, that meant their secrets had been clouded and hidden. True isolation. It could be done in the spatial tide and in the chaos. That was the only known method. I'll try my best to cloud the heavenly secrets, minimizing Hou-Yi's strike after it is transmitted through karma. Fiend ancestor looked at Yellowbeard. Whether you can survive the blow will all depend on you. Thank you, fiend ancestor. Yellowbeard stopped pleading, for he knew that was all the fiend ancestor could do. At this moment, you should weaken all your other avatars and ensure that this avatar of yours is sufficiently strong, said fiend ancestor. I've already done it. Yellowbeard looked at the distant Yellowbeard great world. The 7th arrow is coming. All he could do was wait silently for judgment to come. If he withstood the blow, he would live. If not, he would die. Yellowbeard great world. Qin Yun watched by the side as he had the misty rain array conjured. He prevented any possible disturbance that might happen at a critical juncture. Hou-Yi had drawn his bow fully in preparation to deliver his 7th arrow. This time, Hou-Yi did not aim his arrow into the cosmos, instead, he aimed it at one of Yellowbeard's 2 avatars. Oh! Yellowbeard's 2 avatars glared at the same time. He plans to kill me with the 7th arrow? Hou-Yi's 7th arrow after burning his essence soul. He's really shooting at the Lord of the Yellowbeard great world. He's shooting at that old loach now. Many figures in the 3 realms were watching. I must fend it off. I have to. Yellowbeard gritted his teeth. Swoosh! A blinding and resplendent arrow beam burst out, far more blinding and beautiful than even the sun in the sky. However, the most beautiful arrow beam was also the most terrifying. The arrow struck one of Yellowbeard's avatars, which was instantly pulverized. Meanwhile, the terrifying might travel through the karmic connections, rapidly emanating towards the other avatars. However, under Hou Yi's control, he deliberately avoided the Yellowbeard avatar that had been captured. Attacking an enemy through karma involved many aspects. First, one's realm had to be high enough and they had to have some insights into karma. The deeper one's insights were, the stronger one's force could be transmitted by karma. A secondary requirement needed an object. For instance, the Magi hexes required hair or blood to deliver greater might. To kill via karma, striking an enemy's avatar would transmit sufficiently powerful might since two avatars had the strongest karmic connection two beings could have. For instance, Qin Yun had karmic ties with Yellowbeard, but if he were to transmit an attack through such a karmic connection, the might delivered would be less than 1%. Against a sky immortal or sky fiend, a mere thought was needed to vanquish them via karma. But against a perfected Great Tao Yellowbeard, even Hou Yi had to ignite his essence soul to deal with Yellowbeard's avatars. It's approaching. In the fiendish dominion. One of Yellowbeard's avatars was sitting cross-legged in the wilderness. He immediately saw the arrow heading for him via the karmic connection. What a terrifying arrow! Just a mere thought surfaced in his mind before the avatar was destroyed. Yellowbeard's other avatars failed to put up any resistance because he had weakened all his other avatars to make the avatar beside the Fiend Ancestor the strongest. Oh! Fiend Ancestor also sensed it. However, all he could do was blur karma and use this method to reduce the force. However, Hou Yi's realm was just too high. Infused with heart force, this arrow still maintained 30% of its strength despite the karmic delivery. All the Fiend Ancestor's blurring of karma could do was minimize it a little. But it was as though there was an invisible arrow that had struck him. Yellowbeard's eyes widened suddenly as his body was obliterated silently as he dissipated. Ancestral Fiend shook his head at this scene. There's no reason to regret dying under such an arrow. Yellowbeard, great world. After Hou Yi shot his seventh arrow, he smiled and put away his ancient bow. He smiled at Qin Yun. Brother Qin Yun, it's a success. The Locha's other avatars are all dead. All that's left is this captured avatar. Brother Hou Yi, impressive. Qin Yun felt extremely relieved. I was only planning on using my seventh arrow to test his strength. If it was still far from killing his other avatars, I'd have had to use my ninth arrow on his other avatar. Hou Yi smiled. Who knew that the seventh arrow would succeed? Your seventh arrow is sufficiently terrifying, said Qin Yun. He was very aware that among Hou Yi's 9 successive arrows, the first 8 arrows only experienced a gradual increase in strength, hence, the difference between the 7th and 8th arrow wasn't huge. Only the 9th arrow experienced a sharp rise, but the price was huge. He would fall into a slumber if he did not consume a soul heart fruit. Now, having only shot the 7th arrow, the injury Hou Yi received was completely within his limits. He too felt very happy. Qin Yun looked at the last Yellowbeard avatar who had its dermic powers sealed. Yellowbeard looked at Qin Yun and said calmly, Sword Immortal Qin, I was blinded by greed and offended you. I only wish to ask, if you will be willing to spare me. Spare you? Qin Yun looked at him. I cherish my life, said Yellowbeard. As long as you are willing to spare me, I'm willing to pay any price. I can be your servant, protecting the Qin family for all eternity. I'm also willing to protect the Qin family's bloodline. I believe you require an expert that can protect the Qin family forever. With my means, I'm confident I can protect the Qin family's well-being. But a sword beam tore through Yellowbeard's body as his eyes flashed with despair, regret, and indignation before he dissipated into nothingness. At that moment, all of Yellowbeard's avatars were obliterated. The perfected Great Tao expert, Elder Yellowbeard, was dead. Qin Yun stood there calmly as he watched the scene. Immense amounts of merit descended upon him, as well as Hou Yi. They appeared to be covered in a layer of golden light. The immensity of Yellowbeard's sins was only slightly lower than Star Destruction's. "Old Loach, I'll get anyone but you to protect my family," Qin Yun said softly. "Therefore, it's best you die." When it came to keeping one's word, Qin Yun would believe Hou-Yi and ancestral dragon's promises. But for the old Loach, his strength was far from the half-step heavenly Dao realm. The karma generated from going back on his promises only affected his cultivation. In the three realms, it was common for mighty figures to betray their masters and harm their friends. So how could Qin Yun believe Yellowbeard's promise? As for fully controlling a perfected great Dao expert, the three realms had no such means. Well killed. The voice of his master, numinous treasure Dao ancestor, sounded in his ears. It had a hint of satisfaction. The Dao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor were also rather pleased at the turn of events. The Taoists and Buddhists had always been trying to kill Yellowbeard, but they were simply incapable of doing so. Impressive. He really killed Elder Yellowbeard. Isn't it said that no one beneath the heavenly Dao realm can kill the old Loach? Who knew that Hou-Yi's 9 successive arrows after burning his essence soul are that terrifying? Hou-Yi has never done it before. A high and mighty perfected great Dao is dead just like that. What grudge did Yellowbeard have with sword immortal Qin and Hou-Yi? What made them join forces while sparing no expenses to deal with him? The three realms sighed at the death of a perfected great Dao, but were also curious about the grudge between Yellowbeard and Qin Yun. Congratulations, Brother Qin Yun, for killing that old Loach. Kong Xian's remote voice transmission sounded. Brother Kong Xian, Brother Hou-Yi will be taking my granddaughter, Yuluo, as his disciple a month from now. There will be a banquet for many friends. It will be held at Hou-Yi's cave abode in the effulgent great world. You must come, said Qin Yun via a voice transmission. Definitely, Kong Xian replied. Brother Hou-Yi, you are truly terrifying when burning your essence soul to deliver the 9 successive arrows. Unfortunately, I only got to see the 7th arrow. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Unity and Salvation sent a voice transmission to Hou-Yi. By the way, how did that old Loach offend you for you to be willing to pay such a price? He threatened Brother Qin Yun with the Qin family's lives. It enraged Brother Qin Yun, who wanted Yellowbeard dead, so he requested my help. Hou-Yi said with a smile via voice transmission. I'll be publicly taking Qin Yun's granddaughter, Fairy Yuluo, in as my disciple in a month in my cave abode. You must come. You are taking in a disciple, and she's Qin Yun's granddaughter? Sure, I'll definitely be there. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Unity and Salvation replied. So that's the reason. That old Loach was really courting death. Rushu learned of the reason after communicating with Qin Yun via voice transmission. Brother Rushu, it's settled then. You have to come next month. Hou-Yi is taking in a disciple and she's your granddaughter. I'll definitely be there. I'll also prepare a gift, Rushu responded with a laugh. Brother Qin Yun, I'll definitely be there next month, replied Yang Jin as well. Hou-Yi helped you kill Yellowbeard and is also taking in your granddaughter as his disciple? Your relationship sure isn't ordinary. Don't worry. I'll definitely be there, replied his eldest senior sister, Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain. Friends sent their congratulations as Qin Yun and Hou-Yi invited them to witness the ceremony a month later. Their social network combined included the humans' 3 sovereigns, Ancestral Dragon, Goddess Hutu, Heavenly Lord of Primordial Unity and Salvation, Kong Xian, Queen Mother, Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain, Myriad Treasure, Gomong, Rushu, and company. Just the perfected Great Dao existences made up a huge bunch. There was no need to mention the perfected Great Dao existences. It was destined to be a rare celebration in the 3 realms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 714 Grand Disciple Recruitment Ceremony. Chapter 714 Grand Disciple Recruitment Ceremony. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. After killing the Lord of the Yellowbeard Great World, Qin Yun separated from Hou-Yi and returned the heaven and earth myriad objects news to Kong Xian before returning to him to Lightning Roar. News of Yellowbeard's death also began spreading. After all, he was a lord of a great world, a perfected great Tao existence. As Qin Yun invited his good friends, he also gave a simple account of the situation. As more people learned of the reason also spread. Soon, the mighty figures of the three realms learned that Yellowbeard had called his demise upon himself. By threatening Sword Immortal Qin with the Qin family's life, he infuriated the Sword Immortal. Later on, Sword Immortal Qin captured 2 of Yellowbeard's avatars alive and Hou-Yi shot 7 arrows while burning his essence soul. This resulted in the death of another ancient existence. With him to Lightning Roar's Qin family standing in the three realms, the Qin family quickly learned of what their patriarch, Sword Immortal Qin, had done. In Crescent Bay at the foot of him to Lightning Roar, Qin Yi and Han Lin were walking alongside Crescent Bay. "Dad sure is impressive." Qin Yi's eyes were sparkling. "A lord of a great world, dead just like that. Doublewood, I learned of this news hours ago, but I still feel pumped." Han Lin nodded. "I'm also excited. Father-in-law is about to transcend the tribulation." At this critical juncture, the Lord of the Yellowbeard Great World actually threatened him with our lives. How despicable. I never expected an ancient existence would do such despicable thing. That's why I'm even more impressed with Dad, Qin Yi said with excitement. He thoroughly kills his enemy when he puts his mind to it. He did a great job killing him, and it's exhilarating. I'm also impressed with father-in-law, said Han Lin wistfully. That's a perfected great Tao existence. Speaking of which, together with Patriarch Spirit Devouring, father-in-law has already killed 2 perfected great Tao existences. Qin Yi said, Dad is also really taking painstaking efforts to shock and awe those evildoers. Han Lin smiled and said, father-in-law was able to get Hou-Yi to burn his essence soul to deliver 7 arrows, and that's truly impressive. Furthermore, Hou-Yi has agreed to take in Yulua as his disciple. I heard that this disciple recruitment ceremony has invited many ancient existences to bear witness. This is because Senior Hou-Yi is willing to protect our Qin family. Qin Yi wore a look of mixed emotions. The inviting of so many parties to bear witness, it is because Dad is about to face the tribulation. He's perhaps afraid of succumbing to the tribulation and worried for our safety. It's why he sought Hou-Yi's help. Dad really worries for us. Hou-Yi nodded gently. This matter is very beneficial to Yulua. By being Hou-Yi's disciple, her future will be even more promising. Okay. Qin Yi revealed a smile. Qin Yulua was their daughter. As parents, they were naturally more delighted the more achievements their daughter had. Dad is doing all these things to prepare an outlet for the Qin family, said Qin Yi softly. I wish to do something as well to help Dad. I'm even willing to give up my life if it helps Dad in transcending the tribulations. We shouldn't distract father-in-law, consoled Han Lin. Qin Yi fell silent. She wanted to do something, but discovered that she was of no help. She could only watch her father face the tribulation. She still remembered her youth, back at the moment of utter despair, when her father found her. From then on, her father became an eternal backer. Now, her father was facing a calamity, but as a daughter, all she could do was watch. Grandfather. Qin Yulua came into a study. Qin Yun was sitting there reading through books. When he looked up and saw his granddaughter, he could not help but smile. His granddaughter Qin Yulua was extremely talented. Her sword Dao talent was abnormally high, but limited by her lack of accumulated insight and experience, she was still stuck at the 9th firmament sky immortal realm. However, her strength had long matched that of a mighty figure. Yulua, are you aware of what's going to happen? Asked Qin Yun. Mom and Dad have informed me, Qin Yulua said. Alright, Qin Yun said, "At this disciple recruitment ceremony, mighty figures from all over will be invited to bear witness. It is to let the three realms understand that even if I fail to transcend the tribulation, Brother Hui will be protecting you." "Grandfather, you will definitely succeed," said Qin Yulua immediately. "Yeah." Qin Yun nodded and said, "I got you to take Brother Hui as a master because his heart force lineage's dermic formulation is indeed miraculous. Brother Hui is able to fight above his own level, having strength at the heavenly Tao realm because of his heart force dermic formulation. While I was adventuring in the spatial tide, I saw wonders of the heart force lineage up close. You must cultivate it wholeheartedly." Although Green Turing Palace also has a heart force lineage manual, this lineage was created by Brother Hui. Having him guide you personally will naturally be for the best. Qin Yun was from the Green Turing Palace. His children and descendants, as well as his disciples, were naturally considered to be part of the Green Turing Palace lineage. Therefore, they could also learn the dermic formulations from Green Turing Palace. "I will definitely work hard cultivating it," replied Qin Yulua immediately. "Fusing the heart force dermic formulation into your sword array arts would be infinitely promising." Qin Yun nodded. "All right. Stay in him to lightning roar for the next few weeks. Once the time comes, I'll bring you to the effulgent great world." "Yes," replied Qin Yulua respectfully. In a blink of an eye, Yellowbeard had been dead for a month. In the effulgent great world, Ho Yi's cave abode. Hui usually didn't stay here, but it was indeed bustling here that day. Many mighty figures had arrived. In the main hall, there were guests everywhere. A huge bunch of Green Turing Palace mighty figures attended, but ordinary mighty figures could only sit in the periphery. "Second Brother Gua, how many years has it been since a celebration of this scale has happened in the three realms?" Yellow-robed supremacy and a particular Taoist Guiran sat near each other. Yellow-robed supremacy said in amazement, "Look at those sitting up there. Ancestral Dragon is here. Senior Brother Myriad Treasure is present as well despite not having made an appearance for years. Even Guanyin from the Buddhists is here. All three sovereigns of humanity are present as well." Taoist Gui nodded and said, "Even Patriarch Subhuti is here too. Rushu, Gomong, Goddess Hutu are also present. More than 10 perfected great Tao existences are here. Even pinnacle mighty figures can only sit further back. As for us at the ordinary mighty figure level, we can only sit here. The heavenly courts has been trying to capture me all this while. Here I am today, and there are many mighty figures from the heavenly courts in attendance, but they only pretend as if they aren't seeing me." Yellow-robed supremacy chuckled. His eyes were cold as he hated the heavenly courts. Today's stars are Senior Brother Qin and Hui. Who would dare cause trouble? Said Taoist Gua. Don't be fooled by the numerous mighty figures present here today. At critical junctures, it's already good enough if they don't stab you in the back. Yellow-robed supremacy said via a voice transmission. I've already seen through the likes of these mighty figures. I realized it during the battle of the three Taoist sections. However, we have to deal with the fiends first. Until their eradication, all parties share an amicable relationship, said Taoist Gua via a voice transmission. Besides, as long as Senior Brother Qin transcends the tribulation successfully, our Green Turing Palace's say in the three realms would be even greater, but... Yes, I hope Senior Brother Qin transcends the tribulation successfully. Yellow-robed supremacy turned wistful. Back when he first knew Qin Yun was just a mortal sword immortal genius. Now, he was one of the few strongest ones beneath the heavenly Tao realm, and a pillar of support of Green Turing Palace. The numerous Green Turing Palace mighty figures wished that Senior Brother Qin would transcend the tribulation successfully and gain eternal life. In the Grand Hall, a group of perfected great Tao existences were chatting among themselves. Qin Yun only accompanied them out of politeness. The perfected great Tao existences were from all sorts of factions with different interests at play. It would be a joke if one truly believed that someone would risk their lives for the Qin family. Therefore, Qin Yun had only requested for their help after giving Hou Yi an ancestral dragon enough benefits. In fact, the people I trust more are the three sovereigns of humanity. Qin Yun looked at the three human sovereigns. They had all figured out the human spirit and were more trustworthy. However, they were only another one of his backups. Yu Luo. Qin Yun suddenly spoke, his voice echoing through the hall. Immediately, all the mighty figures fell silent. A woman walked into the hall, looking gentle and staid as she exuded a faint sword Dao aura. "Everyone, this is my granddaughter, Qin Yuluo," Qin Yun said with a laugh as his voice filled the hall. Beside him, Hui said with a laugh, "I noticed that Qin Yuluo is extremely talented and thought of taking her in as my disciple. After discussing with brother Qin Yun, we decided on going ahead. Today, we wish for everyone to bear witness. Hui is taking in a disciple, and she's Sword Immortal Qin's granddaughter. This is surely a beautiful tale of our three realms." "We are honored to bear witness," said Gomang with a smile. Many voices echoed the sentiment. Even those that did not speak nodded their heads slightly. They were giving Sword Immortal Qin and Hui face. These perfected great Tao existences all knew that once the Tao ancestors, Buddhist ancestor, Fiend ancestor, and company were forced to leave the three realms, if Sword Immortal Qin were to transcend the tribulation and gain eternal life. Even if a storm would stir in the three realms with all kinds of old fellows appearing, Sword Immortal Qin and Hui were bound to have great influence. Therefore, among this tacit understanding, the mighty figures watched the ceremony as Hui took Qin Yuluo as his disciple officially. For a disciple recruitment to happen on such a grand scale, Qin Yuluo's case was truly a rare one in the history of the three realms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 715 Arrangements. Chapter 715 Arrangements. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. After the killing Yellowbeard and Hou Yi's taking in of a disciple, the three realms saw the determination in Sword Immortal Qin. The Qin family was the soft spot for Qin Yun. Hitting it would definitely result in Qin Yun's fervent revenge. With Qin Yun sparing no costs for revenge, especially just before his tribulation, no ancient existence in the three realms dared to provoke him. It also allowed him to live the remaining days in peace. He taught his children and disciples while waiting for the day of the tribulation to come. 3 months after Yellowbeard was killed, his disciple, Bian Hanyu, easily condensed an essence soul after some meditative preparation through the Misty Rain lineage's Sword Immortal Dermic formulation. Qin Yun paid his only successor of the Sword Immortal Dermic formulation great attention. Furthermore, Bian Hanyu was indeed extremely talented. She was one of the top Sword Dao geniuses in the three realms. If not for her being plagued by mental demons, she would have long been snatched away by the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage. As for the other Sword Dao genius who lacked mental demons, Yu Gufeng, he finally chose the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage when given the two choices. Bian Hanyu was extremely talented. Without a powerful master, she had managed to reach the mid-stages of the Sky Immortal realm in a few centuries. In terms of talent, she was in no way inferior to Qin Yun of yesteryear. It was only after Qin Yun became the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure's disciple and with the aid of the myriad Dharma pool that his strength rose rapidly, allowing him to match a mighty figure at the Sky Immortal realm. Most critically, when faced with the Fiend, Star Destruction, Qin Yun did not choose to flee. Instead, he faced the tribulation and became an itinerant immortal as a final bet. That bet ended up allowing him to figure out a great Tao. After that, it naturally developed into the great Tao of heaven, earth, and man, which led to his mastery of all three great Tao and his attainment of a perfected great Tao. The metamorphic change started from his becoming an itinerant immortal. The changes a cultivator underwent were determined by the numerous choices they took on their cultivation path. Every choice was a way of honing and sculpting their experiences. If they were not like chaos godfiends who were born powerful, it was truly difficult to cultivate independently to the perfected Great Tao realm. Han Yu. In Qin Manor's garden, Qin Yun stood in front of some bonsai decorations. Master. Dian Hanyu reverently stood to the side. Look at these bonsai. Do they remind you of something? Asked Qin Yun. Dian Hanyu looked at the bonsai, perplexed. After some hesitation, she said, "This is a pine tree which reminds me of the pine trees on the cliffs. They undergo great difficulties living in those treacherous conditions but are able to live for long periods of time." Qin Yun smiled. For it to grow into this, it's all thanks to the servants who trim and carefully maintain it while deliberately sculpting it. It is how they are able to grow into this. Dian Hanyu nodded. Aren't all bonsai like that? They grew to their final form by pruning and deliberate care. If a tree doesn't undergo any pruning and is led to grow, it will unlikely turn into this. Qin Yun pointed at the bonsai while he looked at Dian Hanyu. Hanyu, your talent is no lesser than mine. I'm still far inferior, said Dian Hanyu immediately. Her master was the #1 sword immortal in the 3 realms after all. However, there are many people in the 3 realms who are talented. Even in this generation, there's someone like you goofing as well as the few disciples that the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage has recruited. All of them are comparable to you, said Qin Yun. If we extend our sights to the entire history of the 3 realms, the number of geniuses with talents matching yours would be even higher. Many of them fail to gain insights into a great Tao to become a mighty figure, much less reach a realm like mine. Dian Hanyu nodded. Qin Yun looked at Dian Hanyu. Back then, I was faced with a very important choice. I was faced with the destruction of my homeworld. I could have chose to flee, but if I did, I would definitely not have improved so rapidly. I might be able to create a sky immortal dermic formulation independently and eventually become a mighty figure, but the knot in my heart for abandoning my homeworld would probably have prevented me from attaining a perfected great Tao. If I had escaped, I would probably have long gained eternal life. A cultivation path is just like that. Different choices with different outcomes. Just like this bonsai, it is sculpted into this form through pruning. If it was allowed to grow wildly, it would probably look different. As my disciple, what realm you cultivate to in the future will depend on your own choices, said Qin Yun. Different choices will lead to different outcomes. Remember what I've told you today. With that said, Qin Yun turned his head and left. I'll remember. Dian Hanyu's heart tightened. Having become the disciple of the #1 sword immortal in the 3 realms, having her revenge exacted, and being able to read many sword Tao manuals, she once felt that the great Tao was a straight, smooth sailing path for her. But now, having heard what her master had said, she suddenly realized the truth. When one has a heart of bravery and desire to improve, one should never slacken. Only by maintaining one's heart of the sword would there be a chance of attaining a great Tao. Any diversions will only steer one away from the great Tao. Although Dian Hanyu had long reached the mid-stages of the Sky Immortal realm, she was in no rush as she patiently cultivated. On the 30th year of her being Qin Yun's disciple, due to the speed of cultivation as a third firmament essence soul being faster than immortal, along with the many valuable sword Tao manuals and Qin Yun's guidance, she broke through once again, having her sword Tao realm rise to that of the late stages of the Sky Immortal realm. This delighted Qin Yun. On the 31st year of her being Qin Yun's disciple, she finally transcended the heavenly tribulation. She faced the series of wind, fire, and lightning tribulations. She breezed through the heavenly tribulation without any accident, and with Qin Yun, Xiao, Menghuan, Qin Yi, and Qin Yulua bearing witness, she successfully fused essence, soul, and body as one. She officially became a sword immortal at the Sky Immortal realm. It's a success. Brother Yun, Hanyu has succeeded. Xiao was overjoyed. Soul and body is one. Junior sister Hanyu has become a Sky Immortal. Qin Yi was also delighted as she added, "Congratulations, Dad. Our Misty Rain lineage's sword immortal dermic formulation is capable of cultivating a sky immortal." "Not only a sky immortal," said Meng Huan. "She will definitely become a golden immortal in the future." Qin Yun smiled as he felt quite pleased. In his life of cultivation, he was most proud of the sword immortal dermic formulation he created. To have a disciple finally become a sky immortal using it made up for his own regrets. "There's likely a chance for the golden immortal dermic formulation. Unfortunately, I won't have a chance to see it before my tribulation," thought Qin Yun. There's a few years left before the tribulation. Although Bianhanyu is excellent, she's still far from reaching the sky immortal bottleneck, much less from breaking through that bottleneck to attain a great Tao. Only when this dermic formulation of mine produced a golden immortal does it prove that it's not inferior to the grand supreme sword immortal lineage. Although he was strong, he was ultimately an itinerant immortal. It was not suitable for his disciple to take the same path. "Master." Bianhanyu came before Qin Yun after transcending the tribulation. "All right." Qin Yun pointed his finger as a wisp of dermic powers seeped into Bianhanyu's body. As he probed her dermic powers, he could not help but nod. "Very good. Your dermic powers are indeed pure." Qin Yun was happy that the Misty Rain lineage's sword immortal dermic formulation could lead to a sky immortal. On that day, there was a celebration in the manor, and the next day, he went to visit Hui for drinks. Time flew by. The day of the tribulation drew near. Many in the three realms began discussing sword immortal Qin since the day of his tribulation was coming. "The day of my tribulation is in 3 days. I have things I need to tell all of you." Qin Yun and Xiao walked ahead. Behind them were Meng Huan, Qin Yi, and Qin Yulua as they came to the Qin family's treasure pavilion. Qin Yi, Meng Huan, and Qin Yulua exchanged looks, feeling puzzled. "My Qin family's treasure pavilion is known to all of you," Qin Yun said. "However, there is a hidden building in it that you are unaware of." "We aren't aware of?" The three were puzzled. Xiao waved her hand as the void in front of them separated, revealing a hidden building. "You will know when you enter." They followed a corridor into another building which was huge. It spanned more than 100,000 feet and there were manuals, but even more impressive were the valuable treasures. There were also connate numinous treasures that sparkled. It left Qin Yi and company in a daze. "There are 3 connate pinnacle numinous treasures in here." 7 ordinary connate numinous treasures, said Qin Yun. Qin Yi, Meng Huan, and Qin Yi looked in astonishment. "They were all obtained by me in the spatial tide," said Qin Yun. "After killing those other universe cultivators, I also obtained a few perfected great Tao corpses. Each of these corpses are valued no less than a connate pinnacle numinous treasure. If they are refined into puppets, they would probably have the strength of pinnacle great Tao existences. However, refining them wouldn't be easy. There are also some extremely precious mystical items. A number of manuals here are from other universe cultivators. There's also the heavenly Tao realm bloodline powers from other universes, ancestral dragon blood crystals, Pango bloodline powers, and other such items," said Qin Yun. "However, Treasure Pavilion has its rules. The treasures are not to be taken out on a whim." "We understand," Meng Huan and Qin Yi said. Qin Yuluo also obediently answered. "If there were to be trouble in the future, seek out Green Turing Palace, the dragon's ancestral dragon, Hui, and the 3 sovereigns of humanity in Firecloud Palace," said Qin Yun. "They will do the best they can." There was no need to mention Green Turing Palace. Ancestral Dragon and Hui had already given him their promises. As for Firecloud Palace's 3 sovereigns of humanity, he would also gift them handsomely. 1, it was for humanity, and 2, with such a handsome gift, the 3 sovereigns would definitely strive to protect the Qin family. "These things I leave behind are not my most important treasures," Qin Yun thought wistfully. The flying boat which Bohan Island Lord used, that set of spatial shields, and the half-step heavenly Tao corpse of the physical lineage were enough to drive ancient existences in the three realms into a frenzy. For example, the corpse matching the ancestral dragon was something even Hui, Kong Shen, and company wanted. Unfortunately, Qin Yun did not dare leave items that were too precious in the Qin family manor. Without the strength, those treasures would only invite trouble. The treasures he had left behind was already stunning enough. If not for his tribulation, he would be in no hurry to tell his descendants about those. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 716 Master and Disciple. Chapter 716 Master and Disciple. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. That day, Qin Yun came to Fire Cloud Palace again. Qin Yun, Swirenshi, Fuxishi, and Shinanshi came out to welcome him. Swirenshi was the first to ask, "Might I know why you came looking for us when your tribulation is in 3 days? Do you wish for Fire Cloud Palace to protect your family?" Shinanshi said with a laugh. "Don't worry. Fire Cloud Palace's mission is to protect humanity. We will definitely protect your family." The humans in Fire Cloud Palace were united to begin with. It was normal for them to protect the families of human mighty figures. Qin Yun cupped his hands and said, "It's true that I came here today to request that Fire Cloud Palace protect my Qin family. However, that is only one of the reasons. The second reason has to do with treasures." Treasures? The three were perplexed. "Does Fire Cloud Palace have a large empty space?" inquired Qin Yun. "Follow me." Swirenshi led the way and soon, they arrived in a fiery space. The space was vast, spanning 500 kilometers, but it was hidden within Fire Cloud Palace. Swirenshi smiled. "Qin Yun, how's this space? Is it big enough?" "This is our Fire Cloud Palace's biggest space. If it's not enough, we don't have anything bigger," said Shinanshi with a laugh. "It's enough. Definitely." Qin Yun laughed as he waved his hand, making a massive corpse the size of a mountain appear in the fiery space. The moment it appeared, it shocked Swirenshi and company. The massive corpse emanated an aura that began influencing the fiery space. Swirenshi and company even felt their auras being suppressed. What a powerful body! Shinanshi stared at it in shock. The potency of this body is incredulous. Perhaps only the ancestral dragon can compare with this. The aura it emanates. If mortals or essence soul realm cultivators were to be around this corpse, they will be influenced by it and experience a change in their bloodlines, turning into a clan with powerful bodies, said Swirenshi. Only those at the sky immortal realm who have fused essence soul and body as one can withstand this influence. Qin Yun nodded. Bodies that had reached the half-step heavenly Tao realm possessed strong influential power. For instance, the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon were all impressive. The children of the 9 sons were all sky dragons. The sky dragon's descendants with other dragons would typically result in the true dragon realm. The true dragon's descendants with other races would typically result in ordinary dragons. Finally, the descendants of ordinary dragons with other races would result in WIRMS or other creatures. Why was the dragon's bloodline that potent? It was because of its source, the ancestral dragon. Even across multiple generations, the influence his bloodline had was extremely terrifying. As for the ancestral dragon himself? Just by staying in an area for an extended period of time, if he did not converge his aura, it would cause the surrounding races to mutate towards the state of a dragon. And the corpse Qin Yun had produced was on the same level as the ancestral dragon. "This is an expert from the spatial tide," said Qin Yun. "Back then, Hui and I spent quite a bit of effort to kill him. Today, I'll be giving it to Fire Cloud Palace. You are giving it to us?" Shinanshi could not help but say, "This corpse is extremely precious. Even the most wasteful method can refine it into a guardian general which will have the strength of a perfected great Tao. The creation of a guardian general would typically reduce its original strength. For instance, if the corpses of perfected great Tao experts were to be made into puppets, without knowledge of the great Tao, just their bodies would typically be capable of producing perfected great Tao strength. And a half-step heavenly Tao realm of the perfected great Tao had too potent a body. Yet, after becoming a puppet, they would still possess the strength of an ordinary perfected great Tao, just slightly weaker than when they were alive. This is the most wasteful method. If more effort is placed in just fusing his blood with various herbs, we can refine pills that aid in physical cultivation. I believe it wouldn't even be difficult to refine pills that match ancestral dragon blood crystals, said Shinanshi. Besides, even if this corpse were to lose some blood, it would slowly recover by naturally absorbing the external world's heaven and earth powers. It's completely undying and indestructible. It's like a treasure trove. Shinanshi looked at Qin Yun. Its value is above that of a connate cardinal treasure. Are you really giving it to Fire Cloud Palace? Swirenshi and Fuxishi looked at Qin Yun as well. The gift was just too valuable. Even the most simple usage of turning it into a puppet will not happen easily, said Qin Yun with a smile. I think it's best left to the three of you to decide on it. Qin Yun, if you transcend the tribulation successfully, you will naturally be able to make use of it over time, said Swirenshi. If I transcend the tribulation successfully, these treasures would no longer be important to me, said Qin Yun. If I have a need for them, I can just get them from the spatial tide. His strength was increasing. Hui would also consume the spirit enlightening fruit in the future, and his strength would improve as well. If he transcended the tribulation, he could pay the spatial tide a visit together with Hui. When that happened, even if Hui had reached the heavenly Tao realm, Qin Yun would ask for him to keep his essence soul dermic powers at the golden immortal realm and not rush to breakthrough. With their combined forces, they would be more powerful than the last time. Even if they encountered someone as strong as Bohan Island Lord, they would be able to easily crush them. However, that was all speculative. That would be after Hui consumed the spirit enlightening fruit and after Qin Yun successfully transcended the tribulation. I wish that day will come, thought Qin Yun. Three sovereigns, I will soon face my tribulations, so I won't impose myself any further, Qin Yun said with a laugh. I bid you farewell. Fuxishi and company exchanged looks. However, they did not reject the gift and took it before seeing Qin Yun out. At the door of Fire Cloud Palace. Watching Qin Yun leave, the three sovereigns exchanged looks. This gift that Qin Yun gave us sure is valuable, Swirenshi mused. Even if he wishes for us to protect the Qin family, there's no need for him to gift us something this valuable, said Fuxishi. Shinanshi said, we owe him one, so all we can do is slowly repay him in the future. Even if Qin Yun failed to transcend the tribulation, and the Tao ancestors and company were forced to leave the three realms, anyone who dared to attack Qin Yun's family, be it for revenge or treasures, perhaps ancestral dragon, Hui, and the three sovereigns would be the first to respond. As things were, the combined forces of these three were probably greater than that of the fiends. There's Master as well. Qin Yun went to Green Turing Palace and headed for the main palace. This was the final person he wanted to meet before his tribulation. On his cultivation path, his master had been protecting him all the time. My disciple, come on in. His master's voice sounded from the main palace. Qin Yun walked in and saw numinous treasure Tao ancestor sitting on a bed of clouds. He was feeling mixed emotions as he went forward and knelt down. Greetings, Master. Silly child. Quick, get up, numinous treasure urged. After becoming a mighty figure, his disciples typically had no need to kneel. By doing so, Qin Yun was clearly paying his last respects to his master before the tribulation. If he failed to transcend the tribulation, it would also be his last time kowtowing to his master. Only then did Qin Yun stand up with reddened eyes. He said gloomily, after I return, I'll be focusing on my preparation to transcend the tribulation. I will not be able to visit you again, so I ask for your forgiveness. With your strength, you will definitely transcend the tribulation successfully, said Numinous Treasure. All right. Qin Yun nodded. He flipped his hand and a flying boat appeared in his palm. This flying boat was a cardinal treasure I chanced upon in the spatial tide. It's extremely fast, and since you will need to leave the three realms in the future, this flying boat might be of use to you. With that said, the flying boat flew towards Numinous Treasure. When he received it and looked it through, he said with some shock, "This flying boat is indeed extraordinary." It was indeed extraordinary. This flying boat was refined by Bohan Island Lord, who had also reached the heavenly Tao realm together with his comprehension of the cultivation systems of many other universes. And this flying boat he used personally was refined using all sorts of rare items without any consideration for cost. In terms of strength, Numinous Treasure was stronger than Bohan Island Lord due to the transformation of his essence soul dermic powers. But in terms of knowledge, he was truly inferior to Bohan Island Lord. To revive his wife, Bohan Island Lord had fervently sought out other cultivation systems and even captured a large number of other universe cultivators to force them to reveal their various dermic formulations. As such, he cultivated in many other systems. Our three realms doesn't have such a fast flying boat. Numinous Treasure looked at his disciple and felt moved. He said, "Disciple, this gift will indeed be of great help to me." "As long as it can help you, Master." Qin Yun smiled. "Then, I shall take my leave." "Hold on, Dot." Numinous Treasure flipped his hand as he spoke, producing a black circular disc in his palm. From it, flying swords flew out, thousands that floated in midair. "This is the myriad sword array I refined," said Numinous Treasure. "After you return, set this up into lightning roar. It can be the cornerstone array formation to protect your lightning roar." "Thank you, Master." Qin Yun was moved. Without any need for explanation, just from the mystical runes on each of the thousands of swords, it was clear that refining them was very complicated. Clearly, his master had long begun refining them. "Disciple, Dot." Numinous Treasure looked at Qin Yun and said solemnly, "If you were to gain eternal life after transcending the tribulation, you will be Green Turing Palace's new sect master. If you fail to transcend the tribulation, I'll definitely protect your family. This is my promise as your master." "Go on." "Yes." Qin Yun's eyes reddened as he bowed reverently before taking his leave. Numinous Treasure watched his disciple step out the palace before he muttered, "You are the disciple I'm most proud and satisfied with. You must succeed in transcending the tribulation." Following that, he closed his eyes and waited silently for the day of Qin Yun's tribulation to arrive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 717 Arrival of the Heavenly Tribulation. Chapter 717 Arrival of the Heavenly Tribulation. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. After Qin Yun returned to lightning roar, he first set up the myriad sword array and instructed his wife and children on the secrets to controlling the array formation. Following that, he entered a chamber and chose not to meet anyone. "I have done everything I can for my family." Qin Yun sat cross-legged on a mat. "I do not need to concern myself with it further. Each person has their own fates. All I need to do now is to focus on transcending the tribulation." Qin Yun closed his eyes. After throwing his family, master, friends, and everything aside, the only thing left in his mind was cultivation, his sword Tao. Qin Yun peacefully closed his eyes in meditation as he scrutinized his sword Tao as its charms kept flashing past his mind. 3 days left before the tribulation. 2 days left. 1 day left. As the moment drew nearer, Qin Yun's heart turned even calmer. Deep in his calmness hid infinite fighting spirit that was akin to a volcano. He wished to shatter the legendary itinerant immortal tribulations. Oh! Qin Yun slowly opened his eyes as a sharp glint flashed from them. 3 days have passed. The heavenly tribulation is coming? The 3 days of peaceful cultivation made his Tao heart improve one step further. Presently, his Tao heart was ever so clear without any burdens or concerns. He had an indomitable momentum that would destroy all obstacles before him. Rumble. Qin Yun stood up and left the chamber to see a group of people gathered outside. His wife, parents, elder brother, Meng Huan, Yulua, and others were there, as well as his disciples. They all shared extremely close relationships with Qin Yun. Yun'er. Qin Liehu and Changlan's eyes were bloodshot. They were now carefree sky immortals, but their son, Qin Yun, had to face the most terrifying itinerant immortal tribulation. Father, mother, brother, you came too. Qin Yun said with a smile. Brother, I believe that no tribulation can daunt you, said Qin. Qin Yun nodded as his gaze landed on his wife. Xiao extended her hands and grabbed his hands as they sensed the thoughts of each other. Xiao whispered, many mighty figures came today, many your best friends. I know. Qin Yun nodded. He had sensed them with a thought. Brother Yun, you don't have to care about anything. Focus on transcending the tribulation. Xiao looked at her husband as she said softly. You know that I'm the one who hopes the most that your transcendence of the tribulation is a success. Yeah, it's about time. I need to face the tribulation, Qin Yun said with a smile as he swept his gaze across Qin, Meng Huan, Yulua, Bianhanyu, Xing Shuang, and others. Following that, he took a step and flew into the distance. Dad! Qin Yi and Meng Huan were gripped with anxiety. All of them flew behind him as well. However, they flew to another mountain peak of him to lightning roar, not daring to follow closely. They might get implicated by the terrifying heavenly tribulation if they came too close. Whoosh! Qin Yun soared away from him to lightning roar and flew into the distance. At a glance, he saw numerous mighty figures gathered at him to lightning roar. Fuxishi, Swirenshi, and Shenanshi were here. Kong Shen, Rushu, Gomang, and Hoi, his comrades in arms, were here as well. His eldest senior sister, Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain, and Myriad Treasure, who had long become a Buddhist, were here as well. There was Ancestral Dragon and Yang Jian too. There were also old friends from the Great Chang world. Human Emperor, Ancestral Master Zhang, 9th Hong, and 8th Shu from the Great Chang world, as well as Yellow Robe Supremacy and Immortal Sasu. A large bunch of people with relationships with Qin Yun arrived at him to lightning roar. He smiled as he looked at them and was met with smiling faces. None of them came forward to bother Qin Yun. Whoosh! Qin Yun flew out of him to lightning roar's vicinity and landed on the peak of a mountain about 50 kilometers away. Looking up towards the firmaments, a tribulation cloud was slowly gathering. In probably less than 10 minutes, the heavenly tribulation would descend. There sure are many people watching my tribulation today. At Qin Yun's realm, he could sense numerous mighty figures watching him remotely through space, such as the demon's demon emperor Bai Zhe, the Buddhists' Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, the Empyrean lords of the heavenly courts. Nearly all the mighty figures in the 3 realms were watching. Humph! In the tenebrous fiend abyss, Fiend Ancestor's destruction body looked remotely at Qin Yun. The 11th itinerant immortal tribulation required the strength of a perfected great Tao to withstand it. The 12th itinerant immortal tribulation probably needs strength at the heavenly Tao realm. Qin Yun will definitely die this time. Today, I'll watch him die. Once he's dead, us fiends will have one less enemy. What follows will be a lot easier, but Sword Immortal Qin was definitely the vanguard when it came to dealing with the fiends. If possible, the fiend ancestor was willing to pay the price of a Khanate cardinal treasure to have Qin Yun dead. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do to Qin Yun. In the 3 realms, with him under the protection of numinous treasure Tao ancestor, no one could kill Qin Yun as long as he did not court death. All the fiend ancestor could do was pin his hopes on the heavenly tribulation. In 8th Scenic Palace, a white-bearded Grand Supreme Tao ancestor said, "I remember that back when Bai Zai's former incarnation faced the tribulations, he perished under the 8th heavenly lightning bolt at the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation." The 8th heavenly lightning was already nearing the might of the heavenly Tao realm. "Perhaps the 9th heavenly lightning is at the heavenly Tao realm," said Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. "It's just unknown how many bolts of heavenly lightning there are. If the itinerant immortal tribulations have an end, it definitely wouldn't be this simple. After all, this is a tribulation count determined by the chaos's heavenly Tao," said Goddess Nuwa. Previously, the 11th itinerant immortal tribulation was only a fire tribulation. Before that, it was only a wind tribulation. I feel that if it's the final itinerant immortal tribulation, then the 3 tribulations of wind, fire, and lightning would all be very potent. And the wind and fire tribulations that Bai Zai experienced in his former incarnation were weaker. Perhaps what Bai Zai previously experienced was just the tip of the iceberg of the final tribulation. "Nuwa, do you think there will be a 13th itinerant immortal tribulation?" Numinous Treasure asked. "I'm guessing that this is the final tribulation," said Nuwa. "If there's a 13th one, how strong would it be? The tribulation count is set by the chaos's heavenly Tao must have some end, after all." "What Nuwa says makes sense," Buddhist ancestor Gautama agreed. "I also agree that this should be the final tribulation. Bai Zai was weak in his previous incarnation, so he didn't get to see the final 12th itinerant immortal tribulations. This time, I believe we will be able to see it all." Numinous Treasure overlooked all of this as he watched his disciple face the tribulations. Among the many heavenly Tao realm existences, he was the most anxious one. On the mountain, Qin Yun stood there facing the heavenly tribulation alone. "If I can transcend this heavenly tribulation, I will be truly carefree. Death awaits me if I fail. There are no other paths for me except for the forging of a path of survival." Qin Yun silently looked at the tribulation cloud form. Phew! The wind is stirring. Qin Yun sensed it. The wind tribulation is coming. The wind tribulation was the Yin wind that came from within his body. There was no way of defending against it, not even with the misty rain array. It was formed naturally within one's body and swept across every part of his body. Qin Yun's essence soul was powerful and his dermic powers pure. He was completely able to withstand the Yin winds. Even as the Yin winds raged, external winds came. The wind tribulation began striking down. Set up the array. The misty rain sword flew out and instantly split into 3. As a misty rain array enveloped his surroundings with a misty drizzle, the wind tribulation strikes were completely defended by the misty rain array. However, the Yin winds kept brewing in his body, like countless knives lacerating his essence soul as they grew with increasing strength. "This Yin winds might sure is huge. My essence soul suffers immense damage from the laceration." Qin Yun sensed the damage he was inflicted with, and slowly, he realized that his essence soul was being sliced by countless knives like a catharsis, a form of tempering. After experiencing the lacerations, his essence soul turned firmer like tempered metals. His essence soul also became purer from the tempering, even though it had shrank drastically. Qin Yun flipped his hand and took out a jade bottle. He poured out an immortal pill and immediately consumed it to make up for the loss of his dermic powers. The essence soul, which had shrunk in size but turned more resilient, restored to its original size after obtaining the energy from the immortal pill. Furthermore, the essence soul turned a lot more stronger. "Oh!" Qin Yun suddenly felt a wind dissipate as the temperatures around him soared. "The fire tribulation is here." It was the fire tribulation's turn out of the 3 tribulations: wind, fire, lightning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 718 Tribulation 1. Chapter 718 Tribulation 1. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Mountaintop. Qin Yun stood there, sensing the surrounding temperatures rise rapidly. He also sensed a burning heat within his body as colorless flames burned in him. It's heart fire. Qin Yun had deep experience, and this time, he was facing the most horrifying heart fire. The heart fire spread throughout his essence soul, burning at his distracting thoughts, his desires, and mental demons. The more distracted his thoughts, the deeper the mental demons entrenched themselves. This made the heart fire burn even more vehemently. Even if one had a firm Tao heart, cultivating in the world produced many thoughts. Perhaps one would desire eternal life, have the wish to cultivate to a higher realm, or hope for more treasures. All kinds of pursuits would be fuel for the heart fire, allowing it to burn stronger. Their desires would also become a lot more intense, and the chances of entering a state of lunacy was possible. A Tao heart is like a blade. As the heart fire burns, it will temper the blade, making it sharper. Qin Yun clenched his teeth, forcefully stabilizing his essence soul. He continued controlling his misty rain array to withstand the flames that were sent by the tribulation cloud above. Although Qin Yun could only divert a bit of attention to control the misty rain array due to the heart fire's influence, the misty rain array was just too potent. It easily withstood the assaults of the flames in the outside world. The Qin wind from before and the heart fire now all appear right inside the body. No Dharma treasure can help, thought Qin Yun. Although they are quite troublesome, as long as one cultivates to the perfected great Tao normally, one's Tao heart would be firm and likely capable of withstanding them. Perhaps only those chaos godfiends who were born perfected great Tao existences might have lacking Tao hearts. Perhaps they would go crazy due to the Qin winds and heart fire. Bai Zhe managed to withstand the wind and fire tribulation in his previous life. It shouldn't be too difficult for me. Qin Yun looked up into the sky as the tribulation cloud's colors turned darker. The flames that came bearing down finally came to a stop. The fire tribulation is over. Is the lightning tribulation about to begin? The tribulation cloud began to flash with bolts of lightning as the lightning forces kept gathering strength. Not far away. On a lightning roar, Xiao, Qin Yi, Meng Huan, Qin Yulua, Qin Liahu and his wife were all watching nervously. The lightning tribulation is about to begin, said Qin Yi nervously. Back then, Bai Zhe died under the 8th bolt of the lightning tribulation before he reincarnated. The fiend ancestor's powers have penetrated samsara. He won't allow father to reincarnate in peace, Meng Huan said worriedly. To live, he will need to transcend the tribulation successfully. Xiao did not say a word and only watched. The lightning tribulation is here. On another side of the heavenly realm, Demon Emperor Bai Zhe was watching remotely from deep within the clouds. He had once experienced the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation. Back then, I only managed to last till the 8th lightning bolt. Will there be a 9th? 10th? Or even other tribulations after. He had spent a lot of effort on the itinerant immortal path. He really yearned to know if this path would lead to eternal life. It's time for the lightning tribulation. Deep in the tenebrous fiend abyss, the fiend ancestor's destruction body watched remotely. Qin Yun, it's best you die under the lightning tribulation. The itinerant immortal tribulations have always been divided by the 3 tribulations of wind, fire, and lightning. The lightning tribulation is likely the last. I wonder how many bolts of heavenly lightning will smite down. Ancestral Dragon, Hui, Kongxian, Fuxishi, Shinanshi, Swirenshi, and company all watched the figure on the peak not far away. Each one of them shared an extraordinary relationship with Qin Yun and wished for him to successfully transcend the tribulations. After the fire tribulation ended, it took about half a minute before the tribulation cloud in the sky turned even darker. The countless lightning bolts continued to gather within, until the first bolt of heavenly lightning finally descended. Boom! The heavenly lightning flashed and struck the misty rain array but was blocked by it. The first bolt of heavenly lightning has the might of a half-step heavenly Tao realm? Qin Yun calmly looked up. At this strength, the heavenly lightning posed him no threat. Boom! Boom. Boom. Dot. The heavenly lightning boomed as bolt after bolt descended onto him with increasing strength as the might gradually approached the heavenly Tao realm. The eighth heavenly lightning. Qin Yun focused fully on controlling his misty rain array and carefully resisted the incoming strike. Boom! A more powerful heavenly lightning struck the misty rain array, and although the misty rain array stirred violently, it had completely withstood the blow. Qin Yun's attainments in the misty rain array were just too profound. Furthermore, he was casting it with an intrinsic connate cardinal treasure and a merit cardinal treasure. The eighth heavenly lightning bolt did not have the right to make him burn his essence soul. This eighth heavenly lightning's might is almost that of the heavenly Tao realm. It's slightly stronger than Hou Yi's eighth arrow, thought Qin Yun. However, I don't need to burn my essence soul when defending against Hou Yi's ninth arrow now. Although he very easily withstood the eighth bolt of heavenly lightning, Qin Yun still took out a golden fruit. It was the extremely precious soul heart fruit, which was in no way inferior to a connate cardinal treasure. Qin Yun did not hesitate to swallow it. The soul heart fruit melted instantly as a mysterious power filled his body. Qin Yun calmly looked at the terrifying tribulation cloud in the sky. Everything before the eighth heavenly lightning for the itinerant immortal tribulation has precedence to refer to. However, no one knows what will happen after the eighth heavenly lightning. I'll eat a soul heart fruit first to prevent being suddenly plunged in danger without having the time to eat the soul heart fruit. There was nothing wrong with being cautious. If it meant transcending the itinerant immortal tribulations, Qin Yun didn't mind if he wasted a single soul heart fruit. Is there a ninth bolt of heavenly lightning? Bai Zhe watched nervously from a distance. Back then, Bai Zhe failed at the eighth bolt. What other tribulations are there after that? Hou Yi watched with knitted brows. Boom! The ninth bolt of heavenly lightning descended. This bolt of heavenly lightning was even stronger as it struck the vast and dark misty rain array. It caused the misty rain array to enter upheavals, but still managed to withstand the attack. Even so, Qin Yun did not ignite his essence soul. This ninth bolt of heavenly lightning is about the strength of Hou Yi's ninth arrow. It's at the heavenly Tao realm, and close to the limits of what I can bear. If there's more powerful heavenly lightning, I'll have to burn my essence soul, Qin Yun thought. However, the tribulation cloud in the sky had come to a pause without delivering any more heavenly lightning. This scene shocked all the mighty figures who were watching. The ninth heavenly lightning was the end? Is that the end? I just missed surviving the itinerant immortal tribulations by that much? Bai Zhe felt puzzled before immediately realizing something was amiss. The tribulation cloud hasn't dissipated. It's not blasting heavenly lightning or dissipating. It seems to be preparing something? This itinerant immortal tribulations aren't limited to the three tribulations of wind, fire, lightning? There are still other tribulations? The other mighty figures were puzzled as well. About half a minute after the ninth heavenly lightning ended, the dark tribulation cloud continued stirring without delivering any attacks. What's happening? Huaner, what do you think is happening? Xiao was already burning with anxiety from watching this scene. Now that the ninth heavenly lightning was over, the stirring of the tribulation cloud without delivering any new tribulations left her extremely uneasy. Mom, Qin Yi hurriedly consoled her. Didn't Dad say that this might very well be the final tribulation for itinerant immortals? Since it's the final tribulation, having an additional tribulation beyond wind, fire, and lightning would be unsurprising. Besides, Dad looks relaxed. The wind, fire, lightning tribulations from before did not pose any threat to him. I'm sure Dad will be able to transcend any new tribulation. Xiao nodded as she watched anxiously. He will definitely transcend it. Definitely. There's a new tribulation? Qin Yun watched the tribulation cloud stir and understood that it was preparing to deliver a new blow. He became additionally careful. The tribulation cloud was indeed brewing, and after a long while, sounds faintly emitted from within. It sounded like the howl of the winds, roaring of flames, and the thunderous boom of lightning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 719, Tribulation, 2, Final Chapter of Volume. Chapter 719, Tribulation, 2, Final Chapter of Volume. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The tribulation cloud high in the sky finally blasted down a bolt of intermixed wind, fire, and lightning after a long moment of stirring. The wind fanned the fire, and the fire gave rise to lightning, and the lightning complemented the fire. As the three powers intertwined, their strength rose again. I have to ignite my essence soul. With a thought, Qin Yun burned his essence soul dermic powers as the might of his misty rain array increased exponentially. Regardless of how the wind, fire, lightning struck, the misty rain array remained as placid as a deep ocean, withstanding every attack without causing huge waves. The wind, fire, and lightning's attacks lasted only a few seconds before coming to a stop. It's just 50% stronger than the ninth lightning bolt. Although Qin Yun burned his essence soul out of caution, the tribulation was only at the might of Ho Yi's third arrow if he shot his essence soul burning 9 arrows. It was still something he could manage quite easily. Qin Yun looked up at the tribulation cloud. However, the tribulation cloud hasn't dispersed. Boom, dot. The tribulation cloud suddenly collapsed and shrank, contracting to a beam of light in extreme fashion. This beam descended immediately. Shoo! With a flash, the beam of light tore through the misty rain array. Even though Qin Yun was powering his misty rain array via his burning essence soul, it did not pose as an obstacle at all. It was as though the beam of light was intangible. Oh no! Qin Yun knew that things had gone awry. For the tribulation cloud to collapse into a beam of light, it was likely the final strike of the itinerant immortal tribulations. However, his misty rain array had failed to be of any use. As this thought flashed through his mind, the beam of light struck Qin Yun. Boom, dot. What sounded like wind howls, the roaring of flames, and thundering lightning boomed from Qin Yun's body, but no attack could be seen. It was a formless attack. Under this formless attack, Qin Yun's itinerant immortal body collapsed immediately, shattering into pieces and vanishing. Only the Qingping sword and his storage items were left floating in the air. This scene shocked all the spectating experts in the three realms. Sword Immortal Qin had managed to withstand the previous tribulations easily, but when the tribulation cloud collapsed into a beam of light, it ignored all defenses and struck Qin Yun instantly. It dissipated Qin Yun completely. Dad! Qin Yi's and Meng Huan's expressions changed drastically. Yi Zhao's face turned pale and colorless. No, impossible, dot. As Qin Yun's wife, Xiao instantly sensed Qin Yun's karmic connection with her vanish. She could not sense it at all, forcing her to realize that Brother Yun might really be dead. However, this was an unacceptable outcome. Yuner. Qin Liehu and his wife were taken aback. Qin Yuluo, Qing Shuang, Tian Huang, and Bian Hanyu all looked in disbelief at this scene. Brother Qin Yun, Ninth Hong, Eighth Zhu, Ancestral Master Zhang, and Immortal Susu all watched in a daze. There were just too many people watching Qin Yun's transcending of the tribulations. For instance, the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage was paying keen attention to it. A mighty figure had specially conjured a water mirror that floated in midair. Many Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage experts watched Qin Yun's tribulation via the mirror, and when they saw Qin Yun dissipate due to the beam of light, all of them gasped. Sword Immortal Qin actually failed? This itinerant immortal path is really a dead end. All of them sighed. Yu Gufeng, who had joined the Grand Supreme lineage for decades, looked up. Qin Yun had once wanted to recruit him as a disciple, but he ultimately chose the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage. Sword Immortal Qin really failed transcending his tribulations. Yu Gufeng shook his head slightly when he saw that. However, he felt a sense of joy, thankful that he had chosen the Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage. Haha, he's dead. He's dead. What a nice death. When Fiend Ancestor remotely saw Qin Yun's body dissipate completely from the strike, he could not help but be overjoyed. But moments later, his expression changed. That's not right. Why is his karmic connection still around? My disciple's karmic connection still exists. Numinous Treasure Dao Ancestor stared intently at the tribulation spot. Although my disciple's karmic connection turned very vague for an instant, to the point of even me finding it faint, his karmic connection still exists. He isn't dead. At their realm, those that could still sense Qin Yun's existence were limited to the few heavenly Dao realm existences. If the karmic connection is so blurred, perhaps only the few of us can sense it. Grand Supreme Dao Ancestor watched in puzzlement. What is Qin Yun's condition actually? The final tribulation cloud strike is very mysterious, said Goddess Niwa. Qin Yun's misty rain array is already sufficiently powerful. When he casts it with the Khanate Merit Cardinal treasure, even we would have difficulty killing him. That final strike actually ignored all obstacles and went straight for Qin Yun's essence soul itinerant immortal body? The tribulation clouds collapsed to form that final strike was not anything the misty rain array could withstand. Qin Yun knew that something had gone awry, but he had no other solution. But after the beam of light flew into his body. Boom! Qin Yun felt his consciousness turn blank. Excruciating pain enveloped his essence soul as if thousands of blades were slicing across his essence soul, instantly splitting it into thousands of pieces in a thorough fashion. There was also an extremely scorching flame burning at his essence soul fragments, completely destroying them. There was also the terrifying lightning that blasted each and every piece of his essence soul. At that instant, there was no room for thought. Only pain. It was an unprecedented pain after all his years of cultivation. It was a pain that made him desire death. Just die. You will be free from this infinite pain if you die. This thought surfaced in his mind. No. A thought immediately surfaced. Why would I want to die? Who am I? What am I doing? I am Qin Yun. I'm Qin Yun. I'm transcending the tribulations. Having acknowledged his own existence, a strong desire spread through every essence soul fragment. Although each of them had been burned and blasted to extremely minute pieces, all of them lit up. Regardless of the fire and lightning assault, once the essence soul fragments had a thought, they were filled with tenacity. Furthermore, the soul heart fruit's powers were spreading through the essence soul and nourishing the fragments. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Qin Yun could sense that his essence soul had been split into countless fragments. Each essence soul fragment was suffering the mysterious assaults of fire and lightning. Under this barrage of attacks, his essence soul fragments were also gradually changing. He then vaguely came to the understanding that this was the real itinerant immortal tribulation. It was a metamorphic tribulation, akin to the tempering of scrap iron into fortified steel. As these essence soul fragments suffered the excruciating pain, his soul also began undergoing the change from iron to steel. This process was the most terrifying tribulation. If he survived it, he would truly escape his fate as an itinerant immortal and obtain eternal life. If he failed, the countless pieces of essence soul fragments would be destroyed, and death would follow. Hold on. The countless essence soul fragments withstood the infinite pain as Qin Yun only had one thought: hold on. Slowly. As the essence soul fragments transformed, the pain suddenly subsided after an unknown period of time. It gave Qin Yun relief as his thoughts turned clearer and he could consider even more. I've passed the hardest stage. This feeling is just fantastic. As the pain rapidly waned, Qin Yun felt that each essence soul fragment was overcome with an emerging joy, as though they were each welcoming new life. Is brother Qin Yun really dead? Hui watched from afar in disbelief. By his side, Kong Xian said with a sigh, I can't even sense his karma, so it means he's really dead. That final strike of the tribulation cloud was just too odd. Brother Qin Yun's misty rain array failed to put up any resistance. Besides, Brother Qin Yun has an itinerant immortal body. It's weak, so it dissipated upon impact. Even sword immortal Qin can't transcend the itinerant immortal tribulations? Ancestral dragon sighed. Qin Yun's good friends were sighing. As for his family, they were disconsolate and in despair. Although they were mentally prepared before the tribulation, and Qin Yun had made many arrangements for the Qin family, to see Qin Yun's body ultimately blasted into nothingness left them in immense misery. That is? Xiao, whose eyes had been staring blankly at the spot where Qin Yun once was, suddenly saw countless lights appearing. What's that? All the mighty figures also noticed it. Lights lit up in the void as they brightened in intensity and enlarged in size. Each point of light was drawing on power to gradually turn crystalline, like they were precious gems. Countless crystalline gems floated in midair. There are 129,600 gems, Kong Xin muttered as he observed. The number corresponding to 1 yuan 1. How can this be a coincidence? The countless gloating gems finally transformed and each of them took the form of Qin Yun. Each of them were the size of a finger. The 129,600 Qin Yuns looked at each other and smiled. A body can be split into thousands, but the essence soul is eternal. Fuse. The countless Qin Yuns began fusing together, taking on Qin Yun's original form. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the Dharma treasures that had dropped on the mountaintop. Qin Yun stood there and saw that the tribulation cloud had dissipated. He felt overjoyed as he thought, this itinerant immortal tribulation's final strike was a test of the essence soul. No Dharma treasure can help. When the essence soul was split into 129,600 pieces, it reached an extremum. Being tempered by the lightning and fire, one needs extremely strong determination and tenacity to survive it. Thankfully. I'm thankful that I had the heaven-defying soul heart fruit which can nourish my essence soul's core. While I was suffering the pain, it was nourishing my essence soul. If not, I probably only had a 30% chance of surviving it. The soul heart fruit allowed me endure the torment, greatly increasing my chances. My venture into the spatial tide at the risk of my life was of use indeed. After having his essence soul split into 129,600 pieces, he was still able to be cognizant of himself. That was the first major trial, and enduring through the pain was the second major trial. The soul heart fruit had indeed helped Qin Yun tremendously. Regardless of what I've done, how much suffering I've been through, or how treacherous the tribulation is, I, Qin Yun, have finally transcended the itinerant immortal tribulations completely. Qin Yun rejoiced inwardly. End of volume. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 720, Art of Avatars. Chapter 720, Art of Avatars. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. As Qin Yun was reeling in delight, he heard a voice sound in his head. Disciple, is this tribulation the last tribulation for itinerant immortals? Although numinous treasure was happy watching Qin Yun successfully transcend the tribulations remotely, he was also afraid that there would be a 13th itinerant immortal tribulation. Master, this 12th itinerant immortal tribulation was indeed the last tribulation, replied Qin Yun via voice transmission. This time, it was an actual test of the essence soul, a tribulation that allows for the essence soul to metamorphosize. Success leads to an indestructible, immortal essence soul. Indestructible essence soul? I saw your essence soul being split into 129,600 pieces? Numinous treasure Tao ancestor asked out of curiosity. After all, Qin Yun was the first itinerant immortal to gain eternal life. Yes, itinerant immortals cultivate their essence souls, and the essence soul is different from a physical body. Qin Yun did not conceal anything from his master. After cultivating to a realm like mine, the essence soul can congregate and disperse, splitting into 129,600 avatars. To have so many avatars, haha. When it comes to the number of avatars one possesses, you are no doubt the greatest in the three realms, said Numinous Treasure Dao Ancestor with a voice transmission. Qin Yun smiled. Indeed. Elder Yellowbeard had 10 bodies including his main body, but he had 129,600 avatars. Although he had many avatars, the total amount of essence soul powers was limited. It's just that the more avatars, the weaker the essence soul will be, said Qin Yun. The heavenly Dao naturally has restrictions. Still, to have so many avatars, it truly can be called indestructible, said Numinous Treasure Dao Ancestor. In Green Turing Palace, Numinous Treasure Dao Ancestor was in an extremely good mood. The disciple he was most pleased with had succeeded in transcending the tribulations and had gained powerful new means. Numinous Treasure, is this the final itinerant immortal tribulation? Grand Supreme Dao Ancestor asked. It's indeed the final one. Numinous Treasure smiled. Congratulations, said Heavenly Lord of Primordial beginning with a faint smile. Congratulations, Numinous Treasure, Goddess Nuwa said as well. For Qin Yun to succeed, with his abhorrence of evil, it's truly a good thing for the three realms, said Buddhist Ancestor Gautama with a chuckle. In the past, there was strife between them. The past war between the Buddhists and Taoists, and the war among the three Taoist lineages were over. Now, their relationships were getting better. This was because they knew that in the future, they would be forced to leave the three realms. 1. They needed to combine forces to kill the fiend ancestor, and 2. They needed to help each other in venturing through the vast chaos. They naturally needed to be united. Even more than that, they wished for the three realms to be peaceful. However, there were chaos godfiends who wished for chaos in the three realms, to turn it into a huge hunting ground where they could freely hunt and slaughter. This faction was quite a formidable one, too. However, with the Dao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor in the three realms, all of them lurked in the background. This included God King Jerome, who remained in hiding after he escaped his imprisonment. In the future, he was bound to appear again. Qin Yun clearly would stand opposite Jerome and the other Chaos Godfiends. Qin Yun took a step and returned to him to lightning roar. Dad! Master! A large group of people came to welcome him. Qin Yi, Meng Huan, Qin Yulua, Bianhanyu were all thrilled. They had previously imagined their sky to have fallen, but now, the sky remained. Qin Yun looked at them with a smile as he looked towards his wife, Xiao. Brother Yun. Xiao hugged Qin Yun and whispered, I was really worried for you just now. There's no need to worry. I'll be by your side from now on, so much that you'll find me a bother. It's because I am now immortal, said Qin Yun with a voice transmission. Xiao smiled sweetly. Qin Yun felt a burden lift off his chest as he felt overjoyed. Although he had made arrangements for his wife and children, as well as the whole Qin family, it was better that he could live on. With him around, no one would dare bare their fangs into lightning roar. Congratulations! Congratulations, Senior Brother Qin. Yellow Robe Supremacy, Immortal Sasu, Ancestral Master Zhang, 9th Hong, and 8th Shu all came over, congratulating him. Ha ha! Qin Yun laughed as he saw them. Brother Sasu, Old Zhang, Yellow-Robed, and 9th Hong, 8th Shu. Long time no see. Today, I succeeded in transcending the tribulations and have gained eternal life. It's a joyous occasion for me. Today, my Into Lightning Roar will have a feast and I'm inviting all of you. You must attend. Brother Qin Yun, how can we not attend the feast to celebrate your gaining of eternal life? Kong Xian chuckled as he walked over. Congratulations, Brother Qin Yun. Hui cupped his hands. Ancestral Dragon, Gomong, Swirenshi, Fuxishi, Shenanshi, and Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain all walked over with smiles. Qin Yun was also a human mighty figure, and the supporting pillar of Green Turing Palace. His attainment of eternal life left many experts rejoicing. Don't leave today. Accompany me in having drinks at my into lightning roar, said Qin Yun with a laugh. Quickly arrange for the banquet, instructed Xiao. Yes, mother. Qin immediately flew off to arrange for the banquet in delight. The Grand Supreme Sword Immortals were watching remotely through a water mirror. They originally believed that Sword Immortal Qin was dead, but they suddenly saw the points of light turn brighter, eventually turning into gems. The 129,600 gems each turned into miniature Qin Yuns, and eventually fused as one. Later, Qin Yun even began conversing with Hui, Ancestral Dragon, and company. This left the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage astounded. Without a doubt, Sword Immortal Qin was still alive. Sword Immortal Qin is actually alive? This is the itinerant immortal tribulation? Gaining life through death? I wonder if Sword Immortal Qin will still face a 13th itinerant immortal tribulation. The Grand Supreme Sword Immortals discussed. According to the news coming from him, a lightning roar, Sword Immortal Qin has said that he has gained eternal life and will be holding a feast for his guests, a Sword Immortal said. He said it personally. It's definitely true then. To think that itinerant immortals can gain eternal life as well. That's right. The heavenly Tao will always leave a sliver of hope. Just as they were sighing in amazement, Yu Gufeng looked up from a corner at the chatting Ancestral Dragon, Hui, and Qin Yun in the water mirror. Junior brother Yu, I heard that Sword Immortal Qin once wanted to take you in as a disciple? A fellow disciple quipped with a laugh. Yu Gufeng nodded slightly. Yes, Senior Qin did think highly of me before. Now that he has successfully transcended the tribulations, it's truly a joyous matter. The news of Qin Yun's successful transcending of the tribulations to gain eternal life quickly spread throughout the three realms. Different experts had different feelings towards it, but all of them knew one point. Sword Immortal Qin was destined to become a steadfast power in the three realms. Until Lightning Roar would truly become a sacred land in the three realms. Previously, people believed that as an itinerant immortal, Qin Yun might one day die from his tribulations, therefore, to Lightning Roar always had little influence. For example, no mighty figure came to pledge allegiance to it. Most perfected Great Tao experts had mighty figures as their subordinates. Some pledged allegiance while others became disciples. In the past, despite Qin Yun's formidable prowess, no mighty figure pledged allegiance to him till Lightning Roar. It was simply because they were afraid that once Qin Yun died, they would end up being pursued by the fiend's revenge. How miserable that would be. Now that Qin Yun had gained eternal life, everything was different. Why is this happening? In the tenebrous fiend abyss, Fiend Ancestor's destruction body looked in disbelief at the heavenly realms into Lightning Roar. He watched as Qin Yun and Hui exchanged drinks at the banquet. Even some time after Qin Yun transcended the tribulations, the Fiend Ancestor was still in disbelief. I thought he was dead, but he actually succeeded and gained eternal life? Now, my plans really need changing. With him alive, when it comes to mighty figures, the Taoists and Buddhists will have a sharp increase in strength. Those ancient existences likely won't help me easily. Hui isn't likely to involve himself, right? If he joins forces with Qin Yun, there's almost no one in a great world that can fight them. Fiend Ancestor was frustrated. So be it. At most, I'll give up on contending for the great worlds. After all, most of life in the three realms are in the small worlds. Fiend Ancestor narrowed his eyes. Qin Yun, I'm indeed impressed with you. In such a despairing situation, you still managed to transcend the tribulations to gain eternal life. Impressive. But ultimately, you are a mighty figure. You won't be able to enter a small world or stop me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 721, 4-Word Sword Art. Chapter 721, 4-Word Sword Art. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Since he succeeded in transcending the tribulations, Qin Yun naturally gave Hui one soul heartfruit and received the spatial shields in return. Hui was very willing to do this exchange. After all, back in the spatial tide, Qin Yun had only gathered other universe corpses in the beginning, resulting in Hui receiving a large number of treasures. The number of Khanate cardinal treasures he had made him probably number one under the heavenly Tao realm. He really wasn't missing out by giving up the spatial shields. Instead, he yearned more for soul heartfruits. In a small world, there was a boat with black awnings proceeding down a river. Qin Yun and Xiao were dining on it. "My wife, according to your request, I have visited countless small worlds with you," said Qin Yun with an exasperated smile. "But I can't enter a small world with my real body, only an embodiment can do so. This embodiment of mine is really weak. It can't even defeat ordinary essence soul realm figures. If we suffer any bullying, I'll be relying on you, my wife, to help. Don't worry. I will protect you. I'll protect the number one sword immortal in the 3 realms. That actually feels quite nice." Xiao took a sip of her alcohol, feeling rather happy. She had the strength of a half-step mighty figure. If she had Khanate numinous treasures, she could even fight a mighty figure. She was naturally overpowered in a small world. Since Qin Yun had gained eternal life from his transcending of the tribulations, he also agreed to accompany his wife on a voyage of the 3 realms. The most number of places to visit in the 3 realms were definitely the small worlds. Therefore, he accompanied his wife and began visiting the countless small worlds. If they took their time, perhaps even 10 million years was insufficient to see them all. However, you don't have to worry about this small world. This small world's heaven and earth spiritual energies are sparse. Cultivating to the Khanate false core is probably the maximum one can go, said Xiao. The heaven and earth spiritual energies are very sparse. If it drops further, it would be impossible to cultivate. Qin Yun nodded. And at that moment, above the river of Qin Yun's boat was a steep cliff. On this hanging cliff, there was a man speaking in full emotion. "Master, senior brother, it was all my fault. I have nothing to say." With that said, he leaped down. "Third junior brother. Third senior brother. Third senior brother. Yen Zhou." There was a flurry of exclamations. His plummet down the cliff sounded as he dropped towards the lingering clouds beneath. However, his plummet resulted in an fated encounter with immortality. In the sailing boat beneath the cliff, Qin Yun and Xiao looked up and saw a white-dressed youth falling. "It's immortal," said Xiao as she looked up. To plummet from such a tall cliff, even if there's water beneath him, he will still die, but... Qin Yun nodded with a smile. "But unfortunately, if we allow the boat to continue sailing forward, he will crash into our boat." With that said, Qin Yun began inferring with his fingers. "He really is an unlucky little guy," said Qin Yun with a smile. "But I'm quite impressed with him, at least, he abhors evil." With a thought, he had learned the details of the plummeting youth's entire life. He knew why he was committing suicide by jumping off a cliff. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a force held up the plummeting white-dressed youth, causing his descent to immediately slow down. After which, he landed on the deck of the boat. The mighty sword immortal Qin did have his embodiment severely suppressed in a small world, but his realm remained extremely high. He was able to produce strength at the Khanate golden core, so saving the youth was not a problem. Oh! Gong Yanzhou looked at his surroundings in a daze and then the deck beneath his feet. "I plummeted from such a high cliff but ended up gently landing on this boat?" Gong Yanzhou saw the immortal-like couple drinking in the boat's cabin and knew that he had met someone important. "Seniors, thank you for saving my life," said Gong Yanzhou respectfully. "However, I am too ashamed to face my masters and fellow disciples, much less my wife. I can only exonerate myself with death." As an Iron Sword Gate's disciple, you ended up marrying a disciple of your sect's archenemy, the Centauria Gate. You didn't wish to betray your sect, nor did you want to kill your wife. As such, you chose to commit suicide? Seated in the cabin, Qin Yun said with a smile. Dying this way sure is a little aggrieved. Gong Yanzhou was alarmed. How do you know of this? This was a secret that he had only learned in the past few days. Qin Yun laughed. There are few things in this world that can hide from me. This world was filled with so-called martial arts experts. Cultivating to the Khanate false core realm was the limit. This was due to the limits imposed by the small world's heavenly Tao. As for shattering the void to ascend, that was a remote legend. In this world, as long as one reached the Khanate false core realm and was capable of producing Khanate golden core strength, one could shatter the void and ascend. With the help of the small world's heavenly Tao, they could head to a great world. However, reaching the Khanate realm was very difficult. To be able to have strength at the Khanate golden core realm with a Khanate false core body was already the stuff of legend. It appears I'm quite a joke, said Gong Yanzhou in a self-deprecating manner. You really are inferior to your wife, said Qin Yun. Your wife knew you were from the Iron Sword Gate, but she still married you. She even tried her best to become sect master of Centauria Gate, so as to alleviate the hatred between the two sections. Yet, you seek death the moment you learned of the truth? Gong Yanzhou shook his head and said, My Iron Sword Gate and Centauria Gate have a deep-seated hatred for each other. When I was still an orphan, my master and his wife took me in. My master's wife died to the Centauria Gate. Generation after generation, our grudge remains. How am I to face my fellow disciples after marrying a Centauria Gate disciple? How am I to face my master? You silly kid, said Qin Yun. You can just seek revenge on the person who killed your master's wife. Your hatred should be directed against the perpetrator, and not the others of the Centauria Gate. Must the grudge of the past implicate the juniors of the future? In this world, nations have fought and killed for centuries. Many grudges have been forgotten. But after the nations were unified, isn't everyone still living harmoniously as one? Said Qin Yun with a smile. A grudge can be resolved. There is no need to implicate too many innocent people while seeking revenge. It is fated that we ended up meeting today, so I'll give you a few words. Qin Yun casually wrote in the air. Words began glowing in midair as they were filled with the infinite charms of the Sword Tao. They were 4 simple words: human effort achieves everything. Gong Yanzhou turned dumbfounded when he saw that. Each stroke contained unfathomable Sword Tao charms. Gong Yanzhou only felt that his Iron Sword Gate's best manuals could not even be compared to an iota of the 4 words. He was fully immersed in it and forgot everything. From time to time, he would move his limbs and rejoice, while at times, use his fingers to draw out the sword arts. He was awoken by his hunger, for 2 days had passed. He had been by a boulder on the bank of the river for 2 days. Seniors. Only then did Gong Yanzhou react, but Qin Yun and Yijiao's boat had been gone for 2 days. Thank you for imparting these sword arts to me, senior. Gong Yanzhou was filled with gratitude. The opportunity he encountered when plummeting down the cliff made Gong Yanzhou figure out a 4-word sword art in just 2 days. His strength increased exponentially to become the strongest in the sect. In the coming days, his touring of the world and studying of the charms in the 4 words given to him by Qin Yun perfected the 4-word sword art even more. This sword art also gained a higher standing in the world. It also became the best of the 3 arts that could shatter the void. Of course, that was all in the epilogue. Qin Yun's embodiment accompanied his wife in touring the various small worlds, while his real body remained in the heavenly realms in the lightning roar as he meditated on sword arts. Before, he had focused on defensive arts due to his tribulations. But as a sword immortal, how could he be lacking in offensive means? Now that he had succeeded in transcending the tribulations, he naturally focused on offensive means. The 4 words he gave to Gong Yanzhou, human effort achieves everything, contained many of the sword art charms Qin Yun had when it came to offensive means. Even just a tiny bit of it was amazing. Tenebrous Fiend Abyss. Zhurong, you wish to go back on your word? Ancestral Fiend's destruction body wore a cold expression as he glared at Zhurong's embodiment that had appeared before him. I'm not going back on my word. I previously said that if Qin Yun dies from his tribulation, the Taoist Fiend War can start again. I, Taoist Luya, and a few old friends would jointly attempt to kill Hui, said God King Zhurong with a shake of his head. Now that Qin Yun is alive and his defensive means are number 1 in the 3 realms, plus with his relationship with Hui, not only will we not be capable of killing Hui if they join forces, we might even be sending ourselves to our deaths. Although Hui was powerful and could burn his essence soul to shoot 9 successive arrows, he had to accumulate his strength by slowly shooting the arrows one by one. It was naturally no problem to kill Hui in the first 1 or 2 arrows. Zhurong and company originally had a plan and he was rather confident. But with the addition of Qin Yun, his allies from before all shrank back. Ancestral Fiend, Qin Yun has successfully transcended the tribulations. He's still alive, so there's no way I can help you either, Zhurong's embodiment said before dissipating. The Ancestral Fiend watched this scene coldly. I knew it. All of them are afraid of death. They will only take action if there's a chance. But once they discover danger, they immediately shrink back. Fiend Ancestor shook his head and said, the Taoists and Buddhists previously only had Amida as a half-step heavenly Tao realm in the past. Wushuan is enough to hold him back. Now, with the addition of Qin Yun, this will truly add to my troubles. Forget it. I had planned on giving up the Great Worlds anyway. Since Zhurong and company have shrank back, I'll give them up completely. There's no need for any delay. Let the Taoist Fiend War begin. Fiend Ancestor's eyes were filled with endless frenzy. It was more crazy than the previous time. That's because the goal of this Taoist Fiend War was for him to gain a chance of survival. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 722 War Erupts. Chapter 722 War Erupts. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Qin Yun led a very carefree life. After all, he had gained eternal life and no longer had the pressing problem of death. He could tour the small worlds in the 3 realms without any worries. It had been 116 years since Qin Yun successfully transcended the tribulations. In this past century or so, Qin Yun and his wife toured hundreds of small worlds, but of course, they were still far from visiting all the small worlds in the 3 realms. Brother Yun, at the speed we are touring the small worlds, we will probably not even finish touring all the small worlds in more than 100 million years. Xiao and Qin Yun ate by the streets with 2 tiny bowls of snacks. Each small world has its unique traits. It's not worth it if we rush. The speed at which we are going isn't considered slow, Qin Yun said with a smile. Why, do you wish for it to be faster? No. I'm in no way in a hurry. Xiao giggled. Just as they were conversing, a calamity that swept through the 3 realms suddenly began. It came without any signs. Even for someone of Qin Yun's strength, he did not notice it in any way. After all, these plans had been schemed within the tenebrous fiend abyss. Even the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor were unable to spy upon these plans. Furthermore, the fiend ancestor personally hid these plans from the heavenly secrets. Boom! 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 Dot. All the dominions in the 3 realms had space warp across the infinite cosmos. Squadrons of fiendish cultivators were sent into different parts of space. Oh! These fiendish cultivator squadrons were formed by an early-stage sky fiend and 5 fiend celestials. They would be transported to the space around a planet through the distortion of space. It's this small world. Let's enter, bellowed the leading sky fiend. Let's go. The 5 fiend celestials were also burning with anxiety. This squadron of fiendish cultivators flew into the small world. Nearest to them in another area was a squadron formed of 3 sky fiends. We've arrived at the small world. We need to conquer this small world. Quickly enter. The 3 sky fiends rapidly charged into the small world. This large-scale transference required the fiend ancestor's 3 avatars to act at the same time. Each of his avatars were teleporting hundreds of squadrons simultaneously. With all 3 working together in unison at full strength, he could teleport thousands of squadrons at the same time. There were also his ancestral fiend subordinates who were doing their best. These ancestral fiends also mass teleported the squadrons, including Patriarch Bloodsea, who had split up into numerous Bloodsea avatars. As for King of Myriad Fiends Qin Yun, his true body and 6 avatars were doing their best. All of them employed whatever means they had. Together, they could teleport thousands, if not tens of thousands of squadrons. These were fiend cultivator squadrons. The strongest were at the 9th firmament sky fiend realm. There were even a small number with strength at the half-step ancestral fiend realm, or even those that matched the ancestral fiend realm. The weakest were only at the 1st firmament fiend celestial realm. There were some small worlds which had sparse heaven and earth spiritual energies, making the cultivation limit the Khanate realm. For example, Menghuan's homeworld from when Qin Yun dreamed 100 years, therefore, these small worlds simply needed a few weak fiend celestials to conquer them. There were sky fiends to fiend celestials, making the number of squadrons numerous. In order to gain a chance of survival, the fiend ancestor had even lowered himself into involving all 3 of his avatars in the operation. With sufficient preparations, this large-scale transferences happened extremely quickly. What are the fiends doing? The Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor instantly sensed it. Many mighty figures sensed it as well. After all, the scale of such transferences had targeted the countless small worlds in the 3 realms. This is... Qin Yun was astounded as the snack he was holding fell to the ground. He could sense countless spatial fluctuations in the 3 realms in that blink of an eye. More than 20 million fiendish cultivator squadrons of varying strengths had entered the different small worlds. Brother Yun? Xiao was still puzzled. Something serious has happened, said Qin Yun seriously. In the heavenly realms empty lightning roar. Qin Yun's actual body, which was in seclusive meditation, exited seclusion. Another Taoist fiend war has started? Qin Yun's eyes flashed fiercely. With a series of whooshing sounds, countless beams of light flew out from his body, turning into numerous Qin Yuns. There was a huge crowd, a total of 120,000 Qin Yuns appearing above him to lightning roar. Following that, these 120,000 Qin Yun stepped through the void and departed the heavenly realm, heading for different areas in space. Although at his limit, Qin Yun could split his essence soul into 129,600 avatars, but that would lead to his actual body being too weak. It would cause a fatal weakness. Now, by splitting into 120,000 avatars, his main essence soul would still have about 10% of its strength left. By staying in MT, lightning roar and presiding over the massive array, together with the misty rain array and soul heart fruits, Qin Yun had the confidence that he could face certain dangers. Whoosh! One of Qin Yun's avatars arrived in a particular area of space. A squadron of fiendish cultivators were charging towards the small world. Obliterate! With a flick of his sleeve, the void shattered into countless particulates as the fiendish squadron fell into despair. No! All of them were pulverized. Kill! Another avatar rushed to another piece of space. With a wave of his hand, countless sword chi whistled towards another squadron of fiendish cultivators, destroying them entirely. There were some which were a little too slow. They have flown into the small worlds. I was a little too slow. Qin Yun watched one fiendish squadron fly into the confines of the small world, but he could do nothing about it. He was ultimately one of the strongest existences beneath the heavenly Tao realm. Even though it was just one of his 120,000 avatars, with extremely weak strength, his realm was still very high. It wasn't difficult for him to produce strength at the half-step mighty figure level. Obliterate. Kill. I'm a little too slow for this. The 120,000 avatars pursued across different regions. As the sequence of events involved him sensing the spatial fluctuations to know the enemy's destination before he could arrive to kill, this traversal of space required some time too. The enemies were teleported to spots very near to the small worlds, and they charged in at the fastest speed possible. Just being slightly slow would prevent him from catching up to them. They are all rather weak squadrons. My 120,000 avatars have already successfully killed more than 30,000 squadrons. But the strongest squadrons are only led by early-stage sky fiends. Qin Yun frowned. The fiend ancestor is very cunning. Those 9th firmament sky fiends and most powerful group of sky fiends were sent in during the first wave. There was no way to stop them in time. The first batch that were teleported had their safety pretty much guaranteed. Qin Yun and company failed to stop them in time. From the second batch onwards, only small numbers were intercepted. However, against 20 million squadrons in each batch, the mighty figures in the three realms were helpless as well. After all, Qin Yun was the only who could send 120,000 avatars in the three realms. It was a unique skill he gained after transcending the final itinerant immortal tribulation. Therefore, when it came to interception, Qin Yun could be considered number one under the heavenly Tao realm. Even the Tao ancestors, Buddhist ancestor, and goddess Nuwa took action personally. They were extremely powerful and were able to attack different areas at the same time. Their interception was even better than Qin Yun's. The fiends are really unwilling to give up. Are they planning to stir the flames of war again? Guanyin was overlooking the three realms as she waved her hands, sending streams of light bearing down which tore through space and attacked different areas. Boom! Boom! Many fiendish cultivator squadrons didn't even see an enemy. They were reduced to nothingness by powers that swept through space. Such means were also what most mighty figures used to intercept the fiends. They were unable to split into 120,000 avatars like Qin Yun, but they could also do many things at the same time, attacking many different regions simultaneously. Three pure ones, Gautama and Nuwa, how many can you stop? In the tenebrous fiend abyss, the fiend ancestor's destruction body was in a frenzy. He had a massive array formation set up around him. His other male and female bodies were also surrounded by their own array formations. With the aid of these array formations, the transference could be done much more easily. The three avatars were doing the transference with all their might. Transference without set destinations were easier, and it was harder to kill them. Moments later, massive numbers of fiendish cultivator squadrons that had been amassed over the past 100 over years were all sent out. Qin Yun's 120,000 avatars were scattered across space in the three realms, watching the various small worlds. The fiends sent a total of 630 million squadrons. Only 8 million were intercepted. Most of them were intercepted by the Tao ancestors, Buddhist ancestor, and goddess Nuwa. Although I have many avatars, I only managed to intercept about 300,000 squadrons. Qin Yun wore a heavy expression. And the small number of squadrons intercepted have little influence over the fiend's progress. Followed by a sigh, all his 120,000 avatars retreated and returned to the heavenly realms into lightning roar. Countless beams of light entered his body as Qin Yun felt his heart heavy. He knew that the countless small worlds in the three realms would face a huge calamity, and what he could do was very limited. Disciple, quickly come to Green Turing Palace. A voice sounded in his mind. Yes, Master. Qin Yun immediately responded and rushed to Green Turing Palace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 723, Drawn Out Days. Chapter 723, Drawn Out Days. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Green Turing Palace, Main Hall. Numinous treasure. Tao ancestors sat cross-legged on a cloud, and there were nearly 100 figures standing in the hall. All of them were mighty figures, and standing right in front of them were Qin Yun and Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain. Greetings, Master, all the mighty figures greeted reverently. Numinous treasure looked at the group of disciples before him and sighed. The ancestral fiend has instigated another Taoist fiend war. This time, although it doesn't involve great worlds, nor does it directly threaten the lives of mighty figures, this iteration will be far more terrifying than the previous Taoist fiend war. It's a true calamity that will shake the roots of the three realms. The mighty figures below him were all astounded. Far more terrifying than the previous one? The ones deployed are some sky fiends and fiend celestials. It doesn't influence all of us mighty figures. Wouldn't we still be able to live carefree lives? Although the disciples appeared to listen reverently, they didn't actually care about it. If they could live carefree lives, why would they care if ants died? Numinous treasure said seriously, most of the lives in the three realms come from the small worlds. These countless small worlds are the foundations of the three realms. Now that the fiend ancestor has mobilized the forces of the tenebrous fiend abyss and the 10 fiendish dominions and completely infiltrated countless small worlds, if we were to sit by idly. With time, more of these small worlds will become flourishing hotbeds for the fiends. In the future, most people in the three realms would be fiendish cultivators. The entire three realms would become a land of sin. Although all of you are mighty figures with eternal life, once the fiends flourish, the number of fiendish mighty figures would increase. Once the fiendish heavenly Tao envelopes the world, all of your days will turn miserable. Numinous treasure looked at these disciples. He did not discriminate in how he taught, and gave freedom to his disciples. There were also some chaos god fiends among his disciples who viewed the weak mortals in the small worlds as nothing but ants. Therefore, he needed to first scare them. The flourishing of the fiends will lead to tragic days for you too. Master. As the present eldest senior brother, Qin Yun said, what should we do now? Numinous treasure said, now, the Taoists, Buddhists, and heavenly courts are amassing sky immortals, essence soul earth immortals, and thinking of sending them towards the small worlds in batches. But firstly, this will require time, and, secondly, many sky immortals and essence soul earth immortals lead carefree lives. They likely do not wish to embroil themselves in a life and death battle with the sky fiends and fiend celestials. Yet, we cannot force them like the fiends. We can only do our best to guide them and bound them to promises. The number of sky immortals and earth immortals we can deploy are probably a tiny fraction of what the fiends have sent. Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain added, the fiendish sects have layers of control and strict rules. Whoever dares violate these rules would live a life worse than death. But us Taoists are a lot less restraining on our disciples. To amass enough sky immortals and earth immortals as the fiends to risk their lives? That's indeed difficult. We can only tempt them to do so with dermic formulations, divine power mystic arts, and treasures, said Qin Yun with a frown. Those ordinary sky immortals and earth immortals also thirst for powerful divine power mystic arts. To get one, they will be willing to risk their lives. At present, the Taoists, Buddhists, and heavenly courts have decided on this as well, said Numinous Treasure Tao Ancestor. Slaying fiend celestials and sky fiends and winning back a small world. The various contributions can be used to exchange for different benefits. But even so, relying on sky immortals and earth immortals to participate in this program on their own accord would make the numbers pale in comparison to the fiendish cultivators. Therefore, all of you will need to do something as well. But us? The disciples were puzzled. Our real bodies aren't able to enter the small worlds. How do we do anything? A disciple could not help but ask. Numinous Treasure looked down and said, the countless small worlds in the three realms have many Taoists cultivators to begin with. However, they possess crude cultivation dharmic formulations and lack masters to guide them, making their cultivation an arduous task. If they were to encounter an esteemed master and receive pinnacle dharmic formulations, I believe they will experience a metamorphic change and experience a great increase in strength. If the cultivators in the small worlds become powerful, it will make it difficult for the fiends to occupy them. Masters in a small world will never be better than mighty figures like you. All of you are esteemed masters, said numinous treasure. All of you are to descend with embodiments to the numerous small worlds where you will select talent and teach them. Increase and strengthen the Taoist cultivators in the countless small worlds, and that will automatically hold back the fiend's invasion. The Buddhists are doing the same as well. We understand. Qin Yun and the other disciples answered reverently. Do it quick. Numinous treasure waved his hand. Yes. All of them responded before taking their leave. MT lightning roar. Qin Yun looked across the vast lands as his gaze even tore through the void to see the countless small worlds. Blood had already been shed in many small worlds. The fiends had cruel means, so countless fiendish cultivators were long accustomed to the law of the jungle and the act of killing. That was how they led their lives in the fiendish dominions. Faced with such fervent killing, how many Taoist and Buddhist cultivators, especially those who have gained eternal life, will be willing to risk their lives? Will there even be 10%? Qin Yun sighed lightly. Thankfully, the fiends are ultimately still the minority. The countless small worlds are still mainly occupied by the Taoists and Buddhists, and enjoy a deep heritage. As long as the potential of the native cultivators are harnessed, there's still a chance of defeating the fiends. However, this war is destined to last long. Following that, Qin Yun split his thoughts as he descended upon numerous small worlds. He began taking in disciples in the various small worlds to teach them. There were too many small worlds. They were also the foundations of the three realms, therefore, the Taoists and Buddhists naturally could not hand them over to the fiends. Therefore, both sides used all the means they had. Seizing by force, betrayals, enticement. They stopped at nothing. Even the pinnacle existences in the small worlds, those sky immortals and sky fiends that matched mighty figures, were fighting as well. Some of them engaged in truly fervent battles, while others simply put on an act. After all, they had eternal life, and were nearly invincible in the small worlds. Why risk their lives for real? Even if they had been ordered by the fiend ancestor, they had the courage to resist his orders if they hid in small worlds. Of course, to make a show of it, using 30% of their strength was sufficient. Mighty figure embodiments and even the embodiments of the Tao ancestors, fiend ancestor, and Buddhist ancestor descended. In short, this drawn-out war had all sorts of situations happen. There were just too many small worlds. Gradually, the war entered a stalemate with both sides becoming exhausted. In a blink of an eye, 3,000 years have passed since the beginning of the Taoist Fiend War. In a small world, Qin Yun's embodiment sat in a restaurant, feeling emotive. It's unknown if the Taoists and Buddhists will win or lose. After all these years of all-out fighting by a large number of sky immortals and earth immortals, with many mighty figures imparting their teachings, our Taoists and Buddhists now have the upper hand in the countless small worlds, said Qin Yun. But these small worlds were ours to begin with. Now, the fiends have infiltrated deep. Over the 3,000 years, there are fiendish sects lurking in the countless small worlds. Different small worlds can call upon each other. Even if the fiendish cultivators in a small world are wiped out, they will quickly return. There's no point talking about 3,000 years, even in 300,000 years, we will likely not be able to eliminate the fiends in the true sense of the word. Is this counted as a victory or a loss? Qin Yun also felt a little worn out. Over the past 3,000 years, his name had resounded through countless small worlds. It was pretty impressive if other mighty figures could maintain 1,000 embodiments in the small worlds, but he had 129,600 avatars, and maintained millions of embodiments to descend upon them. Even the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor were slightly inferior in this aspect to him. Clearly, in terms of number of avatars and embodiments, Qin Yun was indeed heaven-defying. This also made Qin Yun gain a large number of in-name disciples over the past 3,000 years. He left behind the Misty Rain Sword lineage's dermic formulations in many small worlds, and the number of cultivators of the Misty Rain Sword in the three realms reached a staggering number. I'm preaching the Tao, so are the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor. Same for the Fiend ancestor, Wushuan, and the rest. Qin Yun shook his head. I really have no idea when the end to this Taoist Fiend war will come. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 724 Misty Rain Sword Sect. Chapter 724 Misty Rain Sword Sect. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Inside that restaurant, Qin Yun suddenly turned his head upon sensing something. Far away beyond the windows, a figure was fleeing in desperation as three figures were pursuing her. Beauty, you won't escape. Surrender without a fuss, and you won't suffer as much. The trio chasing after her emanated dark red fiendish auras that spread everywhere. It caused the surrounding space to dim a little. Their strength was a lot more terrifying than Gong Yabing, the county governor Qin Yun met in his youth. The person fleeing was a female cultivator with fluttering fairy clothes. Her face was pale and there was a look of despair in her eyes. If I were to fall in the hands of these fiendish cultivators, I'll really lead a life worse than death. But take this. One of the three fiendish cultivators threw out a black hoop that streaked out after images as it smashed at the female cultivator. The female cultivator flicked her sleeves, which expanded in size to block off the black hoop. But from that clash, her sleeve exploded, blasting the female cultivator's fair arms with bloody injuries. Have another taste of my treasure's prowess. Another fiendish cultivator spat out 6 purplish-red centipedes that crawled through the air extremely quickly. If I can't escape, I'd rather die than fall into their hands. The female cultivator steeled her resolve. At that critical moment, a flying boat approached from afar. Standing on it was a man in commoner clothes. A bunch of youths were watching nervously on the boat as well. The man roared angrily, "Fiendish bastards, meet your death." Phew! A blinding sword beam shot out from the man's hand and instantly, there was sword flash dissociation. Thousands of sword flashes howled as they enveloped the three fiendish cultivators. No good. The three fiendish cultivators wore a drastic change in expression upon seeing this. It's a sword lunatic from Misty Rain Sword Sect. We bumped into a sword lunatic. The three fiendish cultivators joined forces to fully resist the attacks of over 1,000 sword flashes and barely managed to withstand the attack momentarily. On the distant flying boat, the man sneered when he saw this. Little bastards, you do have some means. With that said, the 1,000+ sword flashes suddenly fused as one again, forming a terrifying sword beam. To the three fiendish cultivators' horror, the beam tore through their defenses and penetrated their bodies and destroyed their souls. All three were instantly killed. Phew! Sword flashes carried the remains of these three fiendish cultivators back to the man's side before he waved his hand to store them away. Thank you, Senior Brother Wang, for saving my life. I'm Ethereal Palace's Luo Qi. The woman was extremely grateful. Sister Luo Qi, as Taoist disciples, we should help one another, said the man with a laugh. I'm returning to my sect. You can join me and we'll take you back to Ethereal Palace along the way. Thank you, Senior Brother Wang. The female cultivator was delighted. She was heavily injured, so gaining the help of Senior Brother Wang made it a lot safer for her. She immediately flew onto the flying boat which tore through the air and continued proceeding forward. "Ha, did you see that, punks?" The man smiled at the bunch of youths on the flying boat. "My Misty Rain Sword Sex sword cultivators are unparalleled. Killing those fiendish cultivators is as easy as cutting vegetables." The eyes of the youths lit up. The female cultivator Luo Qi nodded and said with a smile, "Young lads, sword cultivators are well known to be good at combat. All of them are able to fight beyond their level. Senior brother Wang is at the Khanate Golden Core, but he is able to fight fiend celestials. It is your good luck that you are becoming disciples of the Misty Rain Sword sect. They are good seedlings selected from the surrounding 18 counties. There's just 20, but to become a sword immortal? Cultivating to become a sword immortal is nearly the most difficult among all the Taoist practices," the man said as he looked at the bunch of youths. "It's nothing at all if you can't reach the Khanate realm. If you were able to cultivate to the Khanate Golden Core realm like me, that would be something. To truly reign supreme in the world, you need to reach the Essence Soul Earth Immortal realm." "Got it." The youths nodded in unison. They had long wanted to become Golden Cores to reign supreme over the world and spend days slaying fiendish demons. "Uncle Wang, you were talking about our Misty Rain Sword Sex ancestral master, Sword Immortal Qin, that he killed many fiendish mighty figures." "You aren't done with the story yet," a youth said. The man smiled and said, "Our Misty Rain Sword Sex ancestral master has killed many fiendish mighty figures. As for Sky Fiends, Ancestral Master has killed an innumerable number. He forced the fiends to stoop to infiltrating our small worlds, and not the great worlds. Hence, you must remember, lads, our Misty Rain Sword Sex cultivation is infinitely promising. The fiends only dare to enter the small worlds and not the great worlds because of our Ancestral Master, Sword Immortal Qin." These youths were thrilled when they heard that. By the side, Luochi felt envious listening to it as well. As mighty figures had descended with embodiments to preach the Tao everywhere, many sects in the small worlds had the shadows of mighty figures behind them. Ethereal Palace was also established by the embodiment of an ordinary mighty figure. It also had rather formidable means. But compared to the Misty Rain Sword sect? The Misty Rain Sword sect was created by Qin Yun. In order to deal with the fiends, he figured out many potent sword arts that could be cast at low levels. Misty Rain Sword sect disciples horrified fiendish cultivators to the point of them calling them sword lunatics. They were enemies the fiendish cultivators feared the most. Every sword cultivator grew and rose up through combat. Although the number of disciples was lacking, their combat strength was best among all the sects in the small worlds. Qin Yun watched the scene from the restaurant. Over the past 3,000 years, millions of his embodiments had visited every small world in the three realms. Many small worlds had a Misty Rain Sword sect established. Although cultivation in the Misty Rain Sword sect was difficult, with few disciples in each world, combining the countless small worlds together, made for quite a massive number. The Misty Rain Sword sect had already become an important sect in the three realms. Although the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage had begun relaxing its requirements for disciples, it was not as widespread as Qin Yun's. Its influence was a lot lower. When countless cultivators in the three realms mentioned sword lunatics, they were typically referring to the Misty Rain Sword sect. "Oh? Hanyu has figured out a great Tao?" Qin Yun revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Until Lightning Roar was presently a sacred land of the countless disciples of the three realms Misty Rain Sword sect. "Master, I have already figured out a great Tao, the Tao of Heavenly Secrets," said Bian Hanyu reverently. "Heavenly Secrets? An ordinary great Tao?" Qin Yun was somewhat delighted, but also disappointed. He was delighted because it was really not easy for his disciple to become a golden immortal. He felt disappointment because she did not figure out a pinnacle great Tao. At present, the three realms was in desperate need of a sky immortal who had figured out a pinnacle great Tao. This was because only those who weren't mighty figures could enter small worlds with their real bodies. Sky immortals who figured out a pinnacle great Tao would be of great use in the Taoist fiend war. especially when Bian Hanyu was a sword cultivator. Qin Yun could spare no expense to help Bian Hanyu cultivate an extremely powerful intrinsic flying sword. A sky immortal who had figured out a pinnacle great Tao would play a huge role in the Taoist fiend war. And such entities could repeat what Qin Yun had previously done and win the war completely. But how difficult was it to slowly cultivate from a weak state to a pinnacle mighty figure? Across the expanse of history in the three realms, how many became pinnacle mighty figures? Many of them were even chaos god fiends. Even if one relied on cultivation to go from weak to a pinnacle mighty figure, most of them first became ordinary mighty figures and spent immense amounts of time to finally become a pinnacle mighty figure. It was extremely rare for one to immediately figure out a pinnacle great Tao. Only a handful like Myriad Treasure, Qin Yun, and Yang Jian had accomplished this. "I'm useless," said Bian Hanyu softly. "Things cannot be forced when it comes to Tao enlightenment. Hanyu, do the breakthrough now." "Break through to become a golden immortal," said Qin Yun. "If I were to break through, I would not be able to enter the small worlds to participate in the war," said Bian Hanyu. Qin Yun shook his head. "Sky immortals and bodhisattvas with strength that match mighty figures number in the hundreds. The fiends also have over 100. It's only with a sky immortal who grasps a pinnacle great Tao that we can hope to turn the tides of this war. The impact you would bring wouldn't be huge, but if you were to become a golden immortal, it will be of great benefit to the spread of my Misty Rain Sword sect." The Misty Rain Sword sect was indeed very widespread in the small worlds with deep roots. But in the great worlds and heavenly realm, it wasn't as impressive. It was because the great worlds and heavenly realm did not suffer the threat of the fiends. Cultivators would focus more on the final realm one could reach with their corresponding dermic formulations. The Misty Rain Sword sect did not have a single golden immortal, so how was it to develop itself in the great worlds and heavenly realm? Although Qin Yun was powerful, he was an itinerant immortal. Furthermore, Qin Yun was the only person who succeeded taking this pathway in the three realms after all this time. "Yes," Bian Hanyu said reverently. "I'll do the breakthrough now. I'll watch over you." Qin Yun nodded. Qin Yun had repeatedly perfected the Misty Rain Sword sect's sword immortal dermic formulation. With his level of insight, there was no problems with it. However, without anyone succeeding to date, he naturally lacked total confidence. Bian Hanyu sat cross-legged. Since she had attained a great Tao, the breakthrough of her essence soul was most simple. Bian Hanyu started to emit faint light from her body, with each beam of light a result of extremely sharp sword qi. With the fusion of dermic powers and the great Tao, she began condensing a new essence soul. There's no problem in the formation of her essence soul. Qin Yun watched the process of his disciple's breakthrough and felt anxious. Soon. It's done. The breakthrough process was very short. However, it left Qin Yun exhilarated and delighted. After the successful breakthrough, Bian Hanyu began sucking the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energies madly. Qin Yun beamed as he threw an immortal pill at his disciple. "Hanyu, take this immortal pill." "Yes, master." Bian Hanyu was filled with delight as she consumed the immortal pill. Her dermic powers had reached a brand new level, but it was just lacking in quantity. With the replenishment of the immortal pill, she soon reached her new limits. "Master, I found the breakthrough extremely simple." "No troubles happened during the process," said Bian Hanyu. Good. Qin Yun was overjoyed. He had always been afraid that an accident might occur. If that were the case, he would truly be letting down countless Misty Rain Sword sect disciples in the small worlds. Although to these cultivators, becoming a golden immortal mighty figure was a distant thought and they thought nothing of it when entering the Misty Rain Sword sect, Qin Yun still cared about the future of his disciples and grand disciples. Among these countless disciples, there would definitely be disciples of excellent caliber who could figure out a great Tao. If the disciples of his lineage were to figure out a great Tao but lacked a golden immortal dermic formulation, he as the ancestral master would be truly embarrassed. Now that his dermic formulation was a success, it meant that the Misty Rain sword lineage was one that led to the Great Tao. As such, the Misty Rain sword sect would truly become one of the major sword cultivator factions in the Three Realms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 725, New Heavenly Tao Realm Existence. Chapter 725, New Heavenly Tao Realm Existence. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. In the Western Paradise Great World, Amita sat cross-legged under a Bodhi tree. Time here seemed to have come to a halt as no life came to disturb him. Amita had entered a deeper phase of his cultivation on the day Qin Yun underwent his 11th itinerant immortal tribulation. He isolated himself from the outside world and only the Buddhist ancestor Gautama could forcefully make contact with him. Qin Yun had transcended the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation and gained eternal life. The ancestral fiend had started the second Taoist fiend war. Yet, Buddhist ancestor Gautama did not disturb Amita to deliver any of this news. After all, the Taoist fiend war involved the fiends invading countless small worlds. Even if Amita had come out of seclusion, all he could do was send his embodiments to the small worlds. At the present, the Tao ancestors, Buddhist ancestor, and many mighty figures were sending their embodiments into the small worlds to preach the Tao. Having an additional Amita wouldn't have made much of a difference. Creak. Amita stretched his back as though he had just awoken. He opened his eyes with a smile. The world is like a sea of misery. I have redeemed life in this sea of misery, but only today do I see the actual state of the sea itself. Amita was overjoyed within. In the past, he often felt that the heavenly Tao was hazy and indistinct. He always felt he was close but vague, as though he was just short of something. After a true epiphany, he suddenly felt like he had seen the light. He was no longer stumped by the heavenly Tao and myriad things. Everything was clear like palm lines. This seclusion took more than 60,000 years. Amita cast his gaze towards the Three Realms. My young friend Qin Yun is still alive. It looks like he succeeded in transcending the tribulations. Oh? Countless small worlds in the Three Realms have been infiltrated by the fiends? Amita did a simple inference. This Taoist fiend war has already lasted for more than 60,000 years? Amita was somewhat astonished. However, it is restricted only to the small worlds. It's no wonder Gautama didn't awaken me. He stood up and, with a step, crossed through the endless void and arrived at Ente Numinous in the heavenly realm. Heavenly realm, Ente Numinous. Buddhist ancestor Gautama was sitting cross-legged on a merit gold lotus when he suddenly sensed something and looked up. He saw Amita cross the void and as he came close, he bowed slightly. Greetings, Buddhist ancestor. Amita, Gautama was somewhat astonished as well. From the glow Amita emitted, it contained the creation and annihilation of worlds. He immediately asked, You have already figured out the profoundness of the myriad things? I have finally figured it out through this seclusion, Amita said with a smile. I plan on making the breakthrough to the heavenly Tao realm in Ente Numinous. It's truly a matter of great joy that you have figured out the profoundness of the heavenly Tao and myriad things. Gautama was delighted as he said with a smile, As such, we will have one more person to deal with the fiend ancestor when the time comes. The fiend ancestor will have no chance of escaping. Amita smiled. Make the breakthrough here. I'll watch over you, said Gautama. Thank you, Buddhist ancestor. Amita sat cross-legged by the side and began his breakthrough. The Western Paradise Great World he previously was from was a great world which prevented heavenly Tao realm bodies from descending into it. Therefore, to make a breakthrough, he could only choose the cosmos, the heavenly realm or beyond the Three Realms. In terms of safety, Ente Numinous in the heavenly realm was naturally the safest. Gautama watched with a smile. For the Buddhists to have an additional heavenly Tao realm, it would make their foundations stronger and deeper. As Amida broke through, his body began to emit infinite light. Formless might seem to instantly sweep through the entire three realms. At that moment, all the mighty figures in the three realms sensed this invisible, but infinite, brightness through their perception. It was a light that illuminated the three realms. Infinite glow. These mighty figures immediately understood what it was. Amida from the Buddhists had taken that step, reaching the supreme spot of this world. Tenebrous Fiend Abyss. Fiend Ancestor had been in a good mood. Although the fiends had been at the disadvantage over the past 60,000 years of the Taoist Fiend War, his goal had long been achieved. In countless small worlds, the clash between fiends and the others has resulted in countless cultivators dying. Be it the fiends or the Taoists and Buddhists, many have died. The more dead, the more of their strength returns to the world. Fiend Ancestor was extremely overjoyed. I can sense the three realms becoming more relaxed. I believe the aversion towards me, forcing us heavenly Tao realm existences from leaving the three realms, will only be delayed. But the greater the burden the three realms experienced, the more damage it received and the weaker it became. At a certain point, it would definitely force the few heavenly Tao realm existences to leave. And at present, the burden the three realms experienced had been lessened. Blood Sea, this is the name list of the recent 1,000 years? Fiend Ancestor flipped through the records in a scroll and asked the Patriarch Blood Sea avatar beside him with a smile. Yes, said Patriarch Blood Sea with a nod. They are fiendish cultivators who have made great contributions. Okay. Reward them as needed. We must not ill-treat anyone who has contributed greatly to the war effort. Fiend Ancestor continued looking at the scroll and his eyes lit up. Ranked first is Fiend Supremacy Blood Lion. He actually managed to sacrifice all the lives in 7 small worlds? Patriarch Blood Sea nodded and said, yes, he is also a cultivator of my Sea of Blood lineage. Sea of Blood lineage. Although it was not afraid of sin, to the point of using sin as resources for its cultivation, those with overly weak strength would not dare kill too many mortals. Otherwise, it could turn into negative karma fire that could burn at them. For example, although humans survived on food, how much they ate depended on the size of their stomach. Too much would go beyond sustenance into harmfulness. Firmament Bloodlion was a 9th firmament sky fiend who equaled a mighty figure, a cultivator of the Sea of Blood lineage. Sacrificing all the lives of 7 small worlds was nearly the limit he could endure. However, to be able to do so despite obstruction from the Taoists and Buddhists was rather astounding. This bloodline from your lineage has contributed merits in the top 3 over the past 60,000 years or so, said Fiend Ancestor with a smile. Very good. Pass my order that he is allowed to choose any 2 ordinary connate numinous treasures. Yes, said Patriarch Blood Sea. Blood Sea. I'm also aware of your contributions, said Fiend Ancestor with a smile. In the future, I'll still have to leave the 3 realms. When that happens, the Tenebrous Fiend Abyss will be left to you to watch over. You will also be the Lord of the Tenebrous Fiend Abyss. Fiend Ancestor, it's only right that I do my best for this Taoist Fiend War, added Patriarch Blood Sea. By the way, after Jade Void Palace's perfect sovereign Erlang, Yang Jian broke through to the perfected Great Tao, he also began sending embodiments into the small worlds to preach the Tao. Yang Jian? Fiend Ancestor snorted. Back then, I nearly obtained his divine eye of destruction, but unfortunately, Qin Yun spoiled my plans. Yang Jian may have broken through to the perfected Great Tao, but it doesn't matter. Although he is of the physical establishing sage, he has only broken through recently. He's still far from the ancestral dragon. He won't be able to influence the Taoist Fiend War. Yes. Patriarch Blood Sea nodded. Yang Jian's breakthrough was something Patriarch Blood Sea still cared about. In the future, when the Fiend Ancestor left the 3 realms, he would very likely be the future leader of the Fiends. He had nearly succeeded in killing Yang Jian back then. As a perfected Great Tao of the physical establishing sage, Yang Jian had immense combat strength. It was believed that in time to come, he would reach the half-step heavenly Dao realm. Continue the good work. I wish for there to be even more names on the records. Fiend Ancestor waved his hand and threw the scroll back to Patriarch Bloodsea. Patriarch Bloodsea caught the scroll and was about to leave. But suddenly, their expressions changed as they turned their heads to the heavenly realm. They could sense the light that illuminated the three realms in their perception. Although the commotion was not as huge as Qin Yun's attainment of a merit cardinal treasure, this infinite glow was far more extraordinary as it blanketed all of the three realms. Amida has broken through? Fiend Ancestor's expression turned nasty. The Buddhist's Amida. Patriarch Bloodsea was alarmed as well. Heavenly Dao Realm. The three realms has another heavenly Dao realm existence. Humph. However, Fiend Ancestor was extremely vexed. He originally believed that he would suffer the combined pursuit of the three Pure Ones, Goddess Nuwa, and Gautama when he left the three realms, but now, he realized that he would be under siege by 6. Oh. The frustrated Fiend Ancestor frowned as he sensed the entire three realms. At the heavenly Dao realm, his sense of the three realms was extremely sharp. He could clearly sense that with Amida's breakthrough to the heavenly Dao realm happened, the entire three realms seemed to be stirred as it began to change rapidly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 726 Meditation. Chapter 726 Meditation. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Heavenly Realm, Imta Lightning Roar. This was Sword Immortal Qin's cave abode, and also a sacred land in the hearts of Misty Rain Sword Sect disciples. Countless Misty Rain Sword Sect disciples yearned for a chance to come to an lightning roar and receive Qin Yun's personal guidance. The Taoist Fiend War had lasted for 60,000 years, and the Misty Rain Sword Sect had been in existence for about the same amount of time. As the Sword Sect had penetrated countless small worlds, the number of disciples it had was astonishing. Over 60,000 years, the number of sky immortals of the Misty Rain Sword Sect reached over 1 million. Those that reached the late stages of the sky immortal realm numbered in the hundreds. Many of them had the strength of a half-step mighty figure. Among them, there were about 10 plus at the pinnacle of the sky immortal realm who had strength matching mighty figures. Throughout the entire three realms, the Misty Rain Sword Sect could be considered to quite a strong lineup. They are all talented, but are all short of that final step. To this date, Hanyu is the only one who has become a golden immortal of my Misty Rain Sword Sect. After guiding his disciples, he had a casual chat with Xiao while on a stroll. Xiao smiled and said, "Brother Yun, at present, be it the small worlds or great worlds, and even the heavenly realm, your Misty Rain Sword Sect is a huge sect. When sword immortals are talked about, it's mostly referring to our Misty Rain Sword Sect disciples. With so many low-level disciples, among the ranks of the mighty figures, our Misty Rain Sword Sect disciples will not account for a small number. These disciples just need time. After all, the sect has only been established for 60,000 years. Yeah. Qin Yun nodded. Sword immortals were now the most mainstream cultivation lineage in the three realms. They were particularly famous for being adept at combat. In terms of combat, sword immortals were number one across all the different lineages. Of course, the physical establishing sage lineage and the talisman amulet lineage still produced geniuses as well, but in terms of average standards, sword immortals were indeed the best at combat. Naturally, many cultivators chose to learn it. As for the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage, it was difficult to even be one of them, and the cultivation was difficult. Spreading the lineage was naturally difficult. Qin Yun's Misty Rain Sword lineage had its dermic formulations, from Essence Soul to Sky Immortal, continuously perfected by him after he became a perfected Great Tao existence, making it even easier to cultivate them. The difficulty of attaining the basics was much lower than it was in the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage. After all, the Grand Supreme Sword immortal lineage was not cultivated by the Grand Supreme Tao ancestor himself. He had come to it purely through inference. Even the essence soul was in the form of a sword, and the cultivation dermic formulation was indeed difficult. My green Turing palace has nearly 100 golden immortals, said Qin Yun with a smile. Perhaps in a million years, there will be a few more golden immortals from the Misty Rain lineage, but that day will definitely come. Xiao was very confident. Qin Yun was the Misty Rain sword sect's ancestral master and she was his wife, so naturally, she hoped for the sect to flourish. Of course, what I look forward to the most is the day a junior will be able to figure out a pinnacle great Tao. Qin Yun said wistfully. A sky immortal sword immortal who grasps a pinnacle great Tao, along with an extremely powerful intrinsic flying sword, will have a chance to sweep through the countless small worlds and end the Taoist fiend war. This will depend on chance. The fiends are also hoping to nurture a sky fiend who can grasp a pinnacle great Tao, said Xiao. Yeah. Qin Yun nodded. At his level of existence, all he could do was influence the Taoist fiend war. As the couple was chatting and strolling, Qin Yun's expression suddenly changed. This is... With a thought, Qin Yun sensed the entire three realms and naturally felt the incredulous beam of light. It was a beam that illuminated the entirety of the three realms. Infinite glow. Amita? Qin Yun's heart palpitated. Amita has broken through to the heavenly Tao realm? In the history of the three realms, Nuwa was the first to achieve the heavenly Tao realm, followed by the Taoist three pure ones, Buddhist ancestor Gautama, and finally, fiend ancestor Black Lotus. The seventh heavenly Tao realm existence in the history of the three realms. Qin Yun was shaken up and envious. Although his combat strength was presently astounding, that was because he had an intrinsic connate merit cardinal treasure in hand. In terms of the realm of his Tao, he was only at Kong Xian's and Gomang's level. He was still far from ancestral dragon, Hui, and Amita's former half-step heavenly Tao realm. Now, Amita had taken another step forward, reaching a whole new level. Brother Yun, what happened? Xiao inquired, for she noticed that Qin Yun was in a daze. Something huge has happened, said Qin Yun. Huge? Xiao was puzzled. Is the Taoist fiend war about to end? No, it's the Buddhist Amita. He has broken through to the heavenly Tao realm, said Qin Yun as he suddenly frowned. The three realms, His realm was lower than the fiend ancestors, but he could still sense the state of the three realms. Soon, he discovered its changes. So, Qin Yun took a step forward and arrived at the edge of Into Lightning Roar's mountaintop. He overlooked the vast, distant lands and took in the changes of the heavenly realm. The three realms were changing. Even the heavenly realm at the core of the three realms was changing naturally. The surroundings transformed as energy seemed to flow away like streaming dragons. Supreme Yang Star. Qin Yun suddenly looked up. The Supreme Yang Star in the sky was originally blinding as it radiated its light and warmth. The power of the Supreme Yang reached every spot of the three realms, but now, under his observation, the Supreme Yang's light was gradually converging. To a mortal, the Supreme Yang might appear to have dimmed. This was common for mortals, after all, the Supreme Yang could dim due to clouds or fog. But Qin Yun knew that this was not a result of clouds or fog. Instead, the entire three realms was changing. It was very possible that this change would be permanent and fundamental. A change in the myriad objects can result in myriad changes. Ignoring the Supreme Yang Star's changes, even the Supreme Yin Star, Qin Yun glanced far away. In that direction was a massive star, the Supreme Yin Star. It was extremely cold originally, but its might was now converged as it turned mild. Even Qin Yun, who had figured out the Tao of Supreme Yang and the Tao of Supreme Yin, could only barely sense the changes in the Supreme Yin Star. Back when Pango split the world into Yin and Yang, it is through the interaction of the two that the world came to have lightning, gales, and rain. Even humans were split from the interaction of Yin and Yang. In this change of the three realms, the source of yin and yang in the three realms, the supreme yang star and the supreme yin star first changed. The influence is just too huge. Qin Yun had a premonition. The change of the three realms was far more astounding than he had previously predicted. Although astounded, Qin Yun knew that this was a rare chance for meditation. The Tao of the myriad things in heaven and earth was usually difficult to comprehend. Now that the three realms was experiencing a change, many great Tao turned much clearer, especially the changes in yin and yang. It allowed Qin Yun to carefully observe them. He had long figured out the Tao of supreme yang and the Tao of supreme yin, and was just short of the true great Tao of yin and yang and their interactions. Brother Gomong, Brother Rushu, quickly come to the three realms. Qin Yun transmitted via a karmic voice transmission. He knew that the two were perennially in the chaos. Xiao, I'll be spending some time here. Don't let anyone disturb me. Qin Yun said as he focused his body and mind onto all the changes in the three realms. All right, Xiao replied. She knew that it was a critical moment for her husband's cultivation. Whoosh! Across the cosmos, Gomong and Russia tore through the void. Amida has broken through to the heavenly Tao realm? Russia was the first to sense the light illuminating the three realms. Brother Qin sent us a voice transmission to come to the three realms without any explanation. Oh? That's not right, the three realms. Rushu also sensed it. The three realms is undergoing change. Gomong sensed it as well. Both of them were born grasping a perfected great Tao, and because they had accumulated a great deal of insight over their long lifespans, they could clearly sense the changes in the three realms. The three realms' heavenly Tao is changing. We will be able to spy on the profound mysteries of the way the myriad objects operate. Rushu felt disbelief. Why would the three realms experience such huge changes? Why bother wondering? First focus on meditating over this. Gomong took a step and arrived on a barren planet and sat cross-legged. Rushu similarly landed to his side and sat cross-legged. Both of them began meditating over the changes of the three realms on this barren planet. In a great world, the entire three realms is slowly changing. A coiled and colossal dragon opened his eyes. When his eyes opened, the great world which was plunged into darkness brightened up. Everything turned clear and bright. His eyes were like the supreme yang star. Now, even Amida has broken through to the heavenly Tao realm. That junior, Black Lotus, also long reached the heavenly Tao realm and is riding over me. I have accumulated so much insight, perhaps, through this change in the three realms, I might be able to figure out the heavenly Tao of myriad objects. He was born as one of the pinnacle existences in the world and, although he felt it was beneath him to vie for supremacy in the three realms, he was still a very proud person. With there being several heavenly Tao realm existences in the three realms, he chose to entrench himself in a great world. He did not wish to be under the command of the heavenly Tao realm existences, nor did he wish to bow his head to them. In fact, he was not the only one of these lurking ancient existences in the three realms, this torch dragon. He was just one of the strongest ones. With the birth of a new heavenly Tao realm existence, the strongest bunch of perfected great Tao existences in the three realms began to meditate and take in the changes of the three realms. The three realms turning ethereal was a rare opportunity. On the mountaintop of the lightning roar, Qin Yun was also meditating over it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 727, Great Tao of Yin and Yang. Chapter 727, Great Tao of Yin and Yang. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. As Qin Yun watched the changes happening to the three realms, the change of yin and yang drove changes in the myriad things in the heaven and earth. He carefully pondered over its profound charms. After half a month of observation, he suddenly felt something arise in him. The accumulated insights over all his years of cultivation had finally reached the breakthrough point. Yin and Yang are just two sides of the same coin for the myriad things. The changes of Yin Yang are the fundamental reason for change in the myriad things. Qin Yun's mind was brimming with joy. The moment he figured out the Tao of Yin Yang changes and naturally combined it with the Tao of Supreme Yin and Tao of Supreme Yin, the three Tao fused into one, forming a perfected Great Tao of Yin and Yang. The Yin Yang Great Tao was also known as the Yin Yang Opposing Forces Great Tao. It similarly represented a supremum under the heavenly Tao and also represented a core rationale of the heavenly Tao. Acquiring comprehension of the Tao in the morning leaves one contented even if one dies in the evening. To see through the myriad objects to their core with a glance indeed gave cultivators an infinite joy. Added to the fact that he had grasped the great Tao of heaven, earth, and man previously, the combination of the two pushed Qin Yun's comprehension of the myriad things to a far deeper level. Up to this day, I have figured out the great Tao of Yin and Yang. Together with my former great Tao of heaven, earth, and man, my realm can finally match that of ancestral dragon, Hui, and the other half-step heavenly Tao realm existences, thought Qin Yun. It's the first time I'm feeling that I'm not too far from the heavenly Tao realm. The heavenly Tao and myriad things seemed extremely profound, but every perfected great Tao pointed to their essence. The more he grasped, the more he understood of the myriad things in the heaven and earth. When he grasped two perfected great Tao, his combat strength was already very close to the heavenly Tao realm. When he grasped three perfected great Tao, it would generate a qualitative change, allowing the three to synergize into the myriad things, and letting him fully comprehend the Tao of the myriad things in heaven and earth and attain the heavenly Tao realm. However, luck was involved in me being able to figure out the great Tao of Yin and Yang. Firstly, I relied on the spirit enlightening fruit to be able to figure out the Tao of Supreme Yin and Tao of Supreme Yang in a short period of time. Then it took tens of thousands of years, together with the changes in the three realms, for me to figure out the Tao of Yin Yang change, thought Qin Yun. If not for the spirit enlightening fruit and this change in the three realms, I might not even have figured it out even after spending millions of years or more. Therefore, Master and the rest, and even Amida, who has recently broken through, are indeed impressive. They have gone through great ordeals and have reached the heavenly Tao realm through long periods of cultivation, thought Qin Yun. For instance, for Hui to be as powerful as he was, it firstly had to do with his extremely high realm. He was in no way inferior to the ancestral dragon and the rest. Secondly, he had created the heart force lineage by himself and had cultivated to an extremely high realm. Combining all these means, he was able to produce terrifying strength that far exceeded his level. Every expert was not a fluke of chance. Under the threat of the itinerant immortal tribulations, Qin Yun had been forced to cultivate to an extremely powerful state in a short 10,000 years. Otherwise, death would have been his only option. He had even forged a new sword immortal lineage, with its essence soul taking the form of a human. It was qualitatively different from the sword-shaped essence soul. The cultivation dermic formulation also influenced one's heart and mind. For instance, fiendish cultivators would become crazier and more relentless. It was unknown how big the difference was between a sword-shaped essence soul and a humanoid essence soul. But without a doubt, from the experience of all the lineages in the three realms, a humanoid essence soul was the orthodox method. All the Taoist three pure ones were as such. Although the Grand Supreme Tao ancestor had created the sword cultivator lineage out of thin air, he did not cultivate it himself, so his essence soul was still that of a humanoid form. The combination of yin yang in the heaven, earth, and man requires furthermore fortification. I believe having offensive moves that reach the heavenly Tao wouldn't be difficult, thought Qin Yun. Although he had focused on offensive moves in the past tens of thousands of years, and had an intrinsic connate merit cardinal treasure that improved his offensive might to the point of being close to the heavenly Tao realm, they were still lacking something. Clearly, breaking through that bottleneck was an extremely difficult thing. However, Qin Yun was very confident after figuring out the great Tao of Yin and Yang. His offensive moves would definitely reach the might of the heavenly Tao realm. If he were to burn his essence soul, he might even match Hui's essence soul burning fifth or sixth arrow. When it came to the offensive, Qin Yun still had to admit that, even as a sword immortal, he was still inferior to Hou Yi, who had fused the heart force into everything he had. Furthermore, Hou Yi had obtained many treasures in the spatial tide. For instance, the 3 curved sabers from Bohan Island Lord and the Spirit Enlightening Fruit and Chaos Origins Fruit. As long as he consumed the Spirit Enlightening Fruit and entered seclusion, his strength would increase further, and it was a possibility that he would break through to the Heavenly Tao realm. Although I've improved tremendously, I'll still have to cultivate a long time before I can reach the Heavenly Tao realm. Qin Yun closed his eyes and continued cultivating. The fusion of yin-yang and heaven, earth, and man. When applied to the misty rain array, how would it fare in fending off enemies? How was it used to kill enemies? How could it be used to trap enemies? He had to admit that ever since the cyclic sword flash he used from a young age, he had quite some insight when it came to defensive arts. In addition to the 10,000 years worth of focusing on defensive means before the itinerant immortal tribulations, he truly had talent when it came to defense. Now that he was fusing the great Tao of Yin and Yang into the Misty Rain Array, the Misty Rain Array rapidly improved when it came to its defense capabilities. I'm a sword immortal, yet, I'm so fast when it comes to figuring out defensive means, but so much slower when it comes to offensive moves, Qin Yun grumbled secretly. In a blink of an eye, a month had passed since Amida broke through. Qin Yun also cultivated for a month, and news of him figuring out the great Tao of Yin and Yang was naturally unknown to the outside world. Mom, what happened to the 3 realms? On a lightning roar, Qin Yi was somewhat anxious. Countless small worlds are seeing their heaven and earth spiritual energies go into decline. Even the heavenly realms' heaven and earth spiritual energies have thinned tremendously. It's about half it originally was. I even feel that it's still decreasing in the heavenly realm. The level of its decline is something even I can sense. This is way too terrifying. The heavenly realm, great worlds and small worlds everywhere is having their heaven and earth spiritual energies thin out. And heaven and earth spiritual energies are fundamental to cultivation. The lesser there is, the harder it is for cultivation. Many small worlds can allow ascension when one cultivates to the essence soul realm. With the spiritual energies so thin, it's not even possible to form an essence soul. They can only reach the connate golden core. Ascension has also become tens if not 100 times harder, asked Qin Yi. Mom, what exactly happened to the 3 realms? I'm not sure either. Xiao shook her head and said, I know that your father began cultivating a month ago and forbade us from disturbing him. I've asked Yuluo, added Qin Yi. Yuluo's master, Senior Hou Yi, also began cultivating a month ago. He forbade his disciples from disturbing him. Xiao said, I'm guessing that your father, Hou Yi, and the rest likely know what has happened to the 3 realms. Calm down. Let's wait till they exit seclusion. Yeah, that's all we can do. Qin Yi nodded. However, everyone is worried at this moment. Sigh. The Misty Rain Sword sect had penetrated countless small worlds. With the heaven and earth spiritual energies decline across countless small worlds, many of the disciples noticed it during their communications, that even the heavenly realm was no exception in the 3 realms. Naturally, people turned worried. Unfortunately, their ancestral master, Sword Immortal Qin, was in seclusion and no one was to disturb him. Heavenly realm, by the bank of a lake. A black-haired black-robed elder, numinous treasure Tao ancestor, stood there, watching the lush weeds and the fish in the pond as he took in the changes of the world. He placed great emphasis on the changes the 3 realms were undergoing. He felt that the effects of these changes were far-reaching and now, with the heavenly realm's spiritual energies thinning to half its original state, numinous treasure felt that it was only just the beginning. Oh! Numinous treasure suddenly had a change in expression. The 3 realms, numinous treasure sensed it. They're finally forcing us to leave? That quickly? Ever since Gonggang smashed into Mnabujo, the 3 realms had been constantly weakening despite Goddess Nuwa's mending of the heavens. The Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor had long expected that the three realms would force them to leave. However, they had expected it to be 1,000,000 years into the future. But after Amita's breakthrough, the changes in the three realms accelerated. Now, it was beginning to force their departure. Whoosh! A white-haired elder appeared beside him. "Elder Lord, you sensed it too?" inquired numinous treasure. "Both of us have sensed it," said Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor with a nod. Amita's breakthrough has accelerated the changes in the three realms. Furthermore, the changes are happening at very fast speeds every day. Now, we are sensing that the entire three realms are rejecting us. Perhaps it won't be long until, if we don't leave, the entire three realms will forcefully expel us. Just like how we aren't able to enter great worlds with our true bodies will be unable to enter the three realms in the future. Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning also walked out of the void and said, "We have long expected this day, but it has come too soon. It's just a matter of time before we ultimately leave," said numinous treasure with a laugh. To us, 1,000,000 years early doesn't really matter. Instead, it's Black Lotus, who's probably really anxious. "Yeah," agreed Primordial Beginning. He stirred up the Taoist fiend war and had it break out in the countless small worlds. Massive numbers of cultivators have died, be they Taoists, Buddhists, or fiends. It has indeed lessened the burden of the three realms over the recent years. He probably imagined that he could drag out the fateful day by 1,000,000 years, but who knew that Amita's breakthrough would instantly cause the three realms to change? It's now forcing us to leave, and all his years of scheming have been for naught. "Since we have to leave the three realms, let's prepare," said numinous treasure as he turned to leave. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor left as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 728 Green Turing Palace's New Sect Master. Chapter 728 Green Turing Palace's New Sect Master. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Qin Yun was still seated on Mt. Lightning roars mountaintop cultivating when a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Disciple, quickly come to Green Turing Palace." "Master?" Qin Yun's eyes opened. During this studying of the changes to the three realms, the key result was his enlightenment in the great Tao of Yin and Yang. Now that he already gained this insight, he was spending the past month consolidating his strength and fusing the great Tao of Yin and Yang into the Misty Rain array to enhance his defensive strength, trapping abilities, and offensive strength. Naturally, he could stop at any time. "Master has suddenly summoned me?" "It likely has to do with the changes to the three realms," thought Qin Yun. Immediately, an avatar flew out and headed for Green Turing Palace. Green Turing Palace. The moment Qin Yun arrived, he sensed the location of his master. It was on the boundary of the Green Turing Palace's floating continent. Numinous treasure was seated there, calmly watching the clouds tumble. "Master." Qin Yun bowed reverently when he came near. "I'll be leaving the three realms," said numinous treasure. Qin Yun's heart tightened. "Leaving the three realms?" "Master, why the sudden need to leave the three realms?" Qin Yun recalled the changes to the three realms and inquired, "Is it because of the changes of the three realms?" Numinous treasure nodded and said, "Fiend ancestor Black Lotus instigated the Taoist fiend war, causing countless Taoist, Buddhist, and fiendish cultivators to perish. After their deaths, their powers returned to the world, lessening the burden on the three realms. We thought the few of us would be able to remain in the three realms for another few million years, but Amita's breakthrough has caused the three realms to have a total of 7 heavenly Tao realm existences. The burden on the three realms has greatened drastically, thereby directly causing the change to the three realms. The three realms' heavenly Tao knows what it cannot handle, resulting in direct change. It reduced the heaven and earth spiritual energies in the three realms, reducing the number of cultivators drastically, making it impossible to cultivate in many small worlds," said numinous treasure. Furthermore, it will be chasing all 7 of us heavenly Tao realm fogies. Once we leave, the burden will be much more relaxed. It's possible that the 3 realms might even enter a self-regulating state, and that would be truly a blessing in disguise. Qin Yun nodded slightly. The 3 realms itself was constantly drawing on the powers in the chaos to provide for the countless living beings that lived there. If the absorption could match the expenditure, the 3 realms would not continue weakening. That would indeed be a joyous event for the countless beings in the 3 realms. The 3 realms in its former state was constantly in its waning phase. The heavenly Tao will seek balance, said Qin Yun. I believe after this change, the 3 realms will last for eternity, but... Yes. Numinous Treasure Tao Ancestor nodded and said, this change in the 3 realms happened very quickly. In just a short month, the heaven and earth spiritual energies were drastically reduced. I sense that the 3 realms are beginning to force the few of us out, and this expulsion is gradually growing stronger. If I'm not wrong, in 7 days, if we haven't left, the 3 realms will expel us completely. 7 days? Qin Yun was alarmed. That was too soon. 7 days is enough, said Numinous Treasure. Having cultivated for so long, the thing I'm most worried about has been all my disciples. But with your appearance, I've been a lot more relieved. With you around, Green Turing Palace will not collapse. I will definitely do my best, said Qin Yun immediately. I've said before that I would make you be the new sect master of Green Turing Palace, said Numinous Treasure. The time is now. Today, I'll inform all the disciples that we will be holding a sect master transfer ceremony tomorrow. You will succeed me as sect master. Qin Yun could sense the urgency of the matter, but he still said reverently, yes, I will definitely not disappoint you. It also depends on Fiend Ancestor Black Lotus, said Numinous Treasure. He must have sensed the expulsion from the 3 realms. With just 7 days' time, if he were to immediately flee the 3 realms, the rest of us will immediately leave to pursue him. In such a case, I will not be able to preside over this succession ceremony. But don't worry, I'll still inform every disciple. Also, this is Green Turing Palace's sect master token. Numinous Treasure flipped his hand and produced a green token. Refine this for yourself and you can control all of Green Turing Palace. You will then be Green Turing Palace's sect master. This token shall now be yours. With that said, he handed the token over to Qin Yun. The token was actually recently refined. Numinous Treasure did not need a token to control the sect, but his successors would need it. Take it. Numinous Treasure looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun looked at the token and knew that he was gaining the responsibility of power. It was the burden of being responsible for countless disciples of the Green Turing Palace lineage of the 3 Taoist lineages as well as the responsibility to protect the 3 realms. The Taoists, Buddhists, and heavenly courts had always been protecting the 3 realms. It was the fiends and some unbridled chaos godfiends who wanted to make the 3 realms into a huge hunting ground. Your humble disciple accepts it. Qin Yun reverently received the token. Numinous Treasure watched the scene feeling gratified. This was an inheritance. An inheritance of responsibility. Refine this token first. I will then tell you about Green Turing Palace properly, said Numinous Treasure. The master began talking and the disciple began listening. Green Turing Palace was the Tao residence of Numinous Treasure Tao Ancestor, which was also the core of the Green Turing Palace lineage. Here, there were places like the Myriad Dharma Pool, Star Cluster Hall, Treasure Splitting Cliff, 10 Absolutes Array, and many other places. All of them were heavily guarded with array formations. Even the Immortal Vanquishing Array was just one of the massive array formations in Green Turing Palace. With all of these formations combined, even heavenly Tao experts could hardly crack through its defenses. As for those below the heavenly Tao realm, without even reaching the requisite realm, they wouldn't even be able to find Green Turing Palace. That day, Numinous Treasure Tao Ancestor informed all his disciples, from Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain all the way to the ordinary Sky Immortal disciples. All of them received the news that their master was handing over the position of sect master to Qin Yun. The sect master succession ceremony would be held in Green Turing Palace the very next day. It's only right that senior brother Qin takes over as sect master. However, master still has 1,000,000 years to go before leaving the Three Realms. Is there a need to hand it over in such a rush? It's better to do the succession early. It will allow all of our fellow disciples to feel at ease. Now, I wouldn't accept anyone to take over as sect master except for senior brother Qin. The Green Turing Palace disciples all had their opinions as they discussed. However, no had any qualms about it. After all, he was publicly acknowledged to have the strength of a half-step heavenly Dao realm. He had a wide social connection, and the other half-step heavenly Dao realm existences like Ancestral Dragon and Hui shared an extremely good relationship with him. Furthermore, with the flourishing of the Misty Rain Sword sect which Qin Yun had established, Qin Yun's level of influence was obvious. There were many Green Turing Palace disciples, so the news quickly spread. Mt Lightning Roar was in euphoria as well. The Qin family descendants on Mt Lightning Roar were delighted. Clearly, they shared the glory upon seeing their patriarch, Sword Immortal Qin, become the sect master of Green Turing Palace. Brother Yun, in the past month, all the heaven and earth spiritual energies in the entire Three Realms have been declining. Even the heavenly realm was halved, said Xiao. Now the Dao ancestor is suddenly making you sect master. Are all of these events related? Yes. The Three Realms is changing. The Dao ancestors will have to leave the Three Realms in a few days, said Qin Yun with a sigh. The Three Realms is forcefully expelling them. They have to leave in a few days? Xiao was astonished before she added, then, would the fiend ancestor be leaving too? He has to leave too. Qin Yun nodded. However, the Dao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor will definitely not let him off. Oh? Qin Yun pricked up his brows. What's wrong? Xiao looked at him. Qin Yun said, just moments ago, Jade Void Palace spread the news that the new sect master of Jade Void Palace would be Yang Jian. Similarly, they will be holding a succession ceremony tomorrow. Green Turing Palace would be helmed by Qin Yun. As for Jade Void Palace, it was to be helmed by Yang Jian. The two pieces of news rapidly spread through the Three Realms, garnering the attention of countless cultivators. If Qin Yun's taking over as sect master was something everyone felt acceptable, Yang Jian did cause a tiny stir. After all, Yang Jian was a third-generation disciple of Jade Void Palace. The second-generation disciples were his uncle masters. Furthermore, Guangchengzi had long reached the perfected Great Dao and held the Empyrean seal with extremely formidable combat strength. At present, he was about Yang Jian's equal. Of course, it was only a tiny stir. Jade Void Palace was still very united. Furthermore, the mighty figures all knew that Yang Jian was a perfected Great Dao expert of the physical establishing sage. He was already equal to Guangchengzi after breaking through. As long as he further consolidated his realm, it would be just a matter of time before he surpassed him and reached the half-step heavenly Dao realm. However, these two pieces of news still caused some panic. Sword Immortal Qin is taking over Green Turing Palace and Yang Jian is taking over Jade Void Palace. Furthermore, the news was spread on the same day. They are also holding their succession realms in a day. Now that the changes in the Three Realms have been so intense, there must be many secrets behind this which we are unaware of. We are just trivial figures. We can only go with the flow. At this moment, with the changes in the Three Realms, it's best we keep a low profile. Don't be careless or we might end up losing our lives. I plan on returning to enter seclusion, not to come out for at least 10,000 years. Reasonable. Seclude yourself and temporarily isolate yourself from the outside world. Don't involve yourself in any conflict. Many cultivators in the Three Realms felt the incoming storm. Fiend Ancestor Black Lotus did not flee immediately, allowing the Tao ancestors to personally preside over a sect master succession ceremony. The next day. Green Turing Palace, Main Hall. Tens of thousands of disciples were in the main hall, with Qin Yun standing right in front of all of them. Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain stood slightly behind him as numinous treasure Tao ancestor looked down with a smile. Under the watchful gazes of all the disciples, Qin Yun officially received the position of new sect master from the Tao ancestor. Greetings, sect master. Tens of thousands of Green Turing Palace disciples bowed reverently in unison. In Jade Void Palace. Greetings, sect master. All the disciples in Jade Void Palace bowed reverently towards Yang Jian. On that day, Qin Yun and Yang Jian respectively inherited the positions of Green Turing Palace and Jade Void Palace sect master. The three realms had ushered in a brand new age. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 729, Fiend Ancestor Black Lotus. Chapter 729, Fiend Ancestor Black Lotus. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Numinous treasure Tao ancestor and Qin Yun were having a stroll together as clouds lingered around them. Now that you have taken over the position of sect master, all matters big and small in Green Turing Palace shall be left to you to decide, said numinous treasure. He had deep feelings for Green Turing Palace. After all, he had built it from nothing and guided it to its present state, turning it into a super faction in the three realms. I will definitely not let you down, said Qin Yun reverently. All right. Numinous treasure said. Fiend Ancestor Black Lotus is still hiding in the three realms. However, the expulsion the three realms is putting on us is intensifying constantly. He will definitely flee within 6 days. At the moment he flees, it will be time for us to leave the three realms. After we leave the three realms, we will first kill him before joining up to travel the chaos to explore even wider regions. Master, you have to be careful, said Qin Yun immediately. Back before I reached the heavenly Tao realm, I had also adventured in the spatial tide, said numinous treasure with a smile. I know that even in other places, heavenly Tao realm existences are still rare. By going together as a group, we should be quite well-rounded and safe. Besides, we will leave avatars in the chaos outside the three realms. Qin Yun's eyes lit up. He was an itinerant immortal with many avatars. The heavenly Tao realm existences all had their avatar arts. For instance, Fiend Ancestor Black Lotus had the female body, the male body, and the destruction body. As for Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor, he was able to split into 3 avatars. Buddhist Ancestor Gautama had his body of Dharma, body of enjoyment, and body of transformation. As for Goddess Nuwa, Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, and numinous treasure Tao Ancestor, all of them had similar means. Their departure from the three realms required them to probe the massive chaos which was filled with unknowns. Leaving an avatar in the chaos beyond the three realms was a way to protect their homeworld and also as a safety mechanism. Elderly Lord, Primordial Beginning, and I will build a cave abode in the chaos outside the three realms and we will call it Three Pure Temple. We will leave our avatars inside to stay there, said numinous treasure. If there's anything you need, you can find me there. Yes, Master. Qin Yun answered. Probing the chaos is something we have long wanted to do, said numinous treasure. We wish to find a path beyond the heavenly Tao realm. At the same time, we also wish to find means of creating new worlds. Back then, Pangu sacrificed his life to create the three realms. We wish to know if it's possible for us to do the same without sacrificing our lives. Due to the damage Gongang did previously, the three realms have weakened too drastically. We are also worried that if the three realms continues its development, it will eventually meet its final destruction, said numinous treasure. If that's the case, we need to create a new world for the countless lives in the three realms. Qin Yun was more and more impressed and reverent of his master and the rest. Compared to the chaos godfiends who only knew how to derive pleasure from hunting, goddess Nuwa, his master, and the rest truly treated the three realms as their homeworld and wished to protect all life within. Back then, Nuwa's mending of the heavens only extended the life of the three realms, said Numinous Treasure. The change the three realms underwent this time is only a manifestation of the three realms trying to save itself. And all of you must abide by the heavenly Tao, so as to allow the three realms to last longer. I understand, Master, replied Qin Yun. Protecting all life and maintaining the existence of the three realms. Such huge matters were now his burden. Yang Jian and Ancestral Dragon were also considered allies of Qin Yun when it came to this. Tenebrous Fiend Abyss. Fiend Ancestor's female body was walking through the void with Patriarch Bloodsea before they came to a land of mystery. Could this be? Patriarch Bloodsea looked ahead in astonishment. There was a black pool of water in the void ahead which had no obvious source. It was as though it came out of nothing. The churning waters were extremely sticky and each drop of water allowed one to see all the hatred, killing, and sin that had happened before in the three realms. This is the legendary pond of Fiend Abyss, the source of the entire tenebrous Fiend Abyss, said Fiend Ancestor calmly. Whoever grasps it will be in control of all the tenebrous Fiend Abyss and be its owner. Patriarch Bloodsea looked at it covetously. In the early days, Black Lotus was an expert which manifested out of a lotus seed of fate. Later, only after Pango split the heaven and earth apart did he become the owner of the tenebrous Fiend Abyss. After taking control of the tenebrous Fiend Abyss, he remained invincible inside. Even the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor were unable to charge in. Even in the outside world, the tenebrous Fiend Abyss powers augmented him, greatly increasing his strength. I had promised to make you owner of the tenebrous Fiend Abyss, said Fiend Ancestor. Go on in. Helm the entirety of tenebrous Fiend Abyss. Patriarch Bloodsea felt his heart palpitate. Although he had long heard the Fiend Ancestor's promise, there were many conditions tied to it. Who would know that the tenebrous Fiend Abyss would be handed over to him today? You have a body of Bloodsea, making you indestructible, with numerous avatars. By possessing the tenebrous Fiend Abyss's powers, you will be able to protect the fiendish way, said Fiend Ancestor. As for Boishuan, he is bent on cultivating to the heavenly Tao realm. He wouldn't put in as much effort for the fiends as you do. Fiend Ancestor, don't worry. I will naturally do my best for the fiendish way, said Patriarch Bloodsea immediately. Your true body, the Bloodsea, is inside the tenebrous Fiend Abyss, so I obviously trust you. Quickly enter, urged Fiend Ancestor. Yes. Patriarch Bloodsea did not hesitate to step into the black pond. As he stepped into the water began to bore into his body. The hatred, killing, and sins began to affect him as Patriarch Bloodsea's expression changed slightly. Fiend Ancestor, this. Do you think anyone can control the tenebrous Fiend Abyss? One has to maintain his original self even under the burden of all the resentment and sin in the three realms, said Fiend Ancestor. If you can't even maintain that, your avatar will turn into a part of the pond, but of course, I trust that you will be capable of doing it. Fiend Ancestor was a body of Black Lotus to begin with. A Black Lotus would not be corrupted by the water. Patriarch Bloodsea was similarly extraordinary. He had figured out the great Tao of sin, and fed on sin. He had deep foundations, so how could he be easily assimilated? Fiend Ancestor's female body stood by the side for an hour and felt her control over the tenebrous Fiend Abyss taken away from her bit by bit. She knew that Bloodsea was about to succeed as she nodded. The final thing to do has been done. Fiend Ancestor looked up into the void. I've accumulated too little experience and strength when compared to those old fogies. I have always schemed to extend my time in the three realms to give myself more chances to cultivate, hoping to get an additional lotus seed of fate or treasure formed by a lotus seed of fate, but no matter what my plans were, they were inferior to the plans of the heavens. There's only 6 days left. When the day comes, the three realms will expel all the heavenly Tao realm existences. Whatever. Having done and schemed so much, I originally thought I had a 30% chance of escaping from the 5 fogies. But with an additional Amida, I will only have a 10% chance of escaping when facing the pursuit of the 6 of them. I'll give it a try. I, the Black Lotus, swear that if I can escape, Gautama, 3 pure ones, Niwa, Amida, all of you will receive payback 100 times, 1,000 times over. Fiend Ancestor's eyes were filled with sharpness. Time to go. With a thought, the Fiend Ancestor's female body, male body, and destruction body instantly tore through spacetime and left the 3 realms at an extremely fast speed. Without any hesitation, he had left the 3 realms and began fleeing. Oh! In 8th Scenic Palace, Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. The usually peaceful him now had an extremely sharp look in his eyes. He sensed that the Fiend Ancestor had split into 3, and all 3 had left the 3 realms and fled in different directions. The Fiend Ancestor's 3 bodies have fled the 3 realms in different directions? He sure fled snappily. But can you escape? Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor instantly left the 3 realms. This Black Lotus has been wreaking havoc in the 3 realms and is filled with sin. Now, he wishes to leave? What a joke! In Green Turing Palace, Numinous Treasure Tao Ancestor's eyes were filled with killing intent. He too instantly left the 3 realms. Yang Jian, I'm leaving the Jade Void Palace to you, Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginnings said before he left the 3 realms. Amida, let's go. Buddhist ancestor Gautama and Amida left the 3 realms together. Goddess Nuwa also took a step and left the 3 realms. All of them had long prepared for their future days of probing the chaos. But the first thing they needed to do was kill Fiend Ancestor Black Lotus. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 730, Pursuit. Chapter 730, Pursuit. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. In the heavenly realms in the lightning roar, Qin Yun looked up into the infinite cosmos and, through karma, sensed his master's whereabouts. His master had already left the 3 realms and, in a blink of an eye, vanished from Qin Yun's range of perception. Master and the rest have left. This time, they have probably left the 3 realms forever. Qin Yun felt mixed emotions. From that moment forth, they would be taking different paths. His master and company would kill Fiend Ancestor and probe the chaos in search of ways to create a new world. Qin Yun and the rest would stay behind in the 3 realms, managing and protecting it. Heavenly Lord. In Jade Void Palace, Yang Jian had also opened his 3rd eye to look beyond the 3 realms. Buddhist ancestor. Maitreya and Guanyin watched from afar as well. Maitreya was now the leader of the Buddhists. The older generation such as Burning Lamp and Medicine Master focused on cultivation. At that moment, the new generation of Taoist and Buddhist leaders were feeling a rush of emotions. Killing the Fiend Ancestor was an important matter, but the Tao Ancestors and Buddhist Ancestor would be gone forever. That would lead to far-reaching consequences, and it was believed that soon, all the lurking old existences would appear one by one. When that happened, would they be as powerful as the Tao Ancestors and Buddhist Ancestor? Outside the 3 realms, in the vast chaos. Since the 7 heavenly Tao realm figures had left the 3 realms, they threw it to the back of their minds. Whatever ensued, there was now the problem of the younger generation. Whoosh! Fiend Ancestor's female body was dressed in white and she had purple long hair. She stepped through the void with her feet bare, tearing through immense spatial distances. In a blink of an eye, she had left the 3 realms far behind her. Black Lotus, you won't escape. Goddess Nuwa's voice boomed around the Fiend Ancestor as the surrounding space froze. It prevented the Fiend Ancestor's female body from tunneling through spacetime. All she could do was fly normally. She turned to the right with a change in expression and saw Goddess Nuwa walking over. Goddess Nuwa had a tall body as she calmly looked at Fiend Ancestor. Do you want to commit suicide, or let me do it? The most ancient heavenly Tao realm existence in the three realms, Fiend Ancestor sneered and said, is dealing with the weakest of my avatars? From the looks of it, this avatar is doomed. But I, Black Lotus, aren't in the habit of killing myself. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have what it takes. Let me see how powerful you are. Black Lotus, you once helmed the tenebrous fiend abyss and absorbed the sins and corruption in the three realms. You should have made the three realms pure and tranquil, and that would have been a meritorious deed, said Nuwa. But what did you do? You spread sinful and corruptive dermic formulations across the three realms, inciting even more killing in the three realms. The foulness of the three realms was because of you. The number of lives lost to your evil is uncountable. In the three realms, you have the greatest sin. Why should I so honestly just suck up the sins? To be a cleaner for your three realms? Fiend Ancestor's female body scoffed. That's precisely what I wanted to do, invert this world from what is it. I wanted to make the fiendish heavenly Tao fill the three realms and be its true owner. Excessive flames of desire will only burn you to death, Nuwa said as she flicked her sleeve, instantly sending 5 colored beams to surge from every direction towards the Fiend Ancestor. Black Lotus. Accompanied by resounding voices, 2 figures appeared side by side as they pursued the Fiend Ancestor's male body. Fiend Ancestor's male body turned to look. So it's the 2 bald donkeys. Amita, you sure are impressive. You managed to break through to the heavenly Tao realm while I incited the Taoist fiend war and spoiled my plans, forcing me to flee the three realms early. What you did and what you shall receive today is nothing but karma, said Amita. If you had followed the heavenly Tao and remained kind to life, we wouldn't have joined forces to deal with you. Come on. Let me see how powerful you Buddhists are. Fiend Ancestor's male body scoffed. In terms of speed, Goddess Nuwa, who had the greatest amount of accumulated insight and strength, was the first to chase up to the Fiend Ancestor's female body. For Buddhist ancestor Gautama and Amita, although Amita had recently attained the heavenly Tao realm, his essential great Tao, the infinite glow, was extremely fast. Although he had not had much time to accumulate his insights, he ended up being second to chase up to the Fiend Ancestor's avatar. Instead, it was Fiend Ancestor's strongest destruction body whose speed at tunneling through spacetime was greater than his other 2 avatars. Both my avatars have been caught up to so quickly? Fiend Ancestor's destruction body was fleeing via a different path at extremely fast speeds, but there was an ethereal aura rapidly closing in on him. It was faster than his tunneling of spacetime. My destruction body can't escape them either. I have ultimately cultivated for too short a period of time. Although I have been working hard to study the dermic formulations of spacetime, I'm still not their match. Fiend Ancestor's destruction body was furious and indignant. As he looked at the figure appear behind him, it was a white-haired elder who was none other than Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a huge black and white Taiji symbol in the surrounding area. The moment the Taiji symbol appeared, spacetime was suppressed, preventing Fiend Ancestor's destruction body from continuing his tunneling of spacetime. All he could do was fly. Whoosh! Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and Numinous Treasure Tao Ancestor appeared closely behind. Your destruction body escaped quite quickly. Numinous Treasure Tao Ancestor had the 4 immortal vanquishing swords floating behind him as he said with a smile, thankfully, Elderly Lord's attainment in the spacetime Tao is deep and profound, allowing him to catch up to you. The Taoist's 3 pure ones are joining forces to deal with my destruction body. That's quite an honor. Fiend Ancestor's destruction body looked at the trio in front of him. The 3 pure ones had joined forces to create the Taoist school of thought. Before they reached the heavenly Tao realm, the trio had often joined forces and reigned supreme in the spatial tides. The 3 of them had powerful means and worked well together. The 3 combined was a force to be reckoned, and according to the plan, they were to deal with the most problematic destruction body. We can't underestimate this destruction body of yours, said Primordial Beginning. Defeating you isn't difficult. Even I can defeat your destruction body in an individual fight, but to completely kill you will require the three of us. The three of us would have an absolute chance of doing so, said numinous treasure. Black Lotus, die. With that said, the four terrifying sword beams tore through the chaos and sliced towards the destruction body. You can forget about killing me even if all three of you join forces. The destruction body opened its third eye at its glabella as terrifying destructive auras erupted. A black beam shot out and clashed with the four sword beams. The divine eye of destruction that represented major destruction barely fended off the four immortal vanquishing swords, but far off, Primordial Beginning held up a cloth banner. This cloth banner was the legendary main body of Pango's axe after he split the heaven and earth apart Pango banner. Even the remnant main body of Pango's axe was a top-grade Kane cardinal treasure in the three realms. Boom! With just a wave of the Pango banner in his hand, the void where the fiend ancestor's destruction body was suffered an immense suppressive force. The force attempted to shatter everything, including the fiend ancestor's destruction body. If numinous treasure's attack was considered extremely sharp and terrifying, then Primordial Beginning's attack was entirely direct and straightforward as he produced a singular suppression. Fiend Ancestor's destruction body had just used his divine eye of destruction's forces to fend off the four immortal vanquishing swords, so at that moment, all he could do was blanket his body with a blue light to withstand the strike of the Pango banner. Bam! The void around Fiend Ancestor's destruction body shattered as many wounds appeared over the surface of his body. Blood splattered, but he managed to withstand the blow. Even a Black Lotus like you has improved, said Primordial Beginning in astonishment. This Black Lotus's destruction body is indeed powerful. He has also changed a Lotus Seed of Fate into a divine eye of destruction. One-on-one, no one can kill him, said Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor. From my point of view, we should combine forces and be rid of him, Alright, let's go with Elderly Lord's suggestion, echoed Numinous Treasure and Primordial Beginning. They had each tried, so they knew that they couldn't kill the destruction body without joining forces. However, Fiend Ancestor's destruction body became very wary. Arise! A gigantic black and white Taiji symbol enveloped the surroundings for hundreds of millions of kilometers, causing the chaos to separate into yin and yang. The Fiend Ancestor's destruction body was completely trapped in this black and white Taiji symbol world. I'm trapped. Fiend Ancestor's destruction body felt anxious and helpless when trapped within. Go! Numinous Treasure waved his hand and sent the four divine swords flying out as they landed on four spots of the Taiji symbol. Destroy! Elder Lord commanded. As Primordial Beginning waved the Pango banner, he dealt an all-out blow and struck right at the center of the Taiji symbol. The Taiji symbol was also delivering yin and yang assaults. The might of the four immortal vanquishing swords was fully gathered as they converged to the center. The Fiend Ancestor's destruction body was trapped in the middle of the array formation and could only suffer the terrifying annihilative forces. He desperately tried to fend off the attack as immense amounts of black light from his divine eye of destruction enveloped his body. Boom! The combined strike landed. When calm was restored, the Fiend Ancestor's destruction body had long been pulverized. All that was left was the divine eye of destruction and other items. The Fiend Ancestor's destruction body was dead. He wasn't able to withstand the first move of our combined attack, said Primordial Beginning. It's already impressive that it required the three of us to deliver a combined attack. After all, he reached the heavenly Tao realm later than us, and he had not accumulated much. He could rely only on the might of his divine eye of destruction, said Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor. Out of his three avatars, we are the first to kill him, Numinous Treasure sensed and said with a smile. I'm one step slower than the three pure ones. Goddess Nuwa looked at the Fiend Ancestor's female body which was bound by five-colored light as the female body struggled desperately. Obliterate, Goddess Nuwa said softly. An invisible surge spread out, pervading the mind of the Fiend Ancestor's female body. Instantly, her essence soul quaked as she became much weaker at defending against the five-colored light. Phew! The five-colored light suddenly retracted as the fiend ancestor's female body was smashed into powder. The ancestral fiend's female body was dead as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 731 Cosmos, Barren Cultivation Land. Chapter 731 Cosmos, Barren Cultivation Land. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Now, there's only the male body of fiend ancestor Black Lotus. Nuwa looked into the distance and saw Gautama and Amida dealing with fiend ancestor's male body. Oh! Nuwa's expression suddenly changed. No good. She could sense from afar the auras of Gautama, Amida, and fiend ancestor's male body, but suddenly, another fiend ancestor aura appeared within the male body's aura, one far stronger. Two fiend ancestor auras? The fiend ancestor has a fourth avatar? Nuwa turned anxious as she immediately tore through spacetime to rush over. However, back when fiend ancestor fled, the three avatars had fled in three different directions. It made the three battlegrounds rather distant from each other. Although Nuwa and the three pure ones had sensed the changes and immediately rushed over, it was obvious it would take them several seconds to arrive. With the strength of heavenly Tao existences, several seconds was just too long. Heavenly Realm, into lightning roar. Ever since his master and the rest left to pursue fiend ancestor, Qin Yun was waiting for the results. Regardless if the pursuit succeeded or failed, his master and the rest would inform the three realms. After all, if fiend ancestor remained alive, Qin Yun had to be especially careful when he entered the chaos. Oh! Qin Yun, who was sitting cross-legged on a grass patch, sensed something and looked up. A wool descended from afar and stopped above him to lightning roar. It condensed to form a black-robed, black-haired elder's phantom, and it was none other than numinous treasure Tao ancestor's embodiment. Qin Yun immediately got up. Master, An accident happened during our pursuit of fiend ancestor Black Lotus. Numinous treasure wore a heavy expression. Accident? Qin Yun was alarmed. Black Lotus's three avatars fled in the three different directions, said numinous treasure. Us Taoist three pure ones joined forces to destroy his strongest destruction body and Nuwa killed his female body. Gautama and Amida joined forces for the male body. But little did we expect that, at a critical point, a fourth avatar would fly out of the male body. The fourth avatar was extremely powerful, nearly matching the destruction body in strength. It was even more adept when it came to fleeing. The two avatars did not have any wish to fend his enemies off, all he wanted was to flee. Gautama and Amida failed to stop him completely. They spared no expense to kill the fiend ancestor's male body, but the fourth avatar managed to flee. Qin Yun could not help but ask, how does fiend ancestor have a fourth avatar? According to our guesses, numinous treasure said, Black Lotus had obtained a lotus seed of fate from Giron. His real body was originally a Black Lotus born out of a lotus seed of fate. As long as he wishes, he can use a lotus seed of fate to produce another body. Back then, Black Lotus had split his real body into three, the female body, the male body, and the destruction body. And this new body he produced with the lotus seed of fate is the best at escaping. It tore through spacetime so extremely quickly that even Amida, who had just broken through, couldn't catch up. Among us, only elderly Lord Speed could barely keep up. Did he manage to catch up? Asked Qin Yun. His body must have specially prepared to become a form meant for fleeing. It's good at hiding his aura and tearing through the void. Furthermore, it can scatter his aura to confuse us, said numinous treasure. As long as the distance is even a little far, we will not be able to sense his aura. Thankfully, Gautama spared no expenses to heavily injure him, sending his powers through the entire body. It will probably take him several years to completely dispel Gautama's powers. During this period, we will be able to sense his location. However, he has already fled extremely far and his fleeing abilities are truly impressive. Gautama, Amida, and us met up together and are in pursuit, said Numinous Treasure. If he is caught before he finishes dispelling Gautama's powers, he's doomed. But if he were to dispel Gautama's powers first, he would truly succeed in fleeing. Qin Yun nodded slightly. Using a lotus seed of fate to specially produce an avatar meant for escaping? The fiend ancestor had truly thought of every means possible in order to survive. Don't worry. We all have avatars left outside the three realms, said Numinous Treasure. He wouldn't dare return. If he were to dare come close to the three realms, he would be falling into a trap. Master, you must be careful when pursuing Fiend Ancestor's fourth avatar. To survive, he will likely bore into perilous lands in the chaos, said Qin Yun. Ha ha. The few of us have a lot more combat experience than you do. Numinous Treasure laughed. Alright, if there's anything in the future, you can find me in the Three Pure Hall in the chaos. With that said, the embodiment Numinous Treasure sent down dissipated. It wasn't only him, in fact, Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor, Gautama, and company all sent news back to the three realms. Days passed one after another. The three realms continued changing and nearly every cultivator sensed the changes. The decline of the heavenly realms' heaven and earth spiritual energies can be considered slow, but the decline of the heaven and earth spiritual energies in the small worlds is still going quickly. Qin Yun stood in the vast cosmos and looked down into a small world. But compared to the cosmos, it's completely not worth mentioning. The speed of decline of the heaven and earth spiritual energies in the cosmos is more than 100 times faster. Today, the heaven and earth spiritual energies in the cosmos has nearly all vanished. It has completely turned into a barren cultivation land. As such, it will be impossible if sky immortals wish to travel through the cosmos. The cosmos were vast. Traveling was extremely troublesome, requiring the use of either major void transference or the help of sacred lands like Green Turing Palace. To travel through the void based on one's strength? It would only take more time. In the past, it was still possible to travel slowly, but from this day forth, with the cosmos not providing any heaven and earth spiritual energies for replenishment, those that dared to stay in the cosmos for too long would drain their dermic powers and end up starving to death. The changes in the three realms are very complete. There's not one wisp of heaven and earth spiritual energies in the cosmos, thought Qin Yun. But this way, the burden the three realms has is indeed a lot lighter. Qin Yun traveled the three realms and observed the changes everywhere. The changes to the heaven and earth spiritual energies were a holistic impact. The flora and fauna, and even humans, had to adapt to the new environment. Oh? Qin Yun frowned slightly in the cosmos. He sensed the restrictions of the three realms as he thought, Master had made a correct prediction. On the sixth day since they left the three realms, the limit to which the three realms can withstand is a perfected golden immortal. If one wants to reach the heavenly Tao realm, one has to leave the three realms and do the breakthrough in the chaos. From then on, a heavenly Tao realm existence will no longer be able to enter the three realms with their true bodies. In the past, heavenly Tao realm existences were unable to enter great worlds with their true bodies. Now, it was extended to the entire three realms. Clearly, the three realms had lowered the limits to which it could bear. The lesser the burden, the more stable the three realms became. In the past, it only grew weaker while barely maintaining the status quo. The three realms has changed. This world is now one that those old heavenly Tao realm fogies can no longer enter. In a great world, there was a fat creature covered in scales with 100 short legs. However, its head had a gaping mouth. At that moment, it changed amid laughter into a young armor-wearing strongman. He looked up into the sky. Three pure ones, all of them were just too ruthless. All I did was eat a little bit more, and they claimed that I'm a sinful and deserve death. They were too powerful with lots of treasures. Like Primordial Unity, Gaochen, Hutu, Kongxian, Polestar, all of them perfected great Tao realm existences stood on their side. I couldn't offend them and could only bear with it. but now that they have left, what's there to be afraid without those old fogies? The three realms is ultimately the oyster of us chaos god fiends. The young strong man laughed without inhibitions. The three realms has completely changed. A massive coiled giant opened its eyes once again, causing the day to be ushered into the great world. Without those heavenly Tao realm existences, those Taoist and Buddhist juniors still wish to continue flaunting their prowess? The heavenly court still wishes to be leader of the three realms? What a joke! Torch Dragon's massive body changed into a cold-looking, purple-robed man. The rules of the three realms shall change too. Back when Niwa, the three pure ones, and Gautama shocked and awed the three realms, they decided on the order of the three realms and established the heavenly courts to rule over the three realms. All these ancient existences could only bow their heads and hide in great worlds because they could do nothing. And with heavenly Tao realm existences unable to enter great worlds, to Senkong Shen, Emperor Polestar, Goddess Hutu, Heavenly Lord of Primordial Unity, Amida, Lantern, Myriad Treasure, or Guang Chengzi equipped with treasures to pursue them wasn't realistic. After all, the perfected great Tao experts had backers and were lords of great worlds. They stood on equal grounds with the heavenly Tao realm existences, so who would be willing to do things that risked their lives? These ancient existences also didn't dare to be too provocative. If they angered the three pure ones in Niwa, the outcome was something they could not bear to afford. Now, with them being forced to leave, the ancient existences that had been tolerating all this while naturally felt carefree. Some even wanted to seek revenge after holding it in for so long. Now, we shall be the ones setting the rules of the three realms. These ancient existences began stirring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 732 Alliance activated. Chapter 732 Alliance activated. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. In a towering hall in tenebrous fiend abyss. Seated in the hall was a white-robed elder who waited leisurely. Suddenly, three wills descended into the tenebrous fiend abyss, forming three embodiments. They were King of Myriad Fiends Buoshuan, God King Zhiron, and a cold-looking purple-robed man. This must be Torch Dragon. The last time we met was when the demon's heavenly courts ruled the three realms, Patriarch Bloodsea laughed and said. In a blink of an eye, the three realms has changed drastically, and the heavenly Tao realm existences have all been forced to leave the three realms. I never expected you, Bloodsea, to become the owner of the tenebrous fiend abyss after Black Lotus left the three realms, said the purple-robed man. He was none other than Torch Dragon. Buoshuan, you are the king of myriad fiends, yet, you failed to beat Bloodsea and take control of the fiends? Zhiron quipped with a smile. Buoshuan smiled lightly in a very sloppy manner. Bloodsea is obedient to Black Lotus and has fought the three realms for him. As for me, I have been focused on cultivation. I couldn't be bothered with Black Lotus, so it's only normal that he handed the tenebrous fiend abyss to Bloodsea. I was also just a little luckier, said Patriarch Bloodsea humbly. It benefits us fiends with it being Bloodsea, added Buoshuan. Bloodsea has an undying body, and with the augmentation of the tenebrous fiend abyss, his strength would be raised to the half-step heavenly Tao realm. A person with many avatars and a half-step heavenly Tao realm undying body is very beneficial to us fiends. I do have the 6 desires avatars, but in terms of undying means, I'm far inferior to Bloodsea. Even Qin Yun, who has 129,600 avatars, is slightly weaker than Bloodsea when it comes to undying means. Death is impossible unless the Bloodsea is destroyed. Zhiron nodded in agreement and said, Bloodsea came from deep within the tenebrous fiend abyss to begin with. Even a heavenly Tao realm expert would not dare storm it. So, who can threaten Brother Bloodsea? Patriarch Bloodsea smiled. In the past, his undying bodies allowed him to be unparalleled in the three realms. Even when sent out, he would condense an avatar. His strength was one of the weakest ones among the perfected great Tao existences. But now, with the entire tenebrous fiend abyss augmenting him, he had reached the half-step heavenly Tao realm in one swift move, becoming one of the top few existences in the three realms. He was naturally feeling greatly spirited. We came here to discuss how we will control the three realms. Torch Dragon said. Yes, yes. Let's get down to business, said Bloodsea with a smile. As long as the four of us combine forces, there will be hope for us taking the three realms, but... Torch Dragon said, before coming, Zhurong has already informed me. You fiends only need to occupy the original 10 dominions. As for the remaining 50 dominions and the heavenly realm, don't involve yourself in them. We wouldn't involve ourselves. As long as we can preserve the fiend's 10 dominions, we would be satisfied, said Bloodsea with a faint smile. Unfortunately, the Taoists, Buddhists, and heavenly courts are too greedy. They even wish to snatch the final 10 dominions of us fiends, said Buishuan with a frown. In the three realms, I'm secretly controlling many mighty figure puppets. Qin Yun, Yang Jian, Mithraea have begun discussions. They plan to lead mighty figures on an attack of our fiendish dominions at any time. Zhurong laughed and said, ordinary mighty figures are nothing worth mentioning. In this struggle for the three realms, it is mainly determined by the perfected great Tao existences. Especially the few half-step heavenly Tao existences. Now, the already known half-step heavenly Tao existences in the three realms, including those that have kept low profiles to cultivate, number 7. They are the four of us, and Qin Yun, Hui, and Ancestral Dragon. 7 which are known, said Torch Dragon. But who knows if other perfected great Tao existences have broken through as well. I heard that the humans' 3 sovereigns are each extraordinary. Kong Xian and Hutu have accumulated extremely deep insights as well, but they don't pose a huge threat at all, said Zhurong with a shake of his head. If the four of us ally across the three realms, the only person who can be a threat to us is Hui. Hui? Patriarch Bloodsea, Wuxuan, and Torch Dragon turned solemn. The might of Hui when he burned his essence soul to deliver 9 consecutive arrows was a terrifying thought. Not only was it strong, it was also unavoidable. In an ordinary skirmish, when one side attacked, the other side could defend, but when Hui infused heart force into his arrows, it was impossible to dodge. One could only defend using their bodies. For instance, Bohan Island Lord could only use his body to withstand the blow when Hui delivered his essence soul burning 8th and 9th arrows. Weapons could not touch the arrows, and if weapons could be used for the defense, he wouldn't have died under Hui's hands. You can leave Hui to me, said Patriarch Bloodsea. I have already secretly sent avatars to infiltrate the effulgent great world. I can descend the forces of the tenebrous fiend abyss onto the effulgent great world at any moment. Hui might be powerful, but his melee abilities are weak. I have an undying body, so I'll be perfect against him. You have to be careful. Ensure that he doesn't join forces with Qin Yun. Once they do so, it will be trouble, said Buishuan. Hui is in seclusion and hasn't left the effulgent great world all this while, said Patriarch Bloodsea. He might not even join in the Taoists' and Buddhists' assault of the 10 fiendish dominions. He hasn't shown interest in involving himself in the conflict of the three realms. All right. Torch Dragon nodded. As long as he doesn't involve himself, the four of us have a chance of killing Qin Yun together. We shall snatch his misty rain sword. Even if Qin Yun has 129,600 avatars, without his misty rain sword, he is nothing but trash. Let's aim for a breakthrough. Wuxuan nodded. Let's finish Qin Yun first. Hui would then be easily finished. Without these 2 stumbling blocks, the three realms shall be ours, said Zhurong. He was the most eager person present. After all, he had once suffered from Hui's sneak attack. Back then, Hui had burned his essence soul to deliver 2 arrows, scaring Zhurong away. After which, he even kept a very low profile in the three realms. This time, with Zhurong making the connections, the four formed an easy alliance. Heavenly Realm, into Lightning Roar. Qin Yun sat across from the black-robed ancestral dragon. The change in the three realms has forced the heavenly Tao realm existences to leave. The fiend ancestor can no longer protect the fiendish dominions, said Qin Yun. Yang Jian, Mithraea, and I have already discussed how to snatch the 10 fiendish dominions back. Today, I'm inviting you here in the hopes that you can join us in this endeavor to snatch back the 10 dominions, returning the three realms heavenly Tao to every dominion in the three realms. You are inviting me to help in this operation? Ancestral Dragon felt some hesitation. Hui couldn't be bothered to join in the skirmish for the three realms because of his character. As for Ancestral Dragon, it was because of the dragons. Without absolute confidence, he did not wish to completely lose decorum with the fiends and invite disaster on the dragons. Don't worry. When we take back the 10 fiendish dominions, I can make the decision to leave one of the dominions to the dragons. How about that? Qin Yun said. As sect master of Green Turing Palace, he naturally enjoyed extremely high prestige. The carving of the territory in the three realms was also naturally determined by the Taoists, Buddhists, and heavenly courts. A dominion? Ancestral Dragon's eyes lit up. At present, the dragons only occupied one dominion. The three realms no longer had any heavenly Tao realm existences. With him at the half-step heavenly Tao realm of the physical establishing sage lineage, his influence in the three realms had risen significantly. Just occupying a single dominion was indeed considered inadequate. After Ancestral Dragon thought of Qin Yun and Hui, he immediately said with a smile, "All right. The fiends have been cruel and evil. The countless lives in those 10 dominions live as though they are in hell. To return the three realms heavenly Tao to the 10 dominions will be saving countless lives. Count me in on this." Qin Yun nodded. As for the other mighty figures of the dragon race? He wasn't too concerned. Just having the ancestral dragon to help was sufficient. Ordinary mighty figures? The Taoists, Buddhists, and heavenly courts had huge numbers of those. Then it's agreed upon, said Qin Yun with a smile. We shall set off tomorrow to take back the fiendish dominions. All right, I'll be deferring to you, brother Qin Yun. Ancestral Dragon smiled. Of course, he would let the Taoists and Buddhists charge in first. All he needed to do was provide help. Soon. Ancestral Dragon left and Qin Yun sat alone and thought. He had wished to snatch back the 10 fiendish dominions long ago. He wasn't able to take action, but now, it was naturally time. There's no problems with the plan. Qin Yun thought over the plans repeatedly. It was a plan decided upon by the Taoists, Buddhists, and heavenly courts, and it was flawless. Unfortunately, ever since the three realms experienced the changes, Hui has entered seclusive cultivation, thought Qin Yun. Without him exiting seclusion, it's not my place to disturb him. However, our preparations are very adequate. We have a bunch of perfected great Tao existences among the Taoists, Buddhists, and heavenly courts. Our strength has greatly increased, so we are definitely confident we can succeed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 733, Caught Up. Chapter 733, Caught Up. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Qin Yun sat in meditation for an entire night. The battle for the fiendish dominions would lead to lasting effects. This would be the first time the Taoists, Buddhists, and heavenly courts would be battling the fiends after all the heavenly Tao realm existences left the three realms. The outcome of this first battle would determine the situation of the three realms for an extended period of time, affecting all the lives in the three realms. Victory is the only acceptable outcome for this battle, thought Qin Yun. At daybreak, when the Supreme Yang Star once again appeared across the horizon, Qin Yun left him the lightning roar and headed for Green Turing Palace. In Green Turing Palace, all the mighty figures had already long gathered. Qin Yun appeared high above the hall. Greetings, Sect Master. All the mighty figures bowed with Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain standing right in front. "Junior sister Blackfall Mountain," said Qin Yun solemnly. "In this battle against the fiendish dominions, we needed to be careful that the fiends do not counterattack the heavenly realm. The heavy responsibility of guarding the key areas shall be left to you. More than half of Green Turing Palace's mighty figures are at my disposal. I'm confident enough if it just involves guarding the numerous key areas," she said with a smile. "Instead, Senior Brother Sect Master, you should be careful. The fiendish dominion is enveloped by the fiendish heavenly Tao. There, the fiends enjoy an absolute advantage. They have long set up defensive arrays. Besides, the fiendish heavenly Tao will be repressive against all of you, making it impossible to use the heaven and earth powers, so you will only be able to use a portion of your strength." "Yeah." Qin Yun nodded slightly. "Junior sister Blackfall Mountain, just wait to hear our good news." Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain nodded slightly. Qin Yun still relied greatly on Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain. After all, she was the only other perfected great Tao in Green Turing Palace. "Let's set off." Qin Yun immediately gave the order. In the cosmos, experts from the three Taoist lineages, Buddhists, and heavenly courts gathered, and even the dragon's ancestral dragon appeared. Of course, he came alone. Back then, Sword Immortal Qin suppressed the fiends by his strength alone. However, Fiend Ancestor's obstruction made it impossible for Sword Immortal Qin to attack the fiendish dominions, said Maitreya with a chuckle. Now with all of us gathered, I believe our flattening of the fiendish dominions shall be easy. By the side, Guanyin, Kong Xian, Emperor Polestar, Queen Mother, Yang Jian, Queen Mother, and Ancestral Dragon all laughed. The 200-plus mighty figures behind them were filled with confidence. The amount of perfected great Tao experts participating in this battle was only a partial number. For instance, the humans' three sovereigns, Medicine Buddha, Burning Lamp, Myriad Treasure, Primordial Unity, Goddess Hutu, Huanchengzi, Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain, and the rest were responsible for staying behind to defend. After all, the various factions occupied many territories in the three realms. They had to be careful in case the fiends counterattack these territories while they were attacking the fiends. Of course, the strongest, the two half-step heavenly Tao realms, Sword Immortal Qin and Ancestral Dragon, were participating as well. We still have to be careful, said Qin Yun. If cornered, the fiends might retaliate at the expense of their lives. Everything shall go according to the plans. There will definitely not be any accidents, said Queen Mother with a smile. All right. Qin Yun nodded and said. Then let's set off. Although the Taoists were considered to be split into three lineages, the Grand Supreme lineage did not have any perfected great Tao disciples. The Jade Void lineage only had Yang Jian, who had only recently broken through, so he was still quite a distance from the few half-step heavenly Tao realm existences. Therefore, Qin Yun was temporarily made leader of the three Taoists' lineages. The Buddhists were naturally led by the present Buddhist ancestor, Maitreya. On the heavenly court side, Queen Mother led the forces, but she greatly respected Emperor Polestar as well. Whoosh! The mighty army set off towards the fiendish dominion. Their first target was the fiend dominion's wind encasement great world. At the moment Qin Yun led the army to battle against the fiendish dominions, in the distant chaos, another harrowing battle was undergoing. Black Lotus, you won't escape. The white-haired Grand Supreme Tao ancestor shouted. A gigantic Taiji symbol appeared in the surrounding chaos as Yin and Yang intermeshed together in a bid to bind the blurry escaping figure. Grand Supreme, I'm unable to return to the three realms again. I won't be a threat to it. Now that we have entered the chaos, we should be focused on exploring this endless chaos. Why is there a need to engage in fights? Speaking of which, we are all heavenly Tao realm existences of the three realms. We should be supporting each other in this boundless chaos. Not only are you not supporting me, you are even pursuing me. What's the point? The escaping figure voiced. You are filled with immense sin. You are responsible for more than half of the sins in the three realms. You wish for this to be written off just because you left the three realms? Dream on. Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor's voice sounded in Fiend Ancestor's head. Both of them were extremely powerful, and all it took was an instant for a voice transmission. At that moment, Black Lotus was feeling anxious as well. The Lotus Seed of Fate he obtained from Jerome had been specially groomed to be a fourth avatar adept at escaping and hiding. However, in terms of escaping through space, this avatar was only better than the few Heavenly Tao Realm experts, but not Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor. As the initial escape allowed him to go a great distance, he maintained quite a stable distance a few days ago, but today, he was about to be caught up. In just a few days, Grand Supreme Elderly Lord has chased up to me. If he is able to hold me back, the other two members of the Three Pure Ones, as well as Gautama, Nuwa, and Amida will arrive. Fiend Ancestor burned his essence soul dermic powers and shot out of the Taiji symbol's influence as he continued traversing spacetime. Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor similarly transversed spacetime in pursuit. You won't escape. Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor was even faster when it came to transversing spacetime. Even though Fiend Ancestor used a dermic formulation to split his aura to confuse him, it was only for a moment. Soon, Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor quickly chased up to him. Both sides constantly threw attacks at each other. Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor mainly used Divine Power Dharma spells in a bid to stop him for a moment. However, every time Fiend Ancestor was about to be caught up to, he would immediately burn his essence soul dermic powers to flee desperately. Meanwhile, he would cast all sorts of mystic arts to obstruct Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor. Phew! Numinous Treasure Tao Ancestor, Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, Goddess Nuwa, Gautama, and Amida were slow as they tried their best to chase up. Black Lotus is already being pestered by Elderly Lord. He won't escape, said Numinous Treasure with a laugh. But Elderly Lord isn't able to stop him either. He's able to escape each and every time, said Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Nuwa said, every time Black Lotus escapes Elderly Lord, it's because he notices danger, so he burns his essence soul dermic powers in desperation. If he continues burning, in less than half a month, his essence soul will be drained to its limit. From the looks of it, we are finally going to be rid of the greatest fiend of the three realms, said Gautama with a smile. Let's let him struggle a little while longer, Numinous Treasure said with a sneer. In the three realms. Fiendish Dominion, Wind Encasement Great World. This was the first great world Qin Yun and company had chosen to attack. Whoosh! Qin Yun and company traversed spacetime and arrived obstreperously above the Wind Encasement Great World. Oh! Qin Yun swept the area and said in exclamation, this Wind Encasement Great World doesn't even have a fiendish mighty figure. The number of sky fiends are pathetically small. Have they given up this Wind Encasement Great World? Yang Jian said in puzzlement. There's no way they would abandon the 10 fiendish great worlds, right? Queen Mother said. Perhaps they think it's meaningless to defend, so they decided on abandoning it? Said Kong Xian with a smile. By the side, Emperor Polestar closed his eyes and began carefully inferring. The others around him looked at him before he opened his eyes and frowned. There's indeed no danger in the Wind Encasement Great World, but I can infer that there's massive danger in the Fiendish Dominion. From the looks of it, the fiends have not decided on completely abandoning these territories, said Qin Yun with a smile. It's just that without sufficient strength, they have abandoned a few of the great worlds. We shall take back whichever great worlds they abandoned. Let's first take back the Wind Encasement Great World completely. Then, shall we set up the first world transformation array in the Wind Encasement Great World? Asked Mithraea. Let's begin. Qin Yun nodded. Queen Mother nodded to a bunch of mighty figures behind her. With the third prince, Neza, leading 12 mighty figures, they immediately set up the array. They were in charge of the first world transformation array. To snatch back a great world, one had to completely convert the fiendish heavenly Tao which was enveloping that great world to that of the three realms heavenly Tao. The transformation of small worlds was relatively simple, but the transformation of great worlds was more troublesome. The Taoists, Buddhists, and heavenly courts were more than prepared. All the array formations had been prepared ahead of time, so all that was needed to be done was set them up. In just 10 minutes. Boom! Nezha and the 12 mighty figures, 3 pinnacle mighty figures, 9 ordinary mighty figures, controlled the array formation together. A gigantic spatial vortex appeared in the sky as it connected to the three realms heavenly Tao. As the three realms heavenly Tao slowly seeped in, with the might of the array formation, it began to corrode and transform the surroundings. The wind encasement great world was originally covered in fiendish auras, but forgiving and fresh heaven and earth spiritual energies began to enter through the spatial vortex and spread everywhere. The fiendish aura receded as the heaven and earth spiritual energies expanded. The entire world was gradually changing. "Let's head to the next great world," said Ancestral Dragon when he saw this. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 734, Both Sides. Chapter 734, Both Sides. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. The group of mighty figures immediately tore through spacetime and headed for another great world in the fiendish dominions. Set up the array. Maitreya instructed. 12 Buddhist mighty figures acknowledged the order and headed to set up the World Transformation Array. Queen Mother, Ancestral Dragon, Yang Jian, Maitreya, Queen Mother and the mighty figures were responsible for being nearby to watch over the process, and once the array formation was set up, they would immediately head for the next great world. Once the array formation was set up successfully, they could use the array formation to seal the great world's spacetime, preventing the enemy from arriving by void tunneling. Even if the fiends wanted to attack, they would have to fly in from outside the great Tao of spacetime. The time it would take to normally fly in was enough time for Qin Yun and company to return to provide support. Besides, with the help of the array, the 12 mighty figures would be able to fend off even perfected great Tao experts. These great worlds have actually been abandoned by the fiends. I thought they would leave behind some fiendish mighty figures to preside over the array formations and seal off space. Unless the fiends join forces to resist, ordering a few fiendish mighty figures to defend the array formation is nothing but sending them to their deaths. Even if they seal off spacetime, we can similarly fly in. In order to stall for time, sending a few mighty figures to their deaths is not something the fiends would do. Even if Patriarch Blood Sea gave the order personally, few fiendish mighty figures would obey it when it's simply sending themselves to their deaths. The Taoists, Buddhists, and Heavenly Court's mighty figures were very relaxed as they chatted leisurely. Among the 10 great worlds, only the 6 Desires great world is unpredictable. The other great worlds do not even have a fiendish mighty figure, said Emperor Polestar with a laugh. I can sense a group of old guys in the 6 Desires great world, said Ancestral Dragon. Back when the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor were around, these old guys were hiding away. Now, all of them have appeared, trying to join forces to test the rules the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestors set up. God King Zhurong is similarly in the 6 Desires great world and standing among them. Humph, Queen Mother snorted coldly. All of them go by the law of the jungle. They treat the countless weak as ants and slaughter them without thought, casually trampling and dominating them. Although Zhurong had been imprisoned by Goddess Nuwa for an extended period of time, he has not changed his character at all. Goddess Nuwa shouldn't have been merciful back then. She should have killed Zhurong just like how she dealt with Gongdong. Gongdong damaged him to Bujo and deserved death for his sins, said Ancestral Dragon. As for Zhurong, Goddess Nuwa gave him a chance due to her merciful nature. Then, what do we do now? Yang Jian inquired. The fiends still have Zhurong and other ancient existences. Since they are gathered in the 6 Desires great world, I believe they will be using the terrain advantage and have set up powerful array formations as they await our entry. There's no rush for us to enter, said Guanyin with a smile. Let's take it slow and continue occupying the other great worlds. As for the Six Desires Great World, we shall put it aside and let them feel the unease. Let's see how long they can last. Let's make them feel unease first. Qin Yun also nodded in agreement. Inside the Six Desires Great World, the array formation had long been set up, and there was fiendish aura surging everywhere. A group of ancient existences were gathered here, and leading them were Zhirong, Huashuan, and Torch Dragon. The remaining ones were also perfected great Tao existences. Most of these ancient chaos god fiends treated the weak as nothing but ants. Under the rule of the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor, some came under the Taoists and Buddhists, and the neutral ones changed their character, but there were still many who remained unbridled. Some even went from neutral to worse. There were also some who put up with it due to the overall situation and acted. After the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor left, they revealed their true selves. Zhirong, the Taoist and Buddhist mighty figures, are converting the great worlds one after another at this moment. 9 great worlds have been set up with array formations, and they aren't coming to the Six Desires Great World. Are we just going to wait here foolishly? A young stout man draped in armor asked. If I had a say, I'll charge out directly and fight them. In the Six Desires Great World, the fiendish heavenly Tao blankets us, but we do not cultivate in fiendish dermic formulations, and we can't use the heaven and earth powers either, said another fat bald man. All you know is killing. A charming woman curled her lips and scoffed. We have an array formation here, raising our chances of victory by 30%. Besides, by being here, both us and the Taoists, Buddhists, and heavenly courts are unable to use the heaven and earth powers. However, Huashuan is able to, and his strength will greatly increase. That will increase the chances of victory by another 20%. This battle is for our future. How can we abandon such a huge advantage? Perhaps they might not come, said the fat bald man. Old Venom, have some patience, said Tao Wu with a frown. Huashuan, Zhirong, and Torch Dragon ignored them and only waited silently. Even they did not have the means to fully restrain these bunch of old guys. After all, their strength was only slightly weaker than theirs, but each of them grasped a perfected great Tao and had various means. For instance, the Chaos 3 Banes had lived to this day. Which of them was easy to deal with? 7 of the 10 saints in the universe from yesteryear were here as well. As for the other 3, one of them was the Lord of Yellowbeard World, who had been killed by Qin Yun and Hui. The other was Fiend Ancestor Black Lotus. Black Lotus kept a low profile early on. In terms of fame, he was inferior to Huashuan, much less Zhirong and the rest. There was also 9 Neonate who wreaked havoc everywhere, who also later died at Hui's hands. These 10 saints in the universe were not to be trifled with. There were also 6 who had reached the perfected Great Tao realm after all these years. They were also part of the lineup. Clearly, they were going to combine forces in the fight. If they didn't do so now, they would be destroyed by Qin Yun and company later. These 16 were only allies with Zhirong, Torch Dragon, and Huashuan, and not true grunts. They were only together due to their common goals. Qin Yun and company watched as the 3 realms' heavenly Tao entered the great worlds thanks to the World Transformation Array. Gradually, the range it infiltrated expanded, and soon, a third of this great world had been occupied. We have already waited for a day, but Zhirong and company continue remaining inside the Six Desires Great World, said Yang Jian. Do we continue waiting? There are 2 choices, said Emperor Polestar. 1, we ignore them. We will occupy the other 59 great worlds in the 3 realms. The 6 desires will be left to them, but they will definitely find it unacceptable. Once we return, they will definitely find other opportunities, or even sneak an attack. The outcome will be hard to predict. The other choice is to seize this opportunity and storm them. But doing so will be dangerous. They have definitely set up an array formation in the Six Desires Great World. Furthermore, the fiendish heavenly Tao envelopes that world. Guoxuan is there and is capable of using the heaven and earth powers. Yet, we won't be able to draw upon them. Ancestral Dragon looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun, what's your take? Everyone present looked at Qin Yun. Be they experts from the heavenly courts or the Buddhists, all of them looked at Qin Yun because there were only two half-step heavenly Tao realm experts present. One of them was Qin Yun and the other was Ancestral Dragon. Ancestral Dragon was only here to help and he was also asking Qin Yun. Although the fiendish heavenly Tao envelopes that world, allowing Guoxuan to produce his greatest strength, Jerome and the rest are not fiendish cultivators. Likewise, they are unable to use the heaven and earth powers, said Qin Yun. As for array formations? I will set up the Misty Rain array to protect all of us. We will be undefeatable. Undefeatable? Queen Mother, Guanyin, and the other mighty figures exchanged looks. With Qin Yun saying this, they were more inclined towards doing battle. Make sure not to underestimate them, said Ancestral Dragon. I'm confident I can protect all of us, said Qin Yun. He had the intrinsic flying sword and had figured out the second perfected Great Tao, the Great Tao of Yin and Yang, so he was very confident when it came to defense. He was only lacking in confidence when it came to Hou Yi's essence soul-burning ninth arrow. After all, that was capable of killing Bohun Island Lord's avatar. But when it came to a one-on-one battle, no one in the three realms would allow Hou Yi to shoot 9 arrows consecutively. The Taoist fiend war has gone on for tens of thousands of years. I've spent a lot of effort on my offensive means, thought Qin Yun as his eyes were filled with a cold glimmer. I'll take this opportunity to set up the rules in the three realms. It was best if he could get rid of those baneful fiends. Alright. I agree as well. Let's storm the Six Desires Great World, said Ancestral Dragon. He was a half-step heavenly Tao realm of the physical establishing sage lineage. He was naturally unafraid of anyone. I'm agreeable as well. Yang Jian was burning with fighting spirit. As an expert who had pushed his 8-9 arcane art to a pinnacle state, he was in search of an opportunity to prove himself. In that case, let's set up to rid of those fiends, said Maitreya with a smile. Soon. The Taoists, Buddhists, and heavenly courts tore through spacetime and arrived inside the Six Desires Great World. They actually didn't seal spacetime. They probably left it open deliberately to let us in. Qin Yun and company arrived deep inside the Six Desires Great World and moments after entering, they felt the sealing of spacetime. If they wished to leave again, they needed to slowly fly out. What rich fiendish aura! Guanyin frowned slightly. Qin Yun nodded slightly. The Six Desires Great World's fiendish aura far exceeded what it was in the past. It likely had to do with the present Lord of the Tenebrous Fiend Abyss, Patriarch Bloodseas, sending an immense amount of fiendish aura to envelop the world. It made this place a sacred land for fiendish cultivators. With Guoxuan here, he could produce strength that was much higher than usual. Ha ha ha. You bunch of Taoists and bald donkeys sure are brave. I thought you would deliberately wait for a year or so outside. Old Venom, you have belittled them. They still have the guts to enter. Accompanied by this cheery conversation, a massive black cloud flew over from afar. Standing on it were a bunch of figures. Qin Yun and company looked carefully. Leading them was Jerome, Guoxuan, and a cold-looking purple-robed man. There were also 16 perfected Great Tao experts by their side. All of them had different auras. Perhaps more than half the perfected Great Tao existences in the three realms are gathered here, said Ancestral Dragon and Qin Yun with a laugh. Who's that purple-robed man? Qin Yun asked via a voice transmission. It's Torch Dragon, but he has changed tremendously. In the past, his aura was domineering and oppressive, but it's a lot more converged now, replied Ancestral Dragon via a voice transmission. You call this converged? Qin Yun was surprised. He only felt that Torch Dragon was extremely arrogant and his aura was a little cold. That's because you haven't seen his past form.
In the past, he was truly one to reign supreme, replied Ancestral Dragon.
Qin Yun nodded slightly.
Among the chaos godfiends in the distance, Zhurong stood front and center. His fiery hair was disheveled as he swept his gaze across Qin Yun and company. He smiled and said, "Today, we aren't here hoping to fight and kill. We just wish to bring our blessings onto all life in the three realms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 735, One Against Many. Chapter 735, One Against Many. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. You don't wish for fighting and killing and wish to bring blessings to all life? Qin Yun and company were surprised upon hearing that. These ancient chaos godfiends wanted to bring blessings to all life. Zhurong looked at the mighty figures of the Taoists, Buddhists, and heavenly courts and chuckled. If we were to really fight, war will spread throughout the three realms. Countless will die in the three realms, but if we were to have a ceasefire, the three realms will be at peace. This will only shower blessings onto the three realms. Queen Mother, Maitreya, Yang Jian, Guanyin, Queen Mother, and company exchanged looks. You wish to negotiate a truce? Said Maitreya. Can all of you promise not to slaughter the countless weak casually? Tigers need to eat meat, cats need to eat rats. The law of the jungle is the heavenly Tao. Zhurong said. We have long attained a perfected great Tao, making us the strongest beings in the three realms. It's a joke if we were to be made equal to the weak, right? Maitreya smiled. God King Zhurong, we are not requesting you be on equal standing with the weak. We just wish for you to pity the weak. Just one mouthful of yours, and millions of lives. Any amount of meat a tiger eats is a lot more than what a human eats. Isn't it normal that we Chaos Godfiend eat more? Zhurong said. There are countless lives in the three realms. The speed at which we eat isn't as fast as they reproduce. What's there to be afraid of? Letting their proliferation go unchecked would only add burden to the three realms. We might as well help by eating them. By doing so, we are lessening the burden of the three realms. We are helping the three realms by providing nothing but benefit. Preposterous. Qin Yun bellowed coldly. A world's land is limited. The number of lives it can support is limited as well. They will not be able to reproduce without end. They will also work hard and cultivate, producing talent and cultivators. Even I, Qin Yun, started off as a mortal cultivator. As for all of you, by using the reason of law of the jungle, you devour with impunity. The heavenly Tao has long made restricts that cultivators are forbidden from slaughtering mortals to stop you from such actions. But just because all of you are powerful, you continue to do evil, unafraid of negative karma fire. The heavenly Tao can't stop you, but we will rid of you. Sword immortal Qin, you won't be able to kill us, said Zhurong with a laugh. Back when you killed the Lord of the Yellowbeard world, you had went to a great deal of effort to ally with Hou-Yi, right? With so many of us perfected great Tao existences here, we will be much harder to kill than him. Is that so? Qin Yun's eyes flashed coldly. We can always give it a try. Don't be mad. If we were to really fight, it would bring disaster to the three realms, said Zhurong with a laugh. Why don't you listen to our conditions? Qin Yun grunted. By the side, Maitreya said, God King Zhurong, why don't you share your terms with us? Zhurong looked to his side and then at the mighty figures on Qin Yun's side before smiling. On our side, there's me, Wushuan, Torch Dragon, and the present Lord of the Tenebrous Fiend Abyss, Blood Sea. Together we have 4 half-step Heavenly Tao realm existences. In terms of half-step Heavenly Tao realm existences, there are 7 in the 3 realms at present. We have 4 on our side. Furthermore, we still have 16 other perfected Great Tao existences. Qin Yun and company listened.
In terms of half-step heavenly Tao realm and perfected great Tao existences, my side probably covers about half of the 3 realms, Zhirong said with a smile. In that case, we should occupy 30 of the dominions in the 3 realms.
Isn't that how it should be? Occupy half? Yang Jian sneered. The 3 realms are now ruled by the Taoists, Buddhists, and heavenly courts.
Are you implying we give up half of the dominions to you?
The present 3 realms isn't fully ruled by you, said Zhirong.
For instance, the Chaos 3 Banes, the 7 saints in the universe, they are all lords of great worlds. They only permit your preaching in those worlds to give you Taoists and Buddhists face. But in fact, they are the lords of their great worlds.
My present proposal of occupying half of the dominions is only reasonable. Face?
Kong Xian said in return, it's because they couldn't stop it back when the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor were in the 3 realms.
They have already left the 3 realms, said Zhirong.
I'm saying all this for all lives in the 3 realms.
We have planned it out.
The dominions in the 3 realms shall be split into half by both sides.
That will remove the need for war.
Furthermore, we can also promise that the number in lives in our dominions will not be less than 80% of your dominions.
That way, you don't have to worry that we will go overboard in our slaughtering. The reproduction of life was fast to begin with. If they reigned in their scourge on life, that would be sufficient. In fact,
these Chaos Godfiends would still be very pleased if they came to an agreement with Qin Yun and company. After all, if Sword Immortal Qin allied with Hui, it would leave them in extreme fear. They were also taking this chance now to face Qin Yun while Hui wasn't around.
This bolstered their confidence. Let half the lives in the dominions of the 3 realms be lamb for your slaughter? Qin Yun sneered. That's sure a nice dream of yours. God King Zhirong, you haven't changed despite being imprisoned by Goddess Nuwa for so long. Guanyin shook her head as well.
It's impossible for us to agree, said Emperor Polestar as well.
Impossible? Zhirong said, then, do you truly want to cause an even more intense Taoist fiend war?
Wushuan, Torch Dragon, and the other 16 perfected great Tao existences all looked at Qin Yun.
That's what I should be asking you, said Qin Yun calmly. Are you prepared to be killed like Patriarch Spirit devouring an elder Yellowbeard? Many of the ancient existences had slight changes in expression when they heard that.
This sword Immortal Qin was truly filled with killing intent.
Zhirong.
The purple-robed Torch Dragon frowned.
Since words don't work with them, let's begin. Make the entire 3 realms become ours.
That's reasonable. It's better to kill them all, said Wushuan as his aura rose abruptly.
Boom!
The terrifying array that they had spared no expenses to set up erupted. Strange auras began to emanate as countless phantoms appeared. There were endless delicacies and ambrosia, the best food and wine one could imagine, all sorts of beauties, unforgettable childhood loves, the ideal lovers they were infatuated with, the charming woman they would occasionally chance upon. There were the difficulties of the cultivation path, the euphoria from obtaining a dermic formulation, the joy of slaying fiendish demons. Money, jewelry, gems, natural treasures, connate numinous treasures. All sorts of precious treasures appeared. The triggering of a mental demon to cause chaotic dermic powers. Enemies attacking, pushing them into perilous situations. All sorts of death approached, with survival being the only thought in the face of death. Seated at the throne of an emperor, seeing countless people prostrate towards them. Becoming a patriarch of a sect, seeing countless cultivators prostrate before them. Whatever said became reality as the world bent before them. How much immense power was this? The master who did his best to groom you, life and death brothers, parents at home, the running children and the wife who smiled at you while she continued weaving clothes.
No. No. Master, I can't accept it, I really can't accept it. So what if I've become Buddha, so what if I gain eternal life? Invisible auras spread everywhere.
Instantly, Qin Yun and the many mighty figures were influenced, especially the ordinary mighty figures. Some were wailing, while others were in a frenzy, looking like they would lose themselves at any moment. Even perfected great Tao existences felt the influence, but they did their best to resist it. Recite the clear-minded chant.
Guanyin sat cross-legged and said.
The Buddhist mighty figures who could maintain their clarity of mind immediately began chanting, but the ordinary mighty figures were unable to control themselves.
Set.
Qin Yun had the easiest time of those present. When he experienced the final itinerant immortal tribulation, his essence soul had suffered immense torture before he experienced a qualitative change and gained the ability to split into 129,600 avatars. Now, he had the strongest essence soul in the three realms.
The invisible aura's influence on Qin Yun was minute with his essence soul's resistance.
It made Qin Yun recall his youth, Chen Xuan, his friends from his younger days, and his master, numinous treasure Tao ancestor, who had left the three realms.
Although these thoughts were evoked, Qin Yun's essence soul remained calm and his strength was unaffected.
Upon seeing this scene, with a thought from Qin Yun, the might of the misty rain array erupted. The array formation enveloped their surroundings, protecting the numerous mighty figures as it shielded them from the infiltration of that mysterious aura.
It's useless.
An array formation can't withstand my 7 emotions and 6 desires great Tao. Boxuan laughed with extreme confidence. But soon, his expression changed. He saw the blurry misty rain array envelop the area and, although the 7 emotions and 6 desires aura was able to barely penetrate the misty rain array, it was weakened to less than 10% of its original strength. With so little of the aura penetrating, even the ordinary mighty figures began to open their eyes and return to normal. What a terrifying king of myriad fiends.
Boxuan lives up to his name of being able to wreak havoc on the Buddhists with his powers alone. Many Buddhas fear him.
He's truly terrifying when he casts his 7 emotions and 6 desires great Tao. The mighty figures who returned to normal felt a lingering fear.
Ordinary mighty figures were completely powerless against Boxuan.
This Boxuan has long figured out the 6 desires great Tao.
It seems like you recently figured out the 7 emotions great Tao in recent years, said Guanyin seriously.
The combination of 2 perfected great Tao forms the Tao of 7 emotions and 6 desires. In terms of its might, it's far stronger than what it was in the past. Even us perfected great Tao existences can only use 30 to 40% of our strength in front of him. He was the leader of the fiends once upon a time, someone who fought Buddhist ancestor Gautama for an extremely long period of time.
After Gautama broke through, he entered dormancy and seldom takes action, added Emperor Polestar.
With his qualifications, the 3 realms believe that he's a half-step heavenly Tao realm.
Now, it's as expected.
Furthermore, he even figured out the 7 emotions great Tao, which synergizes very well with the 6 desires great Tao.
Your misty rain array is actually able to fend off my 7 emotions and 6 desires aura? Boxuan looked at Qin Yun in disbelief.
The 7 emotions and 6 desires aura was extremely mysterious. Typical array formations and domains were unable to fend it off.
Boxuan did not know that Qin Yun similarly had insight into 2 perfected great Tao. The great Tao of yin and yang and the great Tao of heaven, earth, and man synergized well, and casting the misty rain sword with the 2 combined only made the misty rain array even more perfect. Why? Did you really think your 7 emotions and 6 desires Tao is invincible? Qin Yun scoffed. Ha ha ha. Boxuan laughed. As expected of sword immortal Qin. You do have some means up your sleeve. But now, all of you do not dare exit the misty rain array, so how are you to fight us? Do you mighty figures dare to let your dermic powers go outside the misty rain array?
Once it touches my 7 emotions and 6 desires aura, the strength will be greatly reduced, causing you to risk losing yourselves. The 100+ mighty figures behind Qin Yun had slight changes in expression.
Each portion of Essence Soul dermic powers was a part of the Essence Soul.
It would be a truly terrifying outcome for them once their dermic powers were tainted by the 7 emotions and 6 desires auras. "Sword immortal Qin," said Queen Mother. This Bushun managed to influence the Buddhists by his powers alone back then. Now, he has become more powerful. Our mighty figures present, even those at the perfected Great Tao realm, would only have 30 to 40% of our strength once our dermic powers touch the 7 emotions and 6 desires aura.
We won't be able to help much.
Qin Yun swept them with a gaze. Previously, many of these mighty figures had all sorts of means, such as setting up arrays or trapping foes.
Now, only a few could be of help.
"Qin Yun, you have no right to rule over the 3 realms just with the Misty Rain Array's protection," said Bushun with a laugh. "If you wish to defeat the enemy, you still need to rely on powerful offensive means. Feel free to attack us with all those mighty figures you have.
If all of you combined can deal with me and defeat me, I'd be impressed."
"Ha ha, Brother Bushun can deal with all you mighty figures alone.
I doubt all of you can win. You wish to rule over the 3 realms with that bit of strength?
What a joke." With Bushun by their side, they were filled with confidence. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 736, Qin Yun takes action. Chapter 736, Qin Yun takes action. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin.
The mighty figures of the Taoists, Buddhists, and heavenly courts were fuming and anxious, but it was true that the king of myriad fiends, Bushun, was just too terrifying.
"Bushun, I do want to see how capable you are." Yang Jian roared angry as raised his 3-pointed, double-edged lance, on the brink of rushing out. "No rush."
Ancestral Dragon raised his hand to stop him.
Yang Jian looked at him and said, "Ancestral Dragon, Bushun can't do a thing to me that."
"Both of us cultivated in the physical establishing sage lineage. I know of your means, but you have only recently broken through to the perfected Great Tao realm," Ancestral Dragon said. "This battle will decide the future of the 3 realms. Bushun, Jerome, and company will not operate according to the rules of fighting one-on-one in a fair and square manner. They will seize any opportunity and do something unscrupulous. They have all cultivated for long periods of time, reaching the half-step heavenly Tao realm. If they join forces to plot against you, we might not be able to save you in time."
Yang Jian hesitated. Ancestral Dragon was right.
Although the physical establishing sage lineage had extremely strong combat strength and life preservation means, he had little confidence if Jerome, Torch Dragon, and company did something unscrupulous. "Let me have a try at their means," said Ancestral Dragon with a smile. Then, he looked at Qin Yun and said, "Brother Qin Yun, please watch my back."
"All right." Qin Yun nodded.
Swoosh. Ancestral Dragon directly flew out of the Misty Rain Array and stood in midair, facing Bushun and the ancient existences before roaring with laughter.
"Bushun, I won't be bullying you either. Let's go one-on-one and let me see how capable you are."
"Humph."
Bushun grunted coldly. Without the Misty Rain Array's obstruction, rich 7 emotions and 6 desires auras fully infiltrated the Ancestral Dragon's body.
Ancestral Dragon was one of the best in the 3 realms when it came to the cultivation of the mind. The 7 emotions and 6 desires aura only made him divert 30% of his attention to resistance. As a member of the physical establishing sage lineage, he engaged in close combat, so he only needed a little of his attention to produce all the strength of his body anyway. "Your 7 emotions and 6 desires aura can only be used to scare these little guys," said Ancestral Dragon with a smile.
"Go." Bushun sent avatars flying out.
The 7 emotions avatars and 6 desires avatars made for a total of 13 avatars that fused into one, forming a 6-armed warrior draped in red armor.
"This is my 7 emotions and 6 desires avatar's first fight with an enemy. Why don't you test its might?" Bushun was rather confident.
Qin Yun, Yang Jian, Kong Xian, and company watched from afar. Kong Xian commented, in the past, Wuxuan condensed his 6 desires avatars, and these desires contain immense power. The avatars representing the desires for greed, lust, passion, survival, pleasure, and mind are extremely powerful. When fused together, the resulting being is celebrated for its strength. Now, with the addition of this 7 emotions avatars, its strength would probably be even more frightening now that they have all fused as one. To grasp the 7 emotions and 6 desires and be good at close combat, this Wuxuan does has impressive means.
Qin Yun nodded. Boom!
Far away in midair, ancestral dragon's body had phased away, conjuring his true body. A gigantic dragon's long, winding body flew in the sky before facing the armored 6-armed warrior. As the dragon flew, it flicked its tail, renting the world asunder.
A terrifying might swept towards the 7 emotions and 6 desires avatar.
With a bang, the 6-armed warrior managed to withstand the blow, only retreating slightly. As the dragon flew, it swiped its claws in a way that looked very direct, but contained profound mysteries. Even an ordinary perfected great Tao existence would have to flee when facing such an attack, for they wouldn't dare take it head-on.
However, the 6-armed warrior showed no fear.
Each of his arms wielded a weapon: saber, sword, hammer, axe, whip, and spear. Instantly either the hammer or axe slammed or cleaved down heavily, or the saber and sword did an ingenious block. The attack was fully parried.
Boom! 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 Both sides began to engage in battle.
The 7 emotions and 6 desires avatar was extremely strong, and its melee combat arts were impressive. As for Ancestral Dragon, he was one of the best in the 3 realms when it came to close combat.
It's actually a tie. Zhurong frowned slightly.
Wuxuan, you have the advantage of an array formation, and you can use the heaven and earth powers.
Yet, you are only his equal in battle. Wuxuan wore a nasty expression as well.
He never expected to not attain an easy victory with his first use of the 7 emotions and 6 desires avatar, which he was very confident with despite having the advantage of the array formation and ability to use the heaven and earth powers. Back when the Tao ancestors and company were around, this old dragon kept a very low profile. Who knew that he is cultivated to such a realm? Wuxuan said solemnly. He has the strongest body beneath the heavenly Tao realm anyway, Torch Dragon said leisurely.
Wuxuan's expression turned more sullen.
I thought that with his inability to use the heaven and earth powers, he would only be able to use 50% of his maximum power, allowing me to defeat him.
I've underestimated him.
Let me help you, Torch Dragon said. Whoosh! A strange fluctuation instantly permeated everywhere, and as it lingered around, causing Ancestral Dragon, who was embroiled in battle, to feel like he had fallen into a marsh. He felt like invisible ropes were tugging at him, and, despite trying to resist, the ropes were untouchable. It was very uncomfortable, akin to the feeling of how a mortal felt when dropped into water.
What domain is this? Ancestral Dragon's expression changed.
The strange domain was so strong that he could only produce 50 to 60% of his strength. They've really resorted to unscrupulous means.
From afar, Yang Jian's expression changed. Domain? Kong Xian frowned and immediately released his 5-colored divine light domain.
The moment it was released, it made contact with the strange fluctuations domain and was completely suppressed.
There's a domain stronger than mine in the 3 realms? Kong Xian was alarmed.
The purple-robed man, Torch Dragon, faintly smiled as he glanced at Kong Xian. In his eyes, Kong Xian was just a junior.
Back when he reigned supreme in the chaos, Kong Xian wasn't even born. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Without being able to utilize the heaven and earth powers to begin with, the addition of the suppression of Torch Dragon's domain left Ancestral Dragon completely at a disadvantage against the 7 emotions and 6 desires avatar.
Brother Ancestral Dragon, be careful.
Qin Yun immediately expanded the range of the Misty Rain array. Ancestral Dragon's body was strong, having only suffered minor injuries when taking on dozens of the 7 emotions in 6 desires avatars attacks. With a surge backwards, he returned inside the Misty Rain array.
This torch dragon's domain is stronger than it was previously.
Ancestral Dragon escaped in quite a pathetic state as he said to Qin Yun, Yang Jian, and the other mighty figures.
Perfected Great Tao experts can probably only use 30 to 40% of their might under his domain. If it's a pinnacle Great Tao expert or ordinary mighty figure, giving up any resistance is the only outcome. That powerful?
Maitreya and company said in astonishment.
Yes, Ancestral Dragon said solemnly.
I can sense that his domain has perfectly fused the Great Tao of Yin and Yang and the Great Tao of the 4 seasons cycle into one.
The domain not only influences the void, it also influences time.
It's extremely uncomfortable to be suppressed by this domain.
It influences space and time?
The mighty figures were alarmed.
Such a terrifying domain left them alarmed.
If this were elsewhere, somewhere we could use the heaven and earth powers, I would be able to fight Buoxuan even with the domain suppression, Ancestral Dragon said, but this is the fiend's great world.
I have no means.
Qin Yun, we are too much at a disadvantage in this great world. They hold a terrain advantage.
If there's really no solution, let's make a retreat now. Everyone present looked at Qin Yun. They only had 2 half-step Heavenly Tao Realm experts on their side. Since Ancestral Dragon was no match for their opponents, there was only Sword Immortal Qin left. My 7 emotions and 6 desires avatar is right there. Yet, none of you mighty figures from the Taoists, Buddhists, and Heavenly Courts are stepping up to take down this one avatar. How are you to rule to the 3 realms? Buoxuan laughed.
Buoxuan, try one of my attacks, Qin Yun said.
Oh? Sword Immortal Qin? Buoxuan chuckled. Ancestral Dragon could do nothing to me. All that's left is you, Sword Immortal Qin. Go ahead. Let's not talk about one attack. Even if it's 1,000 or 10,000 attacks, I can easily withstand it. Qin Yun nodded slightly.
With a thought, countless sword beams flew out from the Misty Rain sword, gathering into a terrifying sword beam tornado. Although it looked chaotic, the countless sword beams were, in fact, following a particular order. Each sword beam was a part of an array formation, and with countless sword beams amassed together, it formed a mobile sword array. It had fused the Great Tao of Yin and Yang, the Great Tao of Heaven, Earth, and Man, as well as parts of the profound mysteries found in Pango's bloodline within. Moments after the sword beam tornado was formed, it caused the great world's membrane walls to quake and shatter.
This might?
Buoxuan, Torch Dragon, Zhurong, as well as the 16 perfected Great Tao existences behind them had a change in expression.
The sword beam tornado was already this terrifying just when being formed? Suppress. Torch Dragon released his domain in a bid to suppress the tornado. However, the sword beam tornado was too violent. Torch Dragon's domain did little to influence its might. Let me see how strong it is. Buoxuan's 7 emotions and 6 desires avatar did not dodge. With his advantages of being augmented by the array formation and his ability to use the heaven and earth powers, as well as Torch Dragon's domain helping him, he would be embarrassed if he needed to dodge. Destroy. The red-armored 6-armed warrior charged head-on. However, the sword beam tornado came rumbling forward. The moment they clashed. Under the terrifying sword beam tornado, the 6-armed warrior was instantly reduced to fragments. The sword beam tornado continued sweeping towards Buoxuan, Zhurong, Torch Dragon, and the other 16 perfected Great Tao experts with its terrifying might. It didn't even manage to survive a single hit? Zhurong and company were astounded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 737, How is he this strong? Chapter 737, How is he this strong? Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. This strike is nearly at the might of the heavenly Tao realm. Boxuan's expression turned nasty as he immediately sent a voice transmission. What? He is unable to use the heaven and earth powers in a fiendish great world, yet he can produce strength nearly at the heavenly Tao realm? How is he this strong? This Qin Yun hasn't even ignited his essence soul dermic powers, but isn't it said that Qin Yun is only good at his defensive sword array? The ancient existences were somewhat astounded. They could tell at a glance that Qin Yun didn't ignite his essence soul dermic powers. It was just a normal attack. And in the entire three realms, among the experts under the heavenly Tao realm, only Houyi's ninth arrow of his 9 successive arrows was capable of reaching the heavenly Tao realm's might without the burning of essence soul dermic powers. Even if other experts were to burn their essence soul dermic powers, they would still fall short of the heavenly Tao realm. That was why Houyi's arrow was famous for being terrifying. Furthermore, Qin Yun's offensive means in the past were not considered powerful. He needed centuries just to drain away at Patriarch Spirit Devouring. And now, a normal attack of Qin Yun's was probably at the might of the heavenly Tao realm without roping in the heaven and earth powers of the surroundings. Let me try it. Jerome's fiery red hair flailed as his aura rose tremendously. He went forward and threw out a punch. His fist was extremely fast like a meteor and it came with scorching flames. He punched out. Everything before it would be reduced to smithereens. Boom! The punch directly struck the surging sword beam tornado. Accompanied with a terrifying boom, the sword beam tornado was decimated. However, Jerome looked at Qin Yun with a slight change in expression. As expected of God King Jerome. Inside the misty rain array, Qin Yun smiled. You actually have the might of the heavenly Tao realm with a essence soul burning strike. In the three realms, apart from Brother Houyi and I, you are one of the few who can produce strength at the heavenly Tao realm. Jerome's expression was ice cold. Who was he? He was God King Jerome who had once reigned supreme for a generation. He had made ancestral dragons shrink back and defeated Gonggong. His body was extremely powerful. Back when Houyi burned his essence soul dermic powers to deliver one shot, although it did scare the just-released Jerome, causing him to flee immediately, it would still have taken a few more arrow strikes to kill him. The strength of his body was only second to that of ancestral dragon, and not by much. Furthermore, the strength of his body was not what he was best at. He was best at using fire. In the early stages of the three realms, he was the most terrifying existence when it came to offensive attacks. After being sealed for an extensive period of time, he had been cultivating all this while gaining an increase in his strength. He also had the torch flame kindling to study. Although he had not fully understood it, he had drawn some of its profound charms from it and strengthened his attacks. By burning his essence soul dermic powers, he could produce strength at the heavenly Tao realm. I never expected that after all these years, the juniors would produce Houyi and now you, Qin Yun, Jerome said coldly. However, us old guys aren't that easy to deal with. That punch just now was only my first attack. Try taking a few more of them. Boom! Jerome's body phased as he transformed into a towering fiery god that seemed more blinding than the supreme young star. Qin Yun, be careful. In terms of offensive attacks, Jerome was number one in the three realms in the past. Like me, Boxuan, Amida, including Gonggong, have figured out two perfected Great Tao. However, Jerome's two perfected Great Tao are fire-related. Now, he has studied your human Swirenchi's inextinguishable torch flame, which is also a fire-related perfected Great Tao. With him focusing on fire, it will only make his moves more terrifying, ancestral dragon warned. I understand. Qin Yun nodded. All the mighty figures had their own paths. Jerome was considered very dedicated. All he did was cultivate in fire-related Tao. Khanate Divine Dire, Supreme Young Divine Fire, and now, he had reaped some benefits studying the inextinguishable torch flame. Qin Yun had a premonition that if Jerome were to fully comprehend the inextinguishable torch flame,
the three fire-related perfected Great Tao would probably lead to a new heavenly Tao realm. Even now, Zhurong's offensive means were still terrifying.
Boom!
The towering fiery god just took one step before he punched out, causing space to distort. The arm was like a heavenly column, and the fist was as huge as a mountain.
The punch struck the misty rain array.
Xiao! 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 The terrifying impact was only secondary. What was terrifying were the flames.
The flames seemed to be capable of incinerating everything.
Furthermore, its terrifying destructive power infiltrated the misty rain array in a bid to destroy everything. Incineration, destruction, explosion, penetration, ceaseless rekindling. Qin Yun sensed the terrifying might of the flame. A pure flame at the heavenly Tao realm was a lot more terrifying than the fire from the final itinerant immortal tribulation. However, the misty rain array remained stable. Despite the fire burning on the surface, it failed to penetrate any deeper.
Open up! Crack! Zhurong was abnormally wild.
Every strike was enough to shake the land as though a supreme young star had been thrown and smashed over. It was so mighty that Zhurong was able to reign supreme in the three realms back then.
However, Qin Yun's misty rain array held fast, fully withstanding the attack. How terrifying!
Zhurong is very terrifying, but Sword Immortal Qin is even more unfathomable. The mighty figures of the Taoists, Buddhists, and heavenly courts were all astonished from the scene. Guanyin smiled and said, "A normal attack of Sword Immortal Qin is already at the heavenly Tao realm's might if he can use the heaven and earth powers.
Such strength is far greater than Zhurong's."
Everyone around her nodded in agreement.
Qin Yun's potency left them delighted. After all, they knew the way he did things very well. Don't drag this out any further. Everyone, attack! Zhurong bellowed via a voice transmission.
Join forces to crack the misty rain array and snatch the misty rain sword.
Together. Time to take action. It was already at a point of no return, like an arrow on a bowstring.
Zhurong, Huashuan, Torch Dragon, and the other 16 perfected Great Tao experts long had a plan. They were to rid of Qin Yun first. They would then deal with Hou Yi subsequently. Although Hou Yi's offensive means were terrifying, his defensive means were indeed weaker.
Compared to Qin Yun, killing Hou Yi was a lot easier.
Therefore, they were confident of accomplishing that by joining forces. But now, with Hou Yi in seclusion, he definitely had cave abode array formations to aid him in his own territory. As long as he didn't leave, it was impossible to directly attack him. Since Qin Yun had come storming the fiendish dominion's great worlds, they held the terrain advantage and could use the opportunity to deal with him. Little did they realize. Qin Yun's strength was far greater than they had expected. Crack that misty rain array. As Buoshuan condensed his 7 emotions in 6 desires avatar, he controlled the array formation to aid the experts on his side.
Kill.
For the future, whether we reign supreme in the 3 realms or hide in the tenebrous fiend abyss all depends on this battle.
Everyone, burn your dermic powers. Success or failure will all depend on this attempt.
The Chaos 3 Banes, the 7 Saints, and all the perfected Great Tao existences had their auras erupt as they burned their essence soul dermic powers and release all their strength. They could not persist too long in a battle that involved burning dermic powers, but it was still tenable for a short period of time.
Instantly, there was complete chaos.
Huashuan and the 16 perfected Great Tao existences attacked the misty rain array at the same time. And Zhurong and Torch Dragon were the main forces in this attack. Although Buoshuan was a half-step heavenly Tao realm, he only commanded the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The avatar he condensed only had strength, but the profundity involved in its direct attacks was a lot weaker. However, the other 2 were different. Torch Dragon phased into a massive coiled dragon, in no way inferior to Ancestral Dragon. He too burned his essence soul dermic powers and charged at the misty rain array.
Yin Yang Divine Light. Crack.
At that moment, space and time around Torch Dragon were warping. That dragon swipe split the yin and yang from the void. It was as if the seasons were going in reverse as time flowed backwards. By fusing yin yang into the evolution of the 4 seasons, yin yang divine light was formed. This was a move which Torch Dragon took many years to figure out and was known as nothing is indestructible. Even a Kane cardinal treasure, if left uncontrolled by a master, could be disintegrated by the yin yang divine light. Qi. The dragon claw swiped and, with the might of the yin yang divine light, the misty rain array began to crack. And the fire god that Jerome had conjured smashed over with a mighty fist. If the strike struck the already cracking misty rain array, there was a chance of completely shattering the barrier. Oh! Qin Yun's expression changed. Boom! He immediately burned his essence soul dermic powers. As he burned his dermic powers, the might of the misty rain array rose exponentially. The cracks were immediately mended. From the looks of it, sweeping through these demons and monsters will require the burning of essence soul dermic powers, thought Qin Yun. He originally believed that his defensive means made him invincible in the 3 realms, allowing him to reign supreme even without burning his essence soul dermic powers. But who knew that there would be Torch Dragon? Even when he burned his essence soul dermic powers, his might failed to reach the heavenly Dao realm and did not reach Shiron's domineering might. However, each claw of his concealed the might of nothing is indestructible which disintegrated all things. It was best at destroying all defenses. However, after Qin Yun burned his essence soul dermic powers as well, with his present realm, even heavenly Dao realm existences would find it difficult to crack his defense. Jerome, Huashuan, Torch Dragon, and company naturally had no chances. This Qin Yun has also burned his dermic powers. The misty rain array's might has increased tremendously. There's no way of cracking it, said Torch Dragon anxiously via a voice transmission. He could sense that after the first cracks that appeared in the misty rain array, it became extremely stable and now he couldn't cause a single chink. This misty rain array is far stronger than we expected, added Torch Dragon.
Brother Jerome, what do we do now? Inquired Huashuan.
The other 16 perfected great Dao existences were also panicking.
This Qin Yun's strength far exceeds our expectations. Withdraw, quickly withdraw.
Jerome sent a voice transmission as he made the decision.
All right, withdraw. Let's go. All of them immediately began fleeing. Today, all of you can forget about escaping. Qin Yun's voice resounded through the world itself as his gaze swept the ancient existences who wore looks of panic. The misty rain array had long influenced the surrounding space, sealing it. Since I came all the way to your fiendish dominion's great world, I'll be wiping all of you out. Flying swords began condensing inside the misty rain array and, with the burning of his dermic powers, each flying sword condensed resembled a real flying sword. Each contained a horrifying might within. A total of 10,000 flying swords floated in midair. This was the strongest offensive attack Qin Yun had figured out and he had named it Myriad Sword Killing Array. 10,000 flying swords created an entire body with the yin-yang heaven, earth, man great Dao as basis. Kill! Qin Yun shouted.
10,000 flying swords flew out, causing Huashuan, Jerome, Torch Dragon, and company to wear nasty expressions. Even the Chaos 3 Banes, the 7 Saints, and the other 6 perfected great Dao existences were horrified and feeling regret. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have participated in this. How is this Qin Yun so strong? He is able to beat us all alone? Thankfully, I still have 2 avatars elsewhere. These ancient existences did not hesitate to flee. Having lived to this day, perhaps their offensive means were ordinary, but their life preservation means were very impressive. Some of them had life preservation means no less inferior to the elder Yellowbeard. The myriad sword killing array was extremely fast, far exceeding the speed of their flight. Before they could get very far, 10,000 flying swords enveloped these ancient existences. Blood Sea.
Zhurong bellowed angrily as he looked at the 10,000 flying swords surrounding him.
Among the perfected great Tao existences, there were some who didn't have avatars.
Zhurong himself didn't have one. If he died here, he would be completely gone.
In the past, he was powerful, but Goddess Nuwa was stronger than him.
However, she had only sealed and suppressed him.
Houyi's 9 arrows were terrifying when he ignited his essence soul, but all he did was shoot out his first arrow. Before he could even shoot his second arrow, he had suffered a sneak attack from Taoist Luya.
Back then, Zhurong also managed to escape. But at that moment, Luya wasn't here to help.
Qin Yun clearly wasn't someone who would be soft-hearted and irresolute. Zhurong naturally turned flustered.
Sword Immortal Qin.
In the entire Six Desires great world, a loud voice suddenly sounded. A gigantic face appeared high in the sky, and it was none other than Patriarch Bloodsea's face.
He looked down and said, "Have you gained my permission to kill them?"
With that said, churning powers of darkness surged into the Six Desires great world like a black tidal wave as it rushed towards the sword array.
Patriarch Bloodsea? Qin Yun pricked up his brows. Patriarch Bloodsea is now helming the tenebrous fiend abyss. With the fiendish heavenly Tao enveloping this area, this is his territory.
He is easily able to direct the tenebrous fiend abyss's powers here, said Ancestral Fiend.
Qin Yun obviously knew. However, he still thought nothing of Patriarch Bloodsea.
Even with the augmentation of the tenebrous fiend abyss's powers, he was only at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 738 Brand New Three Realms, Finale. Chapter 738 Brand New Three Realms, Finale. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
Compared to Zhurong, Torch Dragon, and company, Patriarch Bloodsea's realm was much lower. His attacks were cruder, but his strength stemmed from the infinite powers of the tenebrous fiend abyss.
He wasn't afraid of being exhausted.
But overall, the threat he posed to Qin Yun was inferior to Zhurong and Torch Dragon.
Die! Qin Yun burned his essence soul dermic powers as he roared.
Under his control, the 10,000 flying swords that he condensed erupted with terrifying might as they tore through the sky. As they flew, they naturally blocked out the tenebrous fiend abyss's powers and formed a huge oblate spheroid, completely trapping the 19 perfected great Tao existences inside.
Shoo! 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 Dot!
The 10,000 flying swords formed various sword arrays as they began attacking the ancient existences.
Quick, flee! Quick!
These ancient existences were horror-stricken. Zhurong transformed into a fiery stream of light that was extremely fast. He only cared for his own safety. As for Torch Dragon, he released his domain to weaken the surrounding sword array as much as he could. As he flew forward, yin-yang divine light lingered around him, causing the surrounding space to change. Qin Yun's flying swords would fly past his body, missing him by a hair every time.
Space and time underwent change around Torch Dragon.
One of them was fast, the other one was unpredictable.
Wuxuan was relatively weak.
He could only pull back his 7 emotions and 6 desires avatar into his true body and slash apart the flying swords when they came close. Wuxuan was at his strongest when he fused with his 7 emotions and 6 desires avatar, but with his character, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never use his true body to engage in a melee battle.
Zhurong, save us! Wuxuan, help us!
The other 16 perfected great Tao existences were relatively weaker.
When they sensed the impending death, they began crying for help anxiously.
But at that moment, everyone was fleeing for their lives. Who could spare the time to help them? Although Qin Yun had enveloped the whole bunch of ancient existences with 10,000 flying swords, he tried his best to obstruct Zhurong and the strongest few, making them fly at much slower speeds. Most of his strength was diverted to deal with the 16 perfected great Tao existences. They were much weaker and much faster to deal with. Swoosh. 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 3,000 of the 10,000 flying swords flew towards Hundun, one of the Chaos Three Banes, and another 3,000 flying swords flew towards a green-haired burly man. The rest of the flying swords were used to obstruct the others. Hundun and the green-haired burly man would be first to die.
That was because, for one, these two were riddled with heinous sins, and two, they did not have avatars. Their life preservation means were also relatively weak. Sword Immortal Qin, I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to surrender.
When Hundun saw this, he sent a karmic voice transmission in horror. At the same time, a chain flew around him, doing its best to fend off the flying swords. However, when the river of 3,000 flying swords came surging over, Hundun only barely managed to withstand a few hundred flying swords before his chain was sent flying to the side.
He couldn't defend any longer. How is he this strong?
Hundun felt despair.
Even the 3,000 out of 10,000 flying swords of Qin Yun were powered with the ignition of essence soul dermic powers, therefore, they had the might of the heavenly Tao realm. How could he fend that off? Densely packed flying swords tore through his body as streams of light. Pwa! 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 Hundun's body was directly penetrated as his essence soul was decimated.
His true form appeared, a breathless corpse.
It was a massive monster shaped like an earthworm. One of the Chaos Three Banes, Hundun, was dead.
Elsewhere, the green-haired man who was also suffering a barrage of attacks from the 3,000 flying swords carried a halberd. He had immense strength as he tried his best to parry the flying swords. Even though hundreds of flying swords pierced his body rapidly recovered. Clearly, his vitality was much stronger.
However, there were 3,000 flying swords. He also revealed a flustered look as he roared via a voice transmission, "Sword Immortal Qin, this old pig is impressed. I submit."
His body was powerful and he had immense strength. His recovery powers were astounding.
Even half-step heavenly Tao realm existences would find it difficult to kill him.
But at that moment, Qin Yun's 3,000 flying swords produced might at the heavenly Tao realm. Although his body was rapidly recovering, in a blink of an eye, his body could no longer take it.
I'm willing to submit. I'll submit.
The green-haired man urgently sent a voice transmission. But Qin Yun showed no mercy at all. Now that there was an opportunity to kill these people with heinous sins, he naturally had to take it.
Killing a single one of them was equivalent to saving billions of lives. Pwa! Pwa! Pwa!
Another 1,000 flying swords tore through the man's armored body as his aura was decimated. His true form, a fat and colossal scaly creature, was revealed as he fell. The myriad sword-killing array enveloped the ancient existences as Qin Yun and the other mighty figures from the Taoists, Buddhists, and heavenly courts flew behind.
The moment he took action, he killed two perfected great Tao existences in a blink of an eye? Sword Immortal Qin is just too powerful.
Such means are no less inferior to Hou Yi's. The mighty figures of the Taoists, Buddhists, and heavenly courts were also astonished. However, Qin Yun knew very well that in terms of decimation means, he was still weaker than Hou Yi. Even if he burned his essence soul dermic powers, the myriad sword-killing array was only at the might of Hou Yi's fifth arrow after he burned his essence soul.
Qin Yun had witnessed Hou Yi's ninth arrow personally before. However, Hou Yi had to expend all his heart force to deliver that strike.
As for Qin Yun, he could last for quite an extended period of time while dealing his attacks.
In the Six Desires Great World, without being able to use the heaven and earth powers.
Qin Yun's myriad sword-killing array's might was even weaker. However, Torch Dragon and Zhurong were unable to use the heaven and earth powers either.
Kill!
Qin Yun turned to kill the other perfected great Tao existences.
This Qin Yun is too powerful. He's far stronger than what we speculated. Thankfully I have an avatar. Even if this one dies, I'd at most lose an avatar.
Brother Torch Dragon, Brother Torch Dragon, help me take my Khanate cardinal treasure away.
God King Zhurong, help! Help me save my Khanate cardinal treasure.
These perfected great Tao existences with avatars had come to this battle, equipped with weapons that brought out their greatest strength. Many of those weapons were Khanate cardinal treasures. It would have been fine if their avatars died, as they could be cultivated back again, but the loss of a Khanate cardinal treasure would pain their hearts.
Humph. Zhurong and Torch Dragon continued escaping frantically as they ignored them completely.
Both of them knew that Qin Yun was now spending the greatest of his efforts against these ordinary perfected great Tao figures. Once he focused on the two of them, the speed at which they could fly would greatly reduce.
Escaping alive would even become a question. Zhurong and Torch Dragon did not have avatars in the three realms.
Due to their cultivation dermic formulations, about half of perfected great Tao existences did not have avatars. For instance, if Zhurong were to deliberately fracture his essence soul to cultivate an avatar, it would severely decrease his perceptivity and potential. Even Qin Yun did not have an avatar for all of his cultivation. It was only through the final itinerant immortal tribulation that he gained 129,600 avatars. It was the itinerant immortal system that allowed him to have so many avatars. This was a result of his cultivation system, allowing him to possess avatars without influencing his perceptivity and potential. It was the same with the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor.
Pwa pwa pwa.
The flying sword tore through a white-dressed long-haired elder.
Another one was killed.
Even the Lord of the Long Valley world has died. Some of the remaining people felt a sadness for the loss of their kind, while others felt despair.
You have an avatar. Save me, save me.
This Qin Yun sword array is too powerful.
How can I save you? Sai, even if I die, do not let my Khanate cardinal treasure be taken by that Qin Yun.
Pwa pwa pwa. One perfected great Tao existence after another died.
Sword beams would carry away the treasures that were left behind.
While burning his essence soul dermic powers, Qin Yun completely crushed these ordinary perfected great Tao existences. If Patriarch Spirit Devouring from back then were there, he would have died almost instantly. Quick, fly out of the Six Desires Great World. In space outside the Six Desires Great World, the Lord of the Tenebrous Fiend Abyss, Patriarch Bloodsea, had already forcefully opened up a stable spatial passageway.
As for inside the Six Desires Great World,
Qin Yun had long sealed off space with his Misty Rain array. Patriarch Bloodsea was unable to establish a stable spatial passageway in the Six Desires Great World.
Quick! Zhurong and company flew upwards frantically.
However, although Qin Yun was concentrated on killing those ancient existences, he spared 4,000 flying swords to hinder the rest. It made it impossible for them to fly quickly. Out of the 16 perfected great Tao existences, 9 of them do not have avatars. Among the 9, 2 of them have sufficiently powerful life preservation means. The other 7 are already dead. A total of 7 perfected great Tao existences were killed. These are perfected great Tao existences who have lived for ages. Without any certainty, they would not risk their lives, but this time, they were eliminated by Sword Immortal Qin.
The mighty figures of the Taoists, Buddhists, and heavenly courts were astounded by this scene. Far into the distance in midair.
About 5 seconds had passed, and the 10,000 flying swords had caused so many deaths that only Zhurong, Wushuan, Torch Dragon, and 2 other perfected great Tao existences were left. The rest were completely wiped out. Of course, 7 of those which were wiped out had avatars. Therefore, it was still very difficult to wipe out these ancient existences entirely. What Qin Yun did was terrifying enough. This Sword Immortal Qin's strength is truly frightening.
A translucent elder flew as 3,000 flying swords surrounded him, but they were just short by centimeters. He won't be able to kill us too, but if his strength improves again, there's no way we can escape. As a golden thread flew, the 3,000 flying swords failed to touch him. Qin Yun gave up after that attempt. The Lord of the Misty Glow World and Worm Lord. I might only have a chance of killing them if I used all my strength when fighting them one-on-one. Now, I don't have that much time to waste on them. Qin Yun instantly made a decision. After all, Jerome and the rest were charging towards space at full speed. They were attempting to flee into the tenebrous fiend abyss, so he had little time left. Jerome. Qin Yun first dealt with one of the three half-step heavenly Tao realm existences, Jerome. Although Jerome's body was strong and he had powerful offensive means, Qin Yun felt that he had the highest chances of killing him. Kill. The other 4,000 swords were used to hinder Boishuan and Torch Dragon while the remaining 6,000 flying swords attacked Jerome. Here it comes. Jerome's heart tightened. Previously, Qin Yun was snipping away at the ordinary perfected Great Tao figures, but now, he was truly focused on him. Boom! 6,000 flying swords formed into two tidal waves. They began rampaging towards Jerome. Jerome's body became cloaked in flames as he resisted the attack with all his might. In the past, Jerome would be the one crushing his enemies. Once upon a time, he stood atop a generation, but now, he was being completely crushed by Qin Yun's 6,000 flying swords. Their realms were close, but as a sword immortal, Qin Yun wielded an intrinsic connate merit cardinal treasure. Even when he split it into 6,000 flying swords, Jerome still felt despair. He gave his all to defend against the deluge of flying swords, only to suffer another deluge of flying swords hitting his body and tearing through his chest. No, Jerome's eyes were filled with mania as he tried his best to resist. At the same time, he hurriedly sent voice transmissions. Boishuan, Torch Dragon, help me. Oh. The flying Torch Dragon came to help him with a flash, but 2,000 flying swords quickly circled him and hindered him. They left Torch Dragon in quite a resigned state as well. Another 2,000 flying swords pestered Boishuan, and he was completely trounced. As for the two ordinary perfected Great Tao existences, Lord of the Misty Glow World and Worm Lord, Qin Yun gave up on them completely. He did not have the spare capacity to waste his strength on them. Let's leave quickly. When the two of them saw that they were not being hindered, they immediately flew into space at full speed. Fighting 1 against 3. He is able to split his strength to engage all three of us, yet, he still holds the absolute advantage. Boishuan's eyes wore a look of sorrow. We are truly sad and pitiful. Brother Jerome, we can't help you. Just 2,000 flying swords are enough to suppress me. Torch Dragon was unable to resist the attacks head-on and was forced to constantly dodge. His speed was greatly reduced and was unable to help Jerome. Jerome felt his heart chill. They were very confident this time, but Qin Yun was far stronger than they imagined. He was already capable of sparring with those at the Heavenly Tao realm. Boom! Boom! Two deluges of flying swords surged, each with the might of the Heavenly Tao realm. Together, they were truly terrifying. The flying swords tore through his body, slashing off his arm, causing his face to twist into a look of despair. Am I, Jerome, going to die here? At that moment, many thoughts went through Jerome's mind. He once wanted to dominate the three realms and was invincible for a period of time. Thinking back to how he was easily suppressed by Nuwa, and then later heavily injured by Houyi's arrow. In this life, Nuwa and Houyi were the only ones who made him feel the threat of death. Qin Yun was the third. Would there be a miracle this time? Would Qin Yun be merciful and spare his life? Jerome wished to live, but his pride prevented him from pleading for mercy. Boom! Jerome, who was getting increasingly weak, saw a deluge of flying swords rush at him. As he closed his eyes, the flying swords tore through his head. Jerome's body blasted apart, turning into countless flames. Only his treasures were left in midair and swept away by the flying swords. His life was annihilated as karma dissipated. God King Jerome was dead. Jerome is dead. Upon seeing this scene, Boishuan and Torch Dragon felt their hearts chill even more. Zhurong is dead.
The mighty figures of the Taoists, Buddhists, and heavenly courts, and all the other distant mighty figures of the three realms were watching the battle from afar. Goddess Hutu, Patriarch Subhuti, Jade Emperor, Medicine Buddha, Burning Lamp, Taoist Myriad Treasure, Old Mother of Blackful Mountain, etc. all felt mixed emotions. A peerless expert in the three realms had perished.
That's not right. Ancestral Dragon was feeling mixed emotions when he suddenly pointed at the remnant flames after Zhurong's death.
Those flames were scattering in every direction as they slowly extinguished. Only a few fire plumes remained in midair. Qin Yun, the perfected great Tao existences who were good at fire such as the phoenix or golden crow are capable of rising from the ashes. There might be something happening with those few plumes of fire, said Ancestral Dragon.
Qin Yun's heart stirred.
Immediately, 3,000 flying swords flew over and swept those fire plumes.
The flames extinguished one after another.
But at the moment one of the flames was touched, the fire plume transformed into the image of Zhurong.
He looked at Qin Yun and let out an intractable smile.
I, Zhurong, have lived this life without regrets.
Without regrets.
Ha ha! Amid his rapturous laughter, Qin Yun watched him coldly as the 3,000 flying swords instantly decimated the fire plume, completely annihilating Zhurong. Just now, when his vitality was snuffed out and his karma dissipated, all of us thought he was dead, said Maitreya with a sigh.
Who knew that he still had the means to rise from the ashes?
We nearly allowed him to escape. He's now truly dead. As Qin Yun said that, he cast his gaze to Torch Dragon and Buoxuan.
Only you two are left.
2,000 flying swords continued pestering Torch Dragon while 8,000 flying swords were sent hurling towards Buoxuan.
Qin Yun, you really think highly of me.
Buoxuan faced the 8,000 flying swords as his thin face revealed a smile.
He faced it calmly as, with his 7 emotions and 6 desires avatar fused into him, he attempted to fend off the attack with his immense strength.
However, just one combined strike of the 8,000 flying swords instantly decimated his body, which was weaker than Zhurong's. Instantly, countless flying swords penetrated, turning him to ashes that scattered across the world.
He's dead?
The mighty figures present were puzzled when they saw this scene. He was the king of myriad fiends, Buoxuan. He had once threatened all Buddhists by his strength alone and had fought Gautama for an extended period of time.
Yet, he died just like that?
Sword Immortal Qin, said Maitreya. This Buoxuan has been vanquished by Buddhist ancestors several times in the past, but he would rise again every time.
He won't die so easily.
He's not dead.
Qin Yun looked far into the distance at the tenebrous fiend abyss. He sensed him.
In the tenebrous fiend abyss, Buoxuan's aura, which had originally vanished, appeared there. Although it was weak, it was Buoxuan's.
Killing them sure isn't easy, thought Qin Yun.
Then he cast his gaze towards Torch Dragon.
You are the only one left. Boom!
10,000 flying swords surged towards Torch Dragon. Torch Dragon saw that space was just at hand. Previously, Qin Yun had to deal with the other experts, allowing him to live until this point.
In 5 seconds, I'll enter space.
Torch Dragon had shrunk his body to the size of a palm. His body swirled with yin-yang divine light as he burned his essence soul dermic powers to fly forward rapidly.
Who?
The 10,000 flying swords continued their attacks as Torch Dragon flew agilely. Despite the numerous flying swords leaving him nearly no space to dodge, he was able to tear open a void rift whenever they came close. It was as though the void had an additional space appear, allowing him to escape. The space around him changed and the void was changing too. The 10,000 flying swords failed to touch him despite another 2 attempts. If that's the case, I'll just destroy the entire region. Such a thought stirred in Qin Yun's mind. More than 10,000 flying swords condensed into one as they came all at once with a terrible suppression.
The entire space shattered.
Within this space, Torch Dragon also suffered the crushing forces. However, his body had his yin-yang divine light, so the forces that slammed into him were dispersed. He was sent flying more than 50 kilometers away, but he immediately flew towards space.
This torch dragon sure is a slippery one.
Only a tenth of my strength can land on him.
Qin Yun learned this point.
Previously, he was unable to touch Torch Dragon. Even when he delivered an area attack, he was only able to deliver a tenth of his strength. Clearly, it was difficult to kill Torch Dragon with just a tenth of his strength. After Qin Yun's numerous attempts, Torch Dragon finally flew out of the Six Desires Great World and entered space.
Swoosh! Torch Dragon instantly tunneled through the spatial passageway.
Patriarch Bloodsea looked at the Six Desires Great World remotely before closing the spatial passageway.
Qin Yun and all the other mighty figures pursued and flew into space. At that moment, Qin Yun's body was laden with golden aura.
Immense amounts of merit had descended upon him. As would be expected, having killed several figures with heinous sins, he had naturally gained immense amounts of merit.
Torch Dragon's life preservation means are impressive, Qin Yun said. He too grasped the great Tao of Yin and Yang and could sense the potency of his yin-yang divine light.
Qin Yun, his life preservation means are impressive, but you are far stronger than he is.
You managed to deal with a whole bunch of chaos godfiends, sending them scurrying in panic. Ancestral Dragon laughed.
Including Giron, a total of 8 ancient existences have perished at your hand. The others are either severely injured or have lost their Khanate cardinal treasures. This time, you have really struck terror in their hearts.
Maitreya chuckled.
They are so frightened that they have all hidden in the tenebrous fiend abyss.
None of them dare to stay in a great world.
This battle has completely determined the situation of the 3 realms.
Emperor Polestar laughed.
Even if we give them a great world, they wouldn't dare enter.
The 3 realms doesn't need to worry anymore.
There will be no more fiends in the 60 great worlds.
All the mighty figures were overjoyed.
Despite entering a fiendish great world and suffering a terrain disadvantage, Sword Immortal Qin was still able to fully suppress all of them. He was truly terrifying, having a slight inkling of the powers of the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor.
We mustn't let ourselves get careless, said Qin Yun.
Now, they are all hiding in the tenebrous fiend abyss, so we will not be able to pursue them. But by doing so, they can send embodiments into small world to incite trouble.
They can even send avatars into great worlds to wreak havoc. Everyone present nodded.
The perfected great Tao enemies who managed to live all had powerful life preservation means.
Secondly, they have been always hiding.
Over such a long period of time, perhaps there will come a day when one of them will reach the heavenly Tao realm, said Qin Yun.
As long as they do not break through their essence soul dermic powers, their strength will be very terrifying just with a realm breakthrough. Even Hui and I might not necessarily be that person's match. Bohan Island Lord was an example of someone who didn't break through his essence soul dermic powers despite having his realm reach the heavenly Tao realm.
It took Hui his 9th essence soul burning arrow to kill him.
And it was only an avatar.
If Boshuan, Torch Dragon, or one of them reached the heavenly Tao realm, Qin Yun and company were not confident of dealing with them.
The mighty figures present calmed down and indeed, they couldn't be too relaxed.
After our victory today, these old fellows will be hiding for a very long period of time at the very least, said Ancestral Dragon with a loud laugh. This huge victory is something worth celebrating for all of the 3 realms.
We should really celebrate. Definitely. Let's go. The mighty figures all returned to the heavenly realm. Only one mighty figure was left inside each of the 10 great worlds previously in the fiendish dominion.
They continued monitoring the world transformation array while the rest returned to the heavenly realm to celebrate.
Tenebrous Fiend Abyss. In a palatial complex. This was Boshuan's palace. In a quiet chamber. A bald, handsome man sat cross-legged. At his glabella was a symbol of a red flame. At that moment, he slowly opened his eyes.
His aura had long changed from an ordinary sky fiend to that of Boshun's. I do not perish as long as desire remains, the man muttered to himself.
Boshun. A will descended and transformed into Patriarch Bloodsea. Bloodsea.
The man looked at Patriarch Bloodsea.
How is it? How long will you take to recover your strength? Patriarch Bloodsea inquired. With my true body vanquished, I'm severely damaged.
I'll require 100,000 years to fully recover, said the man.
How was it fighting Qin Yun? Do you have any means to deal with him? Asked Patriarch Bloodsea.
The man said softly, he's very strong.
There's even an inkling of resemblance to the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor.
Unless our realm reaches the heavenly Tao realm, there's no way to deal with him head-on.
Reach the heavenly Tao? Patriarch Bloodsea frowned. I got it.
Following that, he dissipated from the hall.
In the chaos, Fiend Ancestor Black Lotus was fleeing frantically. At that moment, his essence soul was nearly drained and he was exhausted. The second day after I left the three realms, I discovered a perilous land. But there were so many strange creatures living in there that even I felt threatened, said Black Lotus. Back then, I thought I had completely escaped the three pure ones and the rest. Who knew that, in just a few days, they would come chasing up to me? I burned my essence soul dermic powers again and again, escaping them time and again, but the three pure ones would also burn their essence soul to chase after me. It's only been 5 days and my essence soul can no longer take it. If another perilous land appears, I'll definitely rush in. But in 5 days, this vast chaos. There's only the chaos. No new perilous land has shown itself. Fiend Ancestor was burning with anxiety. The chaos had some terrifying places. At that moment, those dangerous lands could be places that wound up saving Ancestral Fiend. He knew that he would definitely die if he continued on. Entering a perilous land on the other hand might bring him a chance at survival. Whoosh! An aura approached and it was none other than Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor. He chased up leisurely and said via a karmic voice transmission, Black Lotus, how many times have you burned your essence soul in the past 5 days? I can tell you won't last more than 2 hours. Elder Lord, we all came from the three realms. Why must we engage in fratricide? There are unpredictable dangers in the chaos. Having another partner would always be beneficial. As Black Lotus fled, he sent a karmic voice transmission. We wouldn't dare to make you a partner, said Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor with a laugh as he chased. Tell me what I need to do to have you spare my life, Black Lotus said via a voice transmission. Everything is negotiable. Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor ignored him completely. Black Lotus felt depressed. His past actions resulted in his present-day karma. If he had not wreaked havoc in the three realms and instead sucked up the sins of the three realms proactively to help the three realms and bring merit to himself, he would not have such an ending. However, he did not regret doing so. Being unbridled for that lengthy period of time was indeed a joyous experience. There's definitely an opportunity for escape. Black Lotus continued burning his essence soul as he fled. He even released some of his aura to confuse Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor. However, Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor remained careless and unhurried. He had the advantage when it came to the Tao of spacetime. Without burning his essence soul, he could chase up to Black Lotus easily. Even if he was thrown on the wrong path occasionally, he could immediately and briefly burn his essence soul to close in again. This pursuit would only enervate Black Lotus. Time continued to fly. Elder Lord has sent news that Black Lotus won't be able to last long. Gautama, Amida, Numinous Treasure, Primordial Beginning, and Nuwa were together. Nuwa said in reflection, Black Lotus has wreaked havoc in the three realms for so long and had immense ambition. He will finally be ended today. Regardless of how cunning he is, he will face retribution today, Amida said. Ahead, Black Lotus was desperately fleeing.
As he burned his essence soul again and again, he felt the strain of his diminishing essence soul.
I can't hold out any longer.
Black Lotus felt his essence soul dissipating as he was close to being forced into a slumber.
I'm about to fall into a slumber soon. I can't enter a slumber. Once I do so, I'll definitely be caught up. I'll be doomed that way. I can't enter a slumber. I can't enter a slumber. Black Lotus persisted.
His cultivation state of mind was extraordinary, so he was able to forcibly endure it. Once one burned their essence soul to a certain limit, they would enter a slumber.
This was a type of protection for the essence soul. This was because if it carried on, one's soul would completely disintegrate. I'd rather disintegrate than enter a slumber.
Black Lotus persisted as he felt his surroundings blur.
All he could do was traverse spacetime by instinct in a desperate bid to flee. Suddenly. Oh!
He suddenly sensed a terrifying horror somewhere in the space around him.
There's a huge horror and danger there.
Black Lotus snapped to his senses and turned much more alert.
It's a perilous land, one that even I feel extreme danger from. He immediately took a step forward and traversed space to approach it. He saw it. It was a pool of water in the chaos. The pool spanned 5,000 kilometers and looked ordinary at first glance.
However, carefully sensing it made it seem like the pool effused another spacetime dimension.
It was impossible to determine its depth. Danger! Danger! Danger!
He felt a vague sense of immense threat. Black Lotus instantly sensed it as his eyes lit up.
He felt immense joy. Good, what I need is a perilous land.
It's sufficiently dangerous to the point of making the three pure ones in Niwa afraid.
Even a perilous land should provide a chance of survival. As long as I grab this chance, I'll live. I'll risk it.
Black Lotus immediately flew towards the mysterious pool in the chaos.
Swoosh! Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor also arrived nearby. Oh! Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor's expression changed when he saw the deep pool. He also sensed the terrifying danger in the pool. Then, he saw Black Lotus flying towards it. Elder Lord, if you have the guts, follow me. Black Lotus laughed as he arrived near the pool.
But just as he finished his sentence, his expression changed. Because at that distance, he felt the surrounding space warp. The deep pool emitted a terrifying devouring force that was so large that he involuntarily was pulled towards it. As he approached, he saw what it was. It wasn't a pool, but a space that had been distorted and compressed to its limits. Every drop of pool water was an immensely wide space. The entire pool was massive and unfathomable. This devouring strength is too potent. I can't resist it. Black Lotus's body shrank as he approached the suction singularity. Oh! Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor watched with a frown as he saw Black Lotus shrink. Yet, he did not dare take action hastily. At that moment, suddenly, an alien beast the size of a palm appeared out of the pool. While it flew out, it expanded rapidly. When it flew out, it was only the size of a palm, but not long after that, it had become a behemoth spanning 5,000 kilometers. In its gaping mouth was an endless dark vortex, and it was directed at Black Lotus. Seeing that he was about to be swallowed, the horrified Black Lotus waved his palm in a bid to retreat, but he was still swallowed whole. No, Black Lotus's indignant shout resonated. After closing its mouth, the alien beast glanced at Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor before returning to the pool. The pool's surface restored its stillness. Black Lotus was dead. Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor watched all of this solemnly. Whoosh! 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 Soon, 5 figures arrived. Where's Black Lotus? Nuwa inquired. His karma has vanished. Is he dead? The dermic powers I left on him have vanished as well, said Gautama. He should be dead.
Elder Lord, how did Black Lotus die? Numinous treasure, primordial beginning, and Amita looked at the deep pool with curiosity. It's that thing. Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor pointed towards the pool. Black Lotus discovered a perilous land and, hoping to seek survival in there, he rushed in. But after approaching the pool, he was sucked in. An alien beast appeared out from the pool and swallowed him whole. It ate up Black Lotus in one mouthful? What strength does this alien beast have?
Numinous Treasure was astonished.
Could it be that it exceeds the heavenly Tao realm? Amita inquired. Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor said, I sense that the alien beast is only at the heavenly Tao realm. Compared to that alien beast, I find this pool of water more dangerous. Let me give it a try. Gautama said as he suffused an avatar emitting golden light as it flew into the deep pool of water. Everyone present watched carefully. The golden avatar flew towards the pool and was sucked towards it involuntarily. It also began shrinking, and once again, a palm-sized alien beast flew out from the pool. As it flew out, it expanded dramatically and swallowed Gautama's golden avatar whole with its gaping mouth. Be gone! Gautama's avatar shone with immense golden light as it struck at the gaping mouth with one palm strike. However, the terrifying suction force caused Buddhist ancestor's avatar to be swallowed involuntarily. Gautama's expression paled. What is it? The three pure ones, Amita, Nuwa, all looked at him. That alien beast is indeed at the heavenly Tao realm. In terms of strength, it's about my equal, said Gautama. However, when it attempts its devourment, it will use a portion of the pool's strength. That pool is formed from compressed space-time. Every drop of pool water is bigger than a great world. Despite just using a portion of the pool's water, my dermic power avatar was unable to fend it off and was devoured. Therefore, the alien beast only remains inside the pool and is unable to come out. Without the pool's aid, I'm 50% confident I could take it down. What else is there in the pool? Asked Amita. No idea. Gautama shook his head. I can only sense great danger. I had wanted to send my avatar deep into the pool to probe it, but that alien beast was guarding the area. The three pure ones, Nuwa, and company tried many means to probe the pool, however, with the alien beast guarding it, all their attempts were fruitless. Finally, they chose to give up and continue heading to other regions in the chaos. There were just too many unknowns in the chaos, so they naturally needed to be careful. The battle in the Six Desires Great World completely determined the situation in the three realms. Qin Yun's days quickly became leisurely. With him presiding over the three realms, Wushuan, Tenebrous Fiend Abyss, and the other ancient perfected great Tao existences could only hide in the Tenebrous Fiend Abyss and secretly use their various underhanded means. The heaven and earth spiritual energies are still declining. I wonder when the change in the three realms will stop. Qin Yun stood atop him to lightning roar as he overlooked the vast lands. Suddenly, an ethereal figure descended. It was Numinous Treasure Tao Ancestor's embodiment. Master. Qin Yun hurried to bow reverently. We are aware of what you have done in the three realms, said Numinous Treasure with a smile. Well done. You did far better than I expected, Now that they have hidden in the Tenebrous Fiend Abyss, I can't do much to finish them for good, said Qin Yun. There's nothing perfect in the world. Even when I was in the three realms, was I not helpless against the fiends? Numinous Treasure laughed. By the way, fiend ancestor Black Lotus is already dead. Qin Yun revealed a look of delight. Fiend ancestor is dead? As long as fiend ancestor was alive, he would remain a huge threat. When we were pursuing him, he fled into a perilous land in hopes of grabbing a slim chance of survival, but it ended his life, said Numinous Treasure. Perilous land? Even the fiend ancestor perished? Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. The chaos is very mysterious. After pursuing Black Lotus for many days, we discovered two perilous lands, said Numinous Treasure.
In the future, you are not to go too far from the three realms until you reach the heavenly Tao realm.
I understand, Master, replied Qin Yun.
Numinous Treasure turned his head to look at the world before him and sighed.
This world's heaven and earth spiritual energies are thinning.
I wonder what will happen after the change in the three realms happens. With that said, his figure dissipated. Qin Yun could sense his master's longing feelings for the three realms. His master and the rest had really treated the three realms as their home. Yes, I wonder what will the three realms be after it's done with its changes, thought Qin Yun.
Days passed one after another.
The changes in the three realms continued.
Countless small worlds had their heaven and earth spiritual energies thin at an astonishing rate.
Many small worlds nearly had the path to immortality severed.
In a blink of an eye, the changes to the three realms had been going on for half a year.
In a small world known as the Sanyong Small World.
This small world's heaven and earth spiritual energies are thinning. Even essence soul realm existences in the small world are shattering the void to ascend. Now, apart from me, everyone here is immortal.
In a restaurant sat a white-dressed man. He looked coldly at the mortals outside, thinking, living with countless mortals is indeed boring. Killing mortals will result in sins that haunt me, to the point of me having to resist the urge to kill.
The white-dressed man wasn't happy. Back when the Taoist fiend war erupted, he was still rather happy.
But as the heaven and earth spiritual energies thinned, it was no longer suitable for cultivators. Essence soul realm existences could only barely survive absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual energies in such small worlds.
It did not permit them to engage in battle. To kill, one would drain their dermic powers quickly.
The thin heaven and earth spiritual energies were not even enough to replenish the expenditure. Without being able to kill, the criteria for shattering the void and ascension was greatly reduced.
Therefore, many at the essence soul realm ascended and left.
Only the accumulated hatred from tens of thousands of years caused the mortal cultivators from both sides to continue the war.
They are all mortals. I'm the only ninth firmament sky fiend.
The white-dressed man was very indignant.
But what can I do? How can I dare to return to the tenebrous fiend abyss? Once I return, Sword Immortal Qin can easily kill me through karma.
According to Ancestor, even the legendary god King Zhurong died under his hands.
What am I, Kuei-fu, in his eyes?
The white-dressed man was none other than Sky Fiend Kuei-fu. Many years ago, he had abducted Qin Yun's wife and snatched Qin Yun's daughter.
My grudge with him is irreconcilable. Back then, I abducted his wife and snatched his daughter.
He will definitely kill me if he gets a chance, thought the white-dressed man. Thankfully, I was clever enough and quickly hid in a small world once I learned he became a mighty figure.
No matter how powerful a mighty figure is, they can't do anything to me. But it's strange. He didn't send his subordinates to pursue me even after I hid in a small world, thought Kuei-fu.
Thankfully, I have set up many dead man switches and even an array. I'll drag all the mortals in this world with me in death.
Killing me is equivalent to killing all the mortals in the world. Even a sky immortal who's at the strength of a mighty figure will have to consider it. It was also because Kuei-fu had been forced to this state. To survive, that was the only thing he could do. Even his ancestor, Patriarch Bojia, did not dare leave the tenebrous fiend abyss because of Qin Yun's huge grudge with him. And since Kuei-fu was in the same boat, Bojia had helped him. Whatever. I'll continue living with these mortals. No matter how thin the heaven and earth spiritual energies are, my sky fiend body can last very long, thought Kuei-fu. If things really turn for the worse, I'll choose to enter a slumber. In the time it takes me to have a long slumber, who knows if us fiends will produce an impressive existence that is Sword Immortal Qin's match. However, this Qin Yun is way too powerful. According to what Ancestor says, he wiped out a huge bunch of mighty figures by his strength alone. He's invincible everywhere but the tenebrous fiend abyss. How did I offend such a powerful mighty figure?
While living in a small world filled with mortals, Kuei-fu spent most of his time reminiscing. He reminisced about his past and his conflict with sword immortal Qin. Oh? Kuei-fu's expression changed. What? The small world's heavenly Tao is changed? He sensed a vague piece of information. From that moment forth, Sky Immortal or Sky Fiends were unable to enter small worlds. It was just like how mighty figures were unable to enter small worlds with their true bodies. Now, even Sky Immortals and Sky Fiends were incapable of doing so. The third firmament essence soul realm was the limit to all life in a small world. Whoosh! A wave swept Kuei-fu up. So, he was forcefully made to ascend. At that instant, all the Sky Immortals and Sky Fiends in the small worlds in the three realms were forcefully expelled and made to ascend. The Sky Fiends all ascended to the tenebrous fiend abyss. Sky Immortals, Bodhisattvas, Sky Dragons, and Grand Magi all flew into great worlds. No, I can't go back. Kuei-fu reeled with anxiety. But how could he defy the heavenly Tao? Even the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor had to obediently leave when faced with the three realms' heavenly Tao expulsion. Whoosh! Kuei-fu only felt the surrounding void turn illusory, and when the scene before his eyes turned clear, he felt the rich fiendish auras around him. There was only one place in the three realms that had such an environment: tenebrous fiend abyss. I'm back in the tenebrous fiend abyss? I have no way of entering small worlds again? Kuei-fu revealed a look of despair. His ancestor, Patriarch Bojia, was a pinnacle mighty figure after all. Qin Yun was unable to kill Patriarch Bojia solely with karma, especially when he was inside the tenebrous fiend abyss. But to kill Kuei-fu? With the deep karmic ties between them, killing him through karma could really be accomplished with a thought. Just as Kuei-fu was panicking. Heavenly realm, into lightning roar. Qin Yun was accompanying Xiao as they drank tea and ate pastries. Yulua is cultivating an empty plum blossom and has taken in 3 disciples, said Xiao. I've asked her before, and she has the intention of setting up a sect. Setting up a sect? Qin Yun laughed. That's good news. Yulua is talented and has quite a deep amount of insight accumulated. However, she has yet to figure out a great Tao even after all this time. She lacks that opportunity, so it's good to experience new things. An expert who could match a mighty figure had the qualifications to set up a major sect in the heavenly realm. Oh? Xiao frowned slightly as she looked up into the sky. The heavenly Tao has changed. Qin Yun looked up and frowned slightly. Sky Immortals are unable to enter small worlds with their true bodies? Xiao also sensed the vague information and nodded. From my point of view, it's the heavenly Tao's way of protecting the small worlds. There are countless mortals in small worlds. If Sky Immortals and Sky Fiends spare no expense and risk their lives, they can cause quite a disaster. If Sky Immortals and Sky Fiends can enter, leaving at most essence soul realm existences in the small worlds, the threat would be relatively lesser. If these essence soul realm existences dare to slaughter mortals wantonly, just the sins that haunt them will immediately cause calamities to descend upon them, killing them. Yes. Qin Yun nodded. There's a limit to the amount of destruction an essence soul realm existence can cause. The heavenly Tao is indeed protecting the small worlds. Following that, Qin Yun smiled. By the way, we have an enemy named Kuei-fu. Do you remember? Of course, how can I forget him? Xiao said in resignation. Back then, our family was nearly eternally separated because of him. Yes. I have long sworn to kill him, said Qin Yun. However, he's cunning. He quickly fled into a small world and set up numerous array formations, threatening to cause countless living beings in the small world to die with him. I wasn't in a rush to take action, but now that the heavenly Tao has changed, he has been sent into the tenebrous fiend abyss. Even the heavens are helping me with this change in the 3 realms. Yes, he's a sky fiend.
He can't enter a small world anymore. Yi Zhao's eyes lit up. Time to send him on his way.
Qin Yun streaked his finger into the distance. A sword beam passed through the karmic connection he had with Kuei-fu, reaching into the tenebrous fiend abyss and shooting right through Kuei-fu's body.
Kuei-fu was still panicking in the tenebrous fiend abyss. It's been so many years.
Sword Immortal Qin did not even send his subordinates into the small world to deal with me.
Could he have forgotten me?
Kuei-fu consoled himself, hoping that luck was on his side. If he were to forget me despite such a huge grudge, he is truly kind-hearted.
However, he abhors evil. No.
The present me is nothing in his eyes. He should have long forgotten me.
Just as these thoughts surfaced in his mind, he suddenly saw it.
A sword beam came slashing over from a distance.
He really took action. Kuei-fu was enlightened. Following that. Kuei-fu's body was decimated silently as he scattered into the void.
Qin Yun abhorred evil, so there was no way he would let such a huge grudge pass.
Kuei-fu is dead?
In the tenebrous fiend abyss, Patriarch Buojia sensed his karmic connection with Kuei-fu vanish. He thought in alarm. Kuei-fu was immediately killed after he returned to the tenebrous fiend abyss.
From the looks of it, I have to be more careful.
The changes in the three realms lasted for exactly a year before finally ending.
Qin Yun and Hui stood side by side in midair as they looked at the vast lands of the heavenly realm.
You entered seclusion the moment the three realms changed. The moment it ended, you exited seclusion, said Qin Yun with a laugh. Back when we were battling Zhurong, Wushuan, and company, trying to reach you was impossible.
Having you is enough. Didn't Zhurong also die at your hands?
Also, 7 perfected great Tao existences were killed by you.
I might not have been able to do that even if I was there, said Hui with a laugh.
Qin Yun said, if you were around, Torch Dragon probably wouldn't have escaped.
It's hard to say unless you actually do it, said Hui. Regardless, the goals have been met.
The three realms are now at peace.
Qin Yun nodded slightly.
Hui added, during this change in the three realms, I studied the process carefully for a year and gained lots of ideas. Now that the three realms are at peace, I plan on consuming the Spirit Enlightening Fruit in a couple of days and beginning an extended seclusion.
You are consuming the Spirit Enlightening Fruit?
Qin Yun was surprised. I hope I can use this opportunity to break through to the Heavenly Tao realm, said Hui. However, this step will be very difficult.
Qin Yun laughed. Brother Hui, after you figure out the Heavenly Tao realm, don't be in a rush to break through your essence soul dermic powers. We still can adventure in the spatial tide.
I'm very curious about the spatial tide as well, said Hui with a nod.
The Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor are now traveling through the chaos.
We can join hands to probe the spatial tide and get to know more cultivators from other universes and learn more secrets.
Perhaps, we might be able to help the Tao ancestors and company. Qin Yun nodded.
His master and the rest were still exploring the chaos. And the spatial tide was the fastest and most direct way of coming into contact with cultivators from other universes. The first 2 explorations were too short, and they had not come into contact with too many other universe cultivators.
Who? A wind blew across them.
Qin Yun sensed the changes in the three realms and said, although the three realms have changed and the heaven and earth spiritual energies have thinned, the heavenly realm has turned even more stable.
Even the gravity has intensified.
The heavenly realm and great worlds have become more stable. The strengthening of gravity will make it difficult for some mortals to walk if they are too weak.
Hui said with a nod. However, the stabilizing of the world is a good thing.
Qin Yun and Hui viewed the heavenly realm, the numerous great worlds, and also descended their embodiments into various small worlds. In all the small worlds, the heaven and earth spiritual energies have thinned too much. On a stone bridge in a small world, Qin Yun and Hui condensed two embodiments. As he looked at his own body, Qin Yun could not help but say in resignation, condensing the heaven and earth spiritual energies to form an embodiment using this world's thin heaven and earth spiritual energies only results in an embodiment with the strength of a pinnacle postnatal. It's not even at the strength of a connate realm. With the spirit energies so thin, Dharma spells and divine powers will probably be lost heritages to the small worlds, said Hui. As cultivating Dharma spells will be useless, close combat arts will become more common. I once dreamed for 100 years and went to such a world, said Qin Yun with a smile. In that world, the heaven and earth spiritual energies were thin. Warriors were the mainstream and Dharma spells and divine powers were lost heritages. In fact, many small worlds in the three realms of the past had mostly warriors. In the future, perhaps all the countless small worlds in the three realms will share the same fate. The path to immortality will be severed and martial arts will become mainstream. Hui added, warriors have to reach an extremely great level of strength before they can shatter the void and ascend to a great world. Cultivation can only continue in great worlds. Those that can shatter the void are limited to the extremely talented ones in each small world. All of them will enter great worlds, said Qin Yun. In the future, great worlds will be truly a place to gather the cultivation geniuses of a dominion. It will be unlike the past where many sky immortals chose to stay in small worlds. Small worlds will be the foundation. After entering a great world or the heavenly realm, they will be able to seek eternal life. Competition will also be intense, said Hui in approbation. Interesting. The changes in the three realms sure are quite interesting. These are all our guesses. No one knows what will happen in the future, said Qin Yun. Suddenly, two figures were fleeing a distance away as 6 figures chased after them. Fiends, don't you think about escaping? You won't escape. The pursuers were bellowing as they chased. Soon, the 6 figures chased up and surrounded the two. There were a man and woman in front with the woman protecting the man. She looked around her in horror as she hurriedly said, Senior brother Zhang and heroes, please spare us. My husband has already renounced his fiendish sect and will no longer do evil. Please give us a chance. Junior sister Huang, Master has long announced your expulsion because of your relationship with that fiend. Now, if you show repentance and kill this fiend, we can still spare you. If you refuse to be penitent, you should die for having a relationship with the fiends, a sword-wielding man bellowed angrily. Kill me? If you want me dead, half of you will die. The fiendish man's eyes suffused a red glow. Destroying evil and upholding justice is what we of the orthodox lineage ought to do. Kill. Kill. The 6 immediately took action. Stop. The woman displayed her sword arts in a bid to protect her husband and fend them off. On a stone bridge not far away, Qin Yun and Hui saw this scene. Now that sky immortals can no longer enter small worlds, the Taoist fiend wars in these countless small worlds will never end, Qin Yun lamented with a sigh. With the path of immortality severed in the countless small worlds, martial arts will flourish. However, the grudge and hatred left behind by tens of thousands of years of the Taoist fiend war will continue among these mortal warrior sections. This is a brand new 3 realms. Hui smiled. You can only accept it. Ha ha. Qin Yun laughed as well. Yes, a brand new 3 realms. The end. Author's note, seeking the flying sword path ends here. IET feels that the story of the 3 realms is very complete. It is meant to be the story of sword immortal Qin's growth, a sword immortal that abhors evil. It is also a story of the first itinerant immortal to gain eternal life in the 3 realms. If there's anything regretful, on careful thought, it has to be the lack of stories of sword immortal Qin's campaign against demons and fiends in his homeworld. For instance, the saga involving sword immortal mortal world, his search for his wife across the world, and his ridding of demons during this period of time were all quickly narrated.
I should have gone into more details. I once thought, to end the book after Qin Yun became an itinerant immortal after killing Star Destruction and saving his homeworld. Because by doing that, it would have encompassed all the elements of ridding fiends and demons, emotions, obsessions, etc. which I wanted in the book. But later, I was afraid of being cursed. Afraid that it would be considered a shitty ending. Now, having finished writing the story of the three realms, I think it's sufficient. There are parts in SFSP that I'm pleased with and regretful about. I will rest well and prepare well for my next book. The next book is planned to be in 3 months, released on August 21st. See you on August 21st. I will work hard on the new book. Lastly, here's wishing everyone a happy Labor Day. IET. May 1st, 2019, before dawn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 739, End, many years later. Chapter 739, Epilogue, many years later. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Sword Immortal Qin's slaying of Zhurong and the wiping out of numerous fiends was something that occurred so long ago that it had become a legend in the three realms. On a main street, 6 horseback riders were proceeding forward, 3 middle-aged men and 3 young boys and girls. Will I be able to enter the Skysplitter Sword sect? A youth named Lu Qi's mind wandered. His father Lu Qinshan was one of the 7 eagles of 7 Eagles Fort. Back then, he and his other 6 senior and junior brothers were outer sect disciples of the Skysplitter Sword sect. The 7 fellow disciples shared deep ties and founded 7 Eagles Fort together and settled in White River County. The White River 7 Eagles were rather famous. The Skysplitter Sword sect rules over the 18 administrative divisions south of the river. They are the best sect in the world, Lu Qi thought. Some of the inner sect disciples of the Skysplitter Sword sect are groomed by high-ranking disciples from a young age or selected from the outer sect disciples. Only after a preliminary selection would they directly become inner sect disciples, but instances of those are very rare. Presently, our East Phase district is recruiting 10 inner sect disciples. Will I be one of them? It's up ahead. On horseback, a man with a single arm had a sword by his waist. He said, of the 18 districts, each district only has 10 inner sect disciple slots. Us 7 fellow disciples endured through so much for so many years in the outer sect, but failed to enter the inner sect. We can only leave it to young people like yourselves. Do well for us, said another refined man. Yes. Lu Qi and another young man and lady replied immediately. 7 Eagles Fort trained the young arduously from a young age, and the 3 of them were the most outstanding ones. Skysplitter Sword Sect, East Phase District's branch. Today, many parents and elders brought their children here. Those who dared participate in the preliminaries were with significant foundations. Either they were from rich and wealthy families, or they were descendants of the Skysplitter Sword Sect disciples who were groomed from a young age. Let me make it clear first. Only those who have cultivated in fundamental inner energy techniques will be recruited into my Skysplitter Sword sect. If you cultivate in other inner energy techniques, leave at once. A blue-shirt elder looked at the thousands of youths as his surroundings fell silent. Alright, let's begin the first round of today's selection trial. The blue-shirt elder pointed to a towering mountain that rose into the clouds. In 5 minutes, climb to the top of the mountain without the aid of anything. This year's first round is this? The parents and elders from afar felt their hearts tighten. The numerous youths began rapidly scaling the steep cliff. All of them had been trained in inner energy techniques and new movement techniques that allowed them to climb rather quickly. However, 5 minutes was just too short. Furthermore, many accidents happened during their ascent. For instance, people deliberately crushed rocks to send them scattering around them. Often, youths would plummet only to be immediately caught by Skysplitter Sword sect disciples who flew up into the air. However, this also resulted in their elimination. There are a total of 126 people who passed the first round. If you are willing, all of you can be recruited into our Skysplitter Sword sect and become Outer Sect disciples. The blue-shirt elder smiled at the bunch of youths, of which Lu Qi was standing among them. As for his two other companions, they had already been eliminated. Lu Qi turned to look and saw his father and uncle standing among the crowd beyond a railing. Father, first uncle, third uncle. Lu Qi looked at his elders. Little Qi, try your best. The three elders watched in anticipation. By their side, the young man's and lady's eyes were somewhat red. Lu Qi nodded slightly as his eyes filled with fighting spirit. All of you are to sit cross-legged and begin circulating your inner energy dermic formulations. Use the fastest possible speed to absorb the heaven and earth spiritual energies. Lu Qi. Talent, B. All of you are to come forward one by one to demonstrate your basic swordsmanship. Wang Tong. Swordsmanship, B. Lu Qi. Swordsmanship, A. All of you can take a rest. We will begin the tournament trials early tomorrow morning. Lu Qi. Actual combat, A. After 2 days of the selection, the 126 youths who had passed the first round all had a ranking. Lu Qi. Ranked 17th. Lu Qi looked at the rankings on the red board and fell silent. Uncle Masterly, our little Qi's swordsmanship and actual combat are ranked A, making him top 3. Comparable to my little Qi is the District Lord Xiao and the other is the third young master of the East Phase Sword Saint family. For my little Qi to be comparable to them, his perceptivity towards swordsmanship should be considered very high, right? Can an exception be made? Lu Qianshan pleaded with the blue-shirt elder. Qianshan, it's not that I'm unwilling to help you. This is a rule of the sect. Your son can only be considered normal when it comes to absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual energies. It's only AB. And the best was one with the qualifications, making him 5 times better at absorbing heaven and earth spiritual energies than your son. 10 years of cultivating the inner energy techniques will be equivalent to 50 years of your son's, the blue-shirt elder said. Swordsmanship is important, but inner energy is fundamental. How can we pass him if his inner energy is so lacking? But my son is only 14, yet he possesses such swordsmanship. Doesn't he deserve to be groomed? Said Lu Qianshan immediately. He's just 14. He can come again next year or the year after, said the blue-shirt elder with a laugh. Perhaps, your son will be ranked in the top 10 in the following years and be immediately recruited into the inner sect. Lu Qianshan fell silent. The 7 eagles were considered famous in White River County, but they were only considered as riffraff when placed against the entirety of the 18 districts south of the river. Lu Qi stood a distance away, silently watching his father argue with Guardian Li. On the trip back, Lu Qi was somewhat silent. Little Qi, you are ranked 17th in all of East Phase District. The top 10 have all entered the Skysplitter Sword Sect's inner sect. You can come again next year. I'm sure you will enter the top 10, said the one-armed man with a hearty laugh. Lu Qi did not say a word. Next year? Many cultivate until they are 15 or 16, close to the age limit before they participate in the trials. There will be new opponents next year, right? Lu Qi thought to himself. But my talent will not change. It will still remain AB. Do well. You will be stronger next year than this year. You will definitely enter the top 10, Lu Qianshan said as well. Yes, father, answered Lu Qi. Lu Qianshan and his 3 fellow disciples exchanged looks. It was clear that they felt the pressure. Little Qi's swordsmanship attained an A grade. At this realm, any improvements will be very difficult. Will he be able to enter the inner sect next year or the year after? Lu Qianshan thought. Only by entering the inner sect will one be able to practice truly powerful dharmic formulations. Otherwise, one will ultimately be a second or third-rate person of the pugilistic world under the heavens. In a bookstore. Lu Qi came to a bookstore like he usually did and read story novels. Every time he felt mentally stressed from cultivating, he would come here to read and immerse himself in novels to forget his exhaustion. Little Qi, from the look on your face, you didn't become a skysplitter sword sect inner sect disciple? A boss was slumped over a bamboo chair inside the bookstore as he fanned himself with a thin fan. It looks like I guessed right. Lu Qi shot a glance at the boss and ignored him. I told you long ago. You are still young and participating in the trial would be for nothing. Yet, you refused to listen to my advice. Look, didn't you end up wasting your time? The boss could not help but say. If I had any say, you should go when you are 16. You will definitely be selected then. Grandpa Qin, can you be silent for a moment? Lu Qi said in exasperation. Come on. Tell me how you lost, pressed the boss. Tell me, I'll give you some pointers. Perhaps you will win the next time. Hey. Kid, why are you so introverted? You are so closed off. Lu Qi finally couldn't stand it as he looked at the boss. Grandpa Qin, I was slow at absorbing heaven and earth spiritual energies with a talent of B. Tell me, how are you going to give me pointers? That's a little tricky. The boss stroked his white beard. However, it's not impossible if I try thinking of solution. Things that can change a person's talent are all legendary herbs, all of which are valuable and rare. Grandpa Qin, stop pulling my leg. Lu Qi curled his lips. His family was a family clan that was part of the pugilistic world. Having been exposed to such matters at a young age, it was common knowledge to him. Who is it that said that rare herbs are needed? Grandpa Qin glared at him and took out a manual from his clothes. He threw it at Lu Qi and said, Look, this sword art manual was chanced upon me many years ago. As long as you master it, not only will you master a powerful set of sword arts, you will also undergo a complete transformation. You received it many years ago? But it looks really new. I can even smell the fresh ink. Lu Qi lifted up the book which didn't even have any words on its cover. As he flipped through it, he uttered, These sword arts. Oh. Lu Qi thought nothing much of it in the beginning, but he couldn't help but immerse himself in it when he read it. He slowly read through it. At just 14, his basic swordsmanship had been graded at A. The ranks naturally meant that he was talented when it came to swordsmanship, so he soon discovered the extraordinariness of the manual. These swords arts. After a long while, Lu Qi looked up at the boss and felt that the usually long-winded Grandpa Qin was rather mysterious. How is it? Pretty impressive, isn't it? Grandpa Qin pricked up his brows. Years ago, I was quite a swordsman, basically invincible. How can the manual I give you be bad? Alright, stop looking at me this way. I happened to save a martial artist several years ago and he wrote me this sword art manual for me. It's useless in the hands of an old man like me. So it's yours. Grandpa Qin, you don't understand. This is indeed a very powerful sword art. Lu Qi handed the manual back. I can't take it, I already said it's yours. I never take back things I give out. Grandpa Qin waved his hand and said, Enough, stop looking so touched. I'm all alone in East Phase District, so if you are free, just visit me and listen to me drone on. Lu Qi suddenly felt his heart wince. Grandpa Qin's hair was all white, but he lived all alone. He was indeed deserving of pity. Grandpa Qin, I'll come more often to accompany you, said Lu Qi immediately. Okay. Grandpa Qin slumped back into his bamboo chair and leisurely flapped his fan while he thought, the Three Realms martial arts have indeed been thriving. Now, it has produced the first golden immortal with a martial art background. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.